All right. Well, let's get to this very quick, short, succinct episode that we're going to do very rapidly. We're going to expeditiously...
Ooh, sexy words.
We're going to expeditiously have a swift recording where we speedily run through every single story that has ever existed on the news this week, month,
Year.
Yeah, the Big Bang happened a little while ago. We all familiar with that? Okay.
We all remember
what
the Big
hot
Bang.
takes do we have?
So let's...
My hot take is that it's a Catholic convention, so you Protestants don't get to enjoy it. That actually is probably why a lot of Protestants don't like the theory of the Big Bang. Oh my God. I just realized that that's not a joke.
Life begins at conception. That's the bang point. See?
Yeah. That's why we say when you're gonna bang one
right,
out.
you actually mean a
Do
child.
you refer to that? Do you refer to that when you're having sex with someone? I'm just gonna bang one of these out.
Hi, my name is Joel O'Feisteen, and I am here to talk to you today about the light of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. No. I thought Joel O'Feisteen was good.
Yeah, is that like
y'all.
the porn parody of Joel?
That's exactly right. It's not a clever.
Exactly.
It's not
He's
a
knocking
clever
on your-
pun. It's not even a pun. It's me just wedging faces.
I didn't get it until just now.
Like
I got it.
Like
I
I get
get
it.
it.
It's Johnny Sins. It's Johnny Sins in the tightest pants you've ever seen, and just a blazer that's with one button that is strained across.
I need a
his
bad wig.
fucking
to
wide
be involved
shoulders.
in some capacity.
bad like mullet wig.
Got a small like pocket-sized Bible rolled up in a shirt sleeve like cigarettes.
It's just the New Testament.
Oh wow! I was about to make a joke, but then I realized that it's a little too accurate. That Joel Osteen has the haircut of like every lesbian in the Pacific Northwest.
Wow.
I mean, you're not wrong. You just don't say that.
Looking this up. Joel Osteen. Oh wow.
It's weird to know that some people didn't grow up with him on the radio and then also had to realize at like the age of 16 that he just lived in your city and that he was doing that thing in your city.
His thing really is like a rags to riches story of mega churches, you know? Like there I was, started off with nothing, just a group. We had chairs set up in an auditorium of my father's large mega church.
It was just one.
You know,
way.
me and my father didn't always agree. He kicked me out of his megachurch so that I could go start a spirit-filled gathering.
Let me tell you, we started first gathering in the stables that we had at my father's megachurch.
Yeah. And oh man, those dressage horses really helped keep us grounded to the plight of the common
We
man.
would walk out across the 2,000 acres that he had for those horses, and we would just revel in the beauty of God raining down from the sky. Sometimes, you know, it felt like he was there like a hurricane. Powerful.
No,
it was
he
really
didn't come
powerful.
down like a hurricane.
Also, we lost six.
Here
Also,
I
we
am.
lost 6 people.
Frock you
at
like
those
a
gatherings
hurricane.
because
No,
of the
no,
hurricane. So.
If it came down like a hurricane, Joel Osteen would have boarded up the doors. There's no way he would have flooded in.
I mean, we know this. This is a fact. We do know that he does not let people in.
It really is weird because I'm going to say something. It's going to resonate more true for Zach than anyone else. But Joel Osteen is like the Elon Musk of mega church pastors. And, you know, the common thread is, of course, Kanye West. So,
Damn, no, that's true. That's absolutely true. That was when Kanye was doing his church thing. He did it at Joel
yeah,
Osteen's
he learned from
megachurch.
Joel Osteen how to like copy the pitter patter of his messaging like that, which is cool. You know, it's nice because Kanye West is about to be, I think, legally divorced from Kim Kardashian, so we can finally get like
Ooh.
the real Kanye to emerge right back out. The fuck bitches and get money era of Kanye to come back.
Kanye without the massive PR team that the Kardashians have.
Yeah, that's
Ooh.
right.
That's what I want to hear.
is
An
going
album
to
about a
be-
midlife
it-
How
crisis.
soon? How soon until the homophobic slurs pop up on his Twitter after the
Oh,
the
no.
PR team is gone? That's my question.
It's going to be pretty quick.
I mean, I'm just thinking like he wore a bulletproof vest to give a sermon, because he was.
Well, yeah. I mean, if not because like I don't know if Kanye West is homophobic. I just assume he is because he's a man of a certain age. But if he's not, like, I think he'll just say something on purpose just to get controversy,
Yeah, I
right?
mean,
We're about to be on. Yeah, no, it's the Kanye. It's the Kanye.
Oh, I mean,
West
if you want,
Express.
if you want to actually get the controversy, you just have to you don't talk about gay people. You talk about trans people.
That's
Oh,
what wasn't there that big rumor going around about how Kanye West and Jeffree Star were fucking in that cabin in
Yes.
Wyoming?
right. No, that was
Yes.
totally
And they
a lie.
should have been.
The woman who said that, like, literally has been on Dr. Phil for being like just a liar. She's like, yeah, I just make things up. I say them on the internet, and I don't care if they're fake or they ruin people's reputations. I just want people to
Honestly,
like me,
I respect
or I
that.
just want people to retweet me. No, she is like, she's
I almost
she's
respect
like
that.
a
Griff. Like when you're
menace.
so big that you can just like your whole goal in life is just to make like tabloid headlines up and then have people.
Oh yeah, no,
believe
she
it.
should move to the UK. That sort of shit would make her like rich.
I was gonna say like our parents and grandparents, they had Bat Boy, so this is just our version of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just our Bat Boy. I wonder how he's doing.
Oh no,
Bat Boy.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure.
Is he married again?
I don't know who Bat Boy is. I know Balloon Boy.
No, Bat Boy was like a thing for the Weekly World News.
I feel so old. I feel so old, Dennis.
Charlie, you're as
Oh my
Charlie,
God.
you're
I'm
as
the same
old as
age as
I
you.
am.
Bat Boy.
You and I,
Yeah.
you should know who Bat Boy
Oh
is,
God.
because
Just
I know I
throws the Peter
should.
Gabriel.
This is what I'm saying.
It's just a fictional character that
It was an early era Photoshop that like drove our grandparents wild.
yeah,
Like-
people were freaking out about. I'm gonna put him in Potterators.
It was like a baby that had like big fangs
And big
photoshopped
ears and
in,
stuff. Okay.
big bad ears. And then here's an updated image.
Oh, is this Batman?
Oh, I remember this.
This is Gates.
Here's the updated Bat Boy with Matt Gates' face just installed over
Matt
it.
I mean-
Gates' fucking high school prom photo or whatever graduation photo. Yeah. That-
What year would that have been?
Someone was like, "That's what a turbo virgin looks like." And, oh my God, do I agree? The Lord Farquaad haircut, just
Oh man, where is that photo?
everywhere on the internet.
Yeah,
So,
I need to
I'm
find.
looking
like,
for
what
it.
year would this have been?
I mean, he was born in '82, so that would be
like 90
2000.
Yeah, I was gonna say 99, 2000. I can't do math that quickly, but how is it that he grew into his face very quickly? Like he's had that same face. No wonder why he looks so young. He has like had that sort of like halfway between like adult and teenager face for
He has the-
about
Can't
20
tell if we're
years
talking
now.
about Matt or the Bat Boy.
Oh, Matt Gaetz.
Okay.
The Bat Boy, I assume that he just looks as youthful as ever.
Yeah, Bat Boy isn't gonna age for at least
Right,
another
just
3 generations.
hairless from the eyebrows down, just running around echolocating things.
Wow. A lot of East Hollywood being very jealous of that fact. Good job.
West Hollywood. East Hollywood isn't gonna shit. They're all-
I'm from Texas. You're lucky I'm acknowledging Hollywood at all. Come on now. I'm not accusing anyone in East or West Hollywood of harvesting adrenochrome, so consider that an advantage over what Orange
Well, see-
County is saying. Come on now.
Here, that's the thing is West Hollywood is full of two types of people. Gays and the Southern California's Hasidic Jewish population. So there are definitely people
Coincidence?
saying that they are harvesting adrenochrome.
Yeah.
But what the fuck is going on with Matt Gaetz in his face? And, also supporting sex workers. Huh? Yeah. What?
Is that what they're saying?
That's
he's
what I would do
doing?
if I was him and do that pivot. That,
Yeah.
like,
I mean-
I would wag my finger at them. and go like, "How dare you? I was empowering these people." Let he who has not subscribed to an OnlyFans cast the first stone.
Oh, no.
Hey,
Mhm.
there's a lot of center left people on Twitter who would be happy to rehabilitate anyone.
Oh, come on, that's a discussion for another show.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matt Gaetz was basically a Nazi, and then we've radicalized him. He supports sex workers now. Isn't that a step forward? Why can't you acknowledge progress?
I am looking forward to like the Matt Gaetz, Richard Spencer heel turn, quote unquote, that occurred. You know, let him get fully rehabilitated and be like, "Ah, man, those are some wild and crazy times." Anyway, check out my new show on MSNBC talking about I don't know, Hill News Tonight.
I'm not an expert on wrestling. Is there a word in wrestling for when you were a heel but you're a good guy now?
Oh my god!
I think it's still a heel
Is-
turn,
okay,
even
so-
though
okay,
you're like a baby, even
Well,
though you're a baby face
okay.
now.
It's a face turn.
Oh,
Yeah, I guess it would be a face turn. I've never heard that term though.
Well, because we've never seen a heel turn into a good guy. And
must
okay,
have
no.
happened.
It's literally
it
Dennis. It's
happens
so
all the
much
time.
stupider. It's called a heel face turn.
What?
That's
It's
worse.
worse.
That's a word. Like that's such a bad term.
It's just
Yeah. No one does it because no one wants to say
just
it.
all of them together.
Oh shit! 10 best WWE face turns ever.
Well, like the
Yeah.
Rock did that. Like he was part of like they like I remember in the 90s it was the Attitude Era. They had like a whole like roster that was the Nation of Domination, and it was very suspiciously was close to like Black Panther like sort of imagery, and then The Rock was in there. But I mean, he is half black, so like it makes sense. But they were all supposed to be like the bad guys. It's like, Vince McMahon, we understand what you're doing. Like we know what you're trying. We know what you're getting up to.
Oh, John Cena is the best example, though. Right?
Yeah, John Cena, 100%.
Like he started off as like the annoying, like dirty white boy. Like that was his whole shtick for a while, wasn't it?
And now he's an American dream.
Okay.
I think that is like a TV show,
Dreamboat.
probably hosted by John Cena. American Dream. Hi, everybody. Like The Rock is going to run for president as a bit so that John Cena can actually run for president.
Become the president.
Yeah,
like he
like
can
that.
be the president.
Oh no!
My favorite though is because I watch a lot of independent wrestling. Is that like my favorite wrestler Effie? He's always a heel. Like he's never a good guy, and like he's just. But like I'm kind of okay with like this really flamboyant gay man just being a bitch.
Yeah.
like it's really fun. It's a really good thing. It's just so much more interesting to watch.
I mean, listen, it's a trope that would happen, but also I want it to happen. Do things to me.
oh yeah, please, very much so. Effie, please be on the show.
Who's like the hottest mainstream wrestler? You know, like Dave Bautista, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Hulk Hogan, John Cena.
Like, you mean, like,
they're all like
sexy or, like-
drippingly straight
like-
though.
I guess either or. I was talking about like their vibe, not like
Oh, vibe? I
like
would
their-
say
their
I would
Their
say
vibe
Dave
is
Bautista.
heterosexual.
No, I would say Dave Bautista is because he's actually super cool. He's like he's like in general like a very cool person. He has like gay moms.
Yep.
And then Sami Zayn. Although Sami Zayn's like
okay.
Blackballed by the WWE.
I'm looking at Dave Bautista pics now, and I see what you. I see, no, this is good. This is fine.
But
I just I like Dave Bautista because he's the only one who's decided to actually like become an actor and stuff.
and like
Which
try.
is weird because like he has his money making projects, like no doubt he's gonna be in Army of the Dead with Zack Snyder. He was fucking what's his name from Guardians of the Galaxy, like
Well, okay, but he like tried really hard was he was playing.
yeah, like
Guardians of the
he gave a
Galaxy,
shit.
so-
But that he also has like these like very nuanced roles, like in Blade Runner 2049, which if anyone who hasn't seen it, he's in like the first 10 minutes, so it's worth watching
The first 10
a
minutes.
little bit. But
There's a lot of pictures of this guy with like sunglasses in front of like a news background, and it's got very much like Good World Alex Jones.
of Dave Bautista,
Yeah.
Dave Bautista doing the Alex Jones and like Joe Rogan thing where he's like
Yeah.
very red, but then like having intelligent conversations with people.
no, he absolutely would be that guy who god damn it, that's gonna be like his next Hollywood thing. It's gonna be like super
man, what-
jacked but also incredibly knowledgeable.
Yeah.
He's gonna get
Great.
a pair of glasses that are much smaller and like for reading.
Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna see.
I'm gonna.
Oh,
he's gonna like have a bit where he accidentally breaks them.
There's nothing more adorable than a guy who's like 7 feet tall and ripped to shit, just
Charlie.
picking out like a tiny pair of glasses meant just to sit at the edge of his nose and putting them on.
Charlie, look
Yeah,
at
like this picture.
look what I just said.
What'd
This
you
is
s-
him from Blade Runner 2049.
Oh yeah, like
So.
that.
Just
They did it.
I love it.
Like, that is a man who just
my
wants to farm and needle sew, but he is a weapon of war.
Yeah.
Like,
I keep having to use this plowshare as a sword. I just want to give up.
it's him bending the plowshare into a sword and back again each time.
Bends it into a sword, hacks down the enemies, bends it back, goes back to farming.
I love the idea of him like sharpening it just by squeezing the edge, you know? Just
Yeah, he
it's
squeezes the
beautiful.
edge really tight and then pulls it through his fingers, and it comes out as a sword.
He
He's got the
just
perfect,
folds the
like-
edge over and uses fingernails to crease it like paper.
Yes.
What's even
Oh,
weird
man.
is like I can't find like non-jacked photos of Dave Bautista because he's been
No,
in
I think
wrestling.
he's just always been a giant man.
Yeah, it's gonna be weird. Okay, Dave Bautista transformation. Here we go. Let me see what Russian website at Powcast Sports has in store. Oh, it's to a disabled YouTube video. Great, yeah, totally a legit site.
Darn, I thought we were going to finally see the transition video.
Yeah, when he debuted, his face wasn't quite as beat up. But
Well, you know, he's not suffering real hits, Dennis. It's all fake, right? Yeah.
he's maybe been hitting the human growth hormone just a little bit though.
Yeah.
Oh,
could,
well,
I
for
could-
sure. Yeah.
I can kind of see that in his face. See, the WWE bans steroids, but human growth hormone, that's a drug. That is prescribed to you by a doctor because you got wrinkly skin.
A doctor which you don't have the health insurance for.
Yeah.
Listen, I podcast off a cup of coffee. This guy does his job off of some sort of incredible steroid cocktail. Like, we all have our thing.
Mhm.
God. Can you imagine if you got this
An
rip
incredible
just off of
steroid cocktail.
podcasting? Ah, wonderful.
He would not.
We would be fucking yoked. We'd be jacked. Are you kidding me?
What Dave Bautista needs to angle for is replacing the Howard Stern show.
Yes.
Oh.
Probably could. All right, Dave Bautista, Howard
absolutely
Stern.
could.
That's
That's a
got to be
better
a
show.
crossover that's happened.
It's
right?
a better show. He
It's-
looks
I don't
like a
think
fucking
he's-
like Rogan type. Just do it. God damn it. Make the pivot.
I don't know if Dave Bautista's been on here. I'm flipping through his
Howard
stuff.
Stern looks like an evil
like-
wizard in an action movie starring Dave Bautista.
Yeah. No,
So-
that's the look of like the Wicked Witch of the West or something in the like modern day Romeo and Juliet version of the Wizard of Oz.
Speaking of having a lesbian's haircut,
Oh, damn.
No. There are probably 3/4 of the women in Brooklyn wish that they had Howard Stern's hairstyle right now. Just,
Yeah, but they-
it's
you know,
gorgeous.
the humidity just doesn't it makes their hair like too poofy, where for Howard Stern it's just right.
How is it both wet and
Yeah.
dry looking at the same time?
I mean, product, or he hasn't showered since he
I'd
started.
like to point
his
out most
show.
of these people are rich enough they probably don't do their own hair. So my new conspiracy is that part of the gay agenda is to get into being all of these people's hairstylists, just prep them to just perfectly transition. You're so ready. Just
by that logic, I assume no one wants Meghan McCain on any team whatsoever.
no.
Are you
you
kidding
can
me?
tell.
Have you seen her recently? Like, she clearly has pissed off someone at at wardrobe and makeup, because they just keep putting her in fucking like, talk about Blade Runner. Like, they just keep putting her in like weirder and weirder like sci-fi shit. She looks fucking ridiculous. Like, she had like Chun-Li buns the other day with like like I don't like chainmail going through the center. It looked so odd. Like what the
According to the insider, Meghan McCain's hairstylist says she isn't trying to sabotage the view style.
I
of her hair.
100%
So
disbelieve
she
that.
just
Who
thinks-
is this like angry homosexual?
Yeah, what's this person's name?
These space buns. These are the worst space buns I've ever seen. They're like each one of them is as big as.
No, this is
like, her
absolutely
head.
just another right winger who loves the prequel trilogy, being like, "Give me the Queen Amidala."
Like who?
Oh my god, the one with like the mohawk down the
Yeah.
middle is so bad. It's like a mohawk of her hair down the middle with like rings in it. And it looks interesting, but it's not. I don't know how you even
This person, whoever is doing this to Meghan McCain, is just part of a long legacy of gay or queer hairstylists and makeup artists who just fuck with conservatives like Tom Higgins, who pied Anita Bryant back in the 70s. She was like, yeah, gay people shouldn't be allowed to live, and all of a sudden her hair was no longer quite as coiffed and she got pied in the face. And her response was, after being pied, was, at least it was a fruit pie, before bursting into tears and then praying.
Jesus.
Oh, you just posted to Meghan McCain. What is that? That's not the good version of that.
No, this is a Queen Amidala
Yeah, it
look,
is.
though. This is 100%. Like, you were joking. No, this is 100% Amidala
No,
look.
I don't think I was joking.
I don't know if you had seen this or
No,
not.
I have
though,
not.
but This is the most.
I have not seen this. All I know is like, you listen to like the Alex Jones stuff, and you listen to the right wing crap in that universe, and they love the prequels. They fucking love them, and I'm confident that's what this is.
I just posted the stylist link to their other stuff, and wow.
Who?
understudy with top artists like Reggie Wells, the former makeup artist to Oprah Winfrey, and Myrtle Winston, former wig maker for Tina Turner.
This is
Okay.
This is wild. I found a telephone number.
I'm going to have to call this person Carmen Curie, and I just need to know. Also, I need to tell them to fix their fucking website. I hate this shit.
Does this person do Nancy Pelosi's hair? Why is Nancy Pelosi like featured?
Did she do Gabby Tulser?
Gabby Tulser.
Gabby told her.
Wow.
I love the, if you go down probably about let's see, 3/4 of the way, you see like Miss Teen beauty pageant people or whatever, and so it's just three looks like probably like 15-year-olds, and then Bob Costas just right there.
who is styling Bob Costas's hair? Like, why does it
are
need
you
to be
bragging
styled?
about that?
He's
Like,
he's brushing it. That's not even styled. Like what?
This is all truly the most heterosexual hairstyles I've ever seen. Like,
Yeah, maybe this person isn't queer.
oh hell yeah.
Like,
halfway down, y'all. Bayer aspirin. You'll see what I'm talking about.
Oh, what? What is
What?
this? What the fuck is
that's
this?
exactly who I was looking at when I was saying it was heterosexual as hell. I didn't realize it was for Bayer.
Oh yeah. It's like this is definitely looks like some nice white lady that is the model. Then she has her hair in several different
What culture are
braided
they
dreads.
appropriating? I'm not sure.
I don't think this is culturally appropriative. It's just bad. Like, it just looks bad.
No,
Also,
this is just someone who's like, I want to look like an extra in a movie about racing cars.
There you go. Oh, and then further below that is all the Queen Amidala styles. Look at this, this one with the big top bun.
This will
but it's,
this
very
link will
tower-like.
definitely be in the description.
Yes,
Please,
we'll need to do that.
please look at this as we. I believe that this is FKA Twigs in here, and this just looks like I love FKA Twigs. I think the hair that she has and the wigs that she wears are amazing. This is the laziest looking FKA Twigs look, if this is FKA Twigs, which I cannot tell because in every photo FKA Twigs looks like a different person.
I like the very, very, very bottom photo for J Buck's restaurant, which just looks like the cover of a VHS.
Yeah, was this a television show or something?
Right, it looks like a television show.
Was this like an 80s TV
these
show?
are weird bad cuttings from very old very old media forms, and then they're pasted on this weird website with
You
a
know what
weird
all this is?
background.
This is someone who makes wigs for a living, just stealing chunks of people's hair to make wigs out of, like under the table. And it's just like, no, it's a hairstyle. You have a bun up here, nothing on the side, and it's only half as long in the back for some reason. And don't ask where the extra hair is going.
Also, for some reason, you could log into this website. There's
Please,
there's
please.
there's a login. Can I make an account for us, and then so we just like get some wigs or something?
Oh my God, yes. I don't know what fresh hell will be awaiting us on the other side, Dennis.
no.
See, I've been thinking about getting wigs just because like I have no hair, but
And from
I must
her
wig.
of all people, that's who you would want to get them from.
Oh,
Me
yeah.
and
Yeah, I
Meghan
use Megan
McCain
McCain's
have the
stylist,
same-
obviously.
She doesn't. It looks honestly, Dennis, like this stylist. Their original goal was to make little hair-made voodoo dolls, and then they kind of stumbled into hairstyling to try and justify the cuts that they made.
Also, a little jumping the gun. If you go to the very very bottom, this is copyright 2023
What?
Oh hell yeah!
It is.
by Lulu,
I don't
proudly
think you
created by Wix. If
Oh.
you all don't know, Wix is an Israeli company, and they have servers in occupied territories in Palestine.
Really?
So
Okay.
Oh boy. Oh, okay. If you click on my portfolio, the first thing that it pops up is videos of Megan McCain's hairstyles, and the first one.
Yep, that's
You
The
can't
first one is
can't
the
go
one.
back and forth in the video. It's just an embedded video that has no control. Like you can't even like go back and look. This is such a bad website.
It's like a GIF. It doesn't even have
Yeah.
audio for me.
I almost want to inspect the page to see what the fuck is going on. I vaguely remember these sorts of things. Is this a?
Is this a GIF?
It's a web. It's a dot web.
oh, it's a web. Okay.
So it's like a web player. It is technically a video, but it's all through Wix. Everything is like Wix.
I can't even
branded.
click it to reload the
it's-
image. This is a terrible website. I hate
Sorry,
this.
we're not gonna fix
Moving
we're not gonna fix your
on.
website though, Carmen, because we don't know how to do
okay.
that.
Okay. The about me section. Have y'all go to the very very bottom where she has a quote from Beyonce at the end of it?
If I'm not happy if I'm not improving, evolving, moving forward, inspiring, teaching, and learning. Beyonce. It wasn't. This person did a really good hairstyle for me. Beyonce. This is my
Yeah,
this
exactly.
is my hairstyling ethic. I need to be always
Inspirational quote
challenging
from
myself,
Beyonce.
challenging the people I do to go outside.
Oh,
I would
no.
describe these hairstyles as challenging. Like
They are.
They
yeah,
they are either
challenging.
incredibly normie
Challenging
or they
hairstyles.
challenge me. Yeah.
I have a true passion for my artistry, starting my journey very, very early on with a quick lesson on braiding using hymnal tassels at church for my aunt when I was 6, followed by my grandmother teaching me how to use Marcel irons over a gas stove, and my great aunt extensively teaching me about wigs, extension, and overall hair care. Modeling broadened my beauty horizon even more, starting with using my own face as a canvas as I navigated through the do's and don'ts of makeup artistry, discovering the various genres of beauty, why being familiar with the color wheel is so important, and each look is tailored specifically for the individual. Why do you talk about the color wheel? You're like, yeah, the color wheel is fucking important. You're a fucking art upmateist for like professionals.
Each makeup look is tailored to the individual. I'm not just using the makeup gun from The Simpsons. I like actually take care of your face.
Yeah, if a makeup artist pulled out a color wheel in front of me, I would leave.
No, that's
you,
fine.
You do kind of need a
That's like-
you do kind of need a palette just in case.
Yeah, but like you have the palette. You don't pull out a color wheel and then like start pulling out different palettes and going, all right.
No,
well,
that
Oh,
no, that's
right.
like
My
saying you
God.
fire an architect because they like had a booklet with all the different geometric formulas in it. Just let them reference.
Yeah, the reference is fine. That's fine. But like, if they're still like, okay, so blue, BLUE, got it.
Huh, there's a silent E
That's
on
when
the
you
end.
fire.
That's neat.
The only blue I enjoy is the cordon kind.
Interesting.
Interesting,
No, I
Kelvin.
mean, no, this
Um,
makeup. Interesting. I mean,
Oh.
she went for the garage doors and she did it. Well, enough about Carmen Curie, her terrible hair, and her garage doors that she's painted onto her eyes. Artemis has joined us, and I want to congratulate Artemis on finally getting estrogen. Yay!
It took me months, and eventually It took me months to try and book an appointment to get a referral. Then I booked a single appointment with Planned Parenthood, and they gave me a prescription the same day. So I really should have done that like a year ago.
You know what, Artemis? It's fine. We all take these journeys our own ways, but I'm very happy for you.
Yeah, we all take this journey our own way. Some of us just hit a wall over and over again for years.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, I mean, maybe you should have gone to Planned Parenthood first, but not every Planned Parenthood does.
It's perfectly reasonable to assume a doctor would help you with a medical problem.
It is true. And basically none of them take my insurance.
I mean, yeah, but that's why you just lie and say, I don't have insurance.
I'll take the grant, please.
I mean, they do just give stuff away.
They did that. They were like, "Hey, can we apply? You want to apply this grant?" I was like, "Sure, okay."
This is very exciting. I just got my estrogen
cool.
switched over to patches like yesterday or the day before.
Oh,
Okay, so you'll have to tell me, are patches supposed to be more effective? This is something I've heard this debate over and over again.
I don't know.
This has been a recurring Twitter discourse too.
I haven't tried them yet. I'm gonna go get them this week from the doctor, and we're gonna do we're gonna test my levels before and like a month after I start on them to see if it's about right. Now, the doctor I go to like seems to really enjoy going to like virtual trans healthcare conferences, which is a mixed bag because like on one hand, oh god, the research is so crappy half the time. But on the other hand, there's lots of good preliminary research I've never heard of that my doctor is excited to tell me about. And what I was told was preliminary research suggests there are better feminizing effects on patches than on pill or injection. And I don't know what that means. And so I looked at my doctor and I said, so do you think it'll help me like fucking 8 years out? And she just kind of shrugged her shoulders at me and looked really excited, like, let's find out. And I'm like, okay, yeah, let's. So I will let you know within a year if I'm like softer and brighter and my tits started growing again.
I mean, it kind of makes sense to me because most of the people that I know that are on T take it as a gel, like a topical gel.
Okay, everyone I've ever known who took T, I've done injections for people.
Oh, see, maybe it's just like
only injections.
Maybe it's just California has like access to these things. Like
needles are hard to get, and a lot of people are not super willing to do an injection every week.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, I imagine giving needles to a 19-year-old probably, or 20-year-old probably not a priority to a lot of pharmacists.
Yeah.
Especially in the Midwest where, injectable drugs have been a big issue recently.
See, what we did is we got on it. We got off of Amazon like a big box of like the tubes, and then a big box of draw needles for like just like not like that aren't sharp. Mm-hmm. So you can't put them in you. And then also all we have to get from the pharmacy is just the tip part of the needle for the injection thing. And it's just so much easier to get that than it is the whole thing.
Yeah, it's like how Artemis probably can get a tap from a liquor store, but not like a keg. Because you can't technically drink from a tap, so they could sell it to her.
I that's true. I don't own any actual alcohol or drugs, but I own a shit ton of paraphernalia. Like enough to get me suspended from school, but they wouldn't call the cops.
Yeah, because like technically that's not like, I mean, I guess in some jurisdictions that is illegal, the paraphernalia is, but like you could technically smoke tobacco from them.
Listen, officer, this grinder is for thyme and cilantro.
Oh, my herbs and spices.
I'm a culinary expert.
Officer, I was told I could meet cute boys on this, but I made a mistake.
That is one of the platforms I am not on.
Yeah, right. Oh god, that is not one I could like. Oh god, I cannot imagine. Like I already like in the when I early in transition was like still being set up with gay dudes, and I'd go out and I'd be like, "Oh, you're a gay dude," and they'd be like, "Yeah," and I'd be like, "This isn't gonna work. Like we might have a good year of like having some fun, but you're gonna kind of get sick of this after a while."
Trust me, this is not going to work out.
This is why you need to.
No, it's not going to work out.
This is why you got to find bi guys, because ass is ass, Charlie.
Yeah, no, that's what happened. Although the number of them out there are limited enough that I haven't found very many.
Mm-hmm. Well, you gotta. Listen, we have to wait for the chemicals to make people realize
Yeah, no, one day we're gonna find
Mhm.
that cute femboy who really likes to like do dishes as part of like helping out
Oh,
the family.
please, thank
and
God,
we're gonna
because
be
I
fine.
hate doing dishes.
Me too. I just like, I don't mind being wet. I don't mind being not wet. I do not like being partially wet and sprayed with water a little bit for like an hour.
You can get
Terrible.
a dishwasher.
That's true.
I have a dishwasher.
You can load and unload a dishwasher.
Fine,
I
I
have a
need-
dishwasher.
I need a-
I still have to rinse all my dishes.
I need a cute boy to load them for me.
Yeah, get them in like a little like skirt or something too.
Yeah.
Can we just make sure that they're short? Like, I hate tall
This
people.
sounds like a you problem. I'll take
So
whoever.
y'all are looking for a cute boy to deliver load after load? Is that
Yes.
correct, Dennis?
Listen, I'm just saying, we've missed the chance to have femboy representation. And I mean, what does any good LLC or corporation do when they need representation? They offer a low-level, unpaid position,
That's true.
and then hire a diversity hire. So there's a lot of femboys of various categories available.
Categories.
Beat me to it.
And as they either go to one or the other identity and stop being femboys, we can cycle them out into new positions throughout the departments.
No, I want an internship that really encourages their fanboyness.
Right. I think we
Like,
I think we have enough space and time to like sort of develop, and they could figure it out for themselves.
Get 4 of them.
Yeah.
Create a musical group. Fem
But
boys.
what
to men.
what I'm saying is that we need yet another Mexican, so I don't feel quite as short.
Okay.
Okay, will you settle for any Latin American
That
or specifically a Mexican?
that's fine. Let's see. As long as they're not like white.
Oh.
As long as they're not like white South Americans, because they are tall.
No Argentinians, no Brazilians.
I was about to say some 6'4" Brazilian person.
maybe in maybe like a one that doesn't eat very much.
I'm pretty sure I do know a femme Guatemalan boy. I think I do know him.
Now, if coming from any of the other people in this, that would be a highly suspicious thing for someone to say.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Matt
No,
Gates.
Yeah, we're all just here listening.
No, I do.
We
I
support
do
you.
know that, and also finding a leftist Latin American, not hard, very easy.
No.
What's even better is they're probably like they're probably a trot, which is okay, but we could just go ahead and make them a Posadas. Just give them a few books about aliens, and we're there.
Trots are okay. I mean, trots are okay in Latin America. It makes sense.
Mhm.
By the time Trotsky got to the West, he had already been kicked out of enough places that he had like figured out what he wanted to do with his life,
Mm-hmm.
and you know,
It wasn't
he
good.
wasn't. Yeah, he was just a critic of a country. He didn't possess any power. He wasn't doing anything
Mm-hmm.
cringe.
Hey,
So people wanting to organize internationally makes a lot of sense when
yeah, and I
you're on a continent.
yeah, and it makes a lot of sense in Latin America at the time, but also like, hey, I'm not against a newspaper, and also I'm definitely not against a newspaper that's printing a few things about aliens, which is why Posadism is just the natural evolution. Also, Trotsky looked Mexican. I'm sorry, Trotsky
Wow.
looked Mexican.
I've heard this. I don't agree.
This
I-
is like
well-
is just Justin Trudeau, but the original
Again, no,
version.
I'm gonna.
right?
I know you don't agree, Artemis, but we're gonna have to agree to disagree. I know plenty of Mexican guys who've rocked a Trotsky look.
Rock the trot.
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna rock the
The
trot.
trot hawk.
We're
It's gonna
trot
be some
stepping tonight.
what's his name? Is it Diego Luna? Daniel Luna? I'm trying to remember.
Oh, Diego Rivera.
No. The like the Disney actor.
Oh yeah,
Remember.
no, don't remember that name. Also, to anyone who's new listening, I am Mexican. Like these are not like I'm fully with.
Oh,
I'm fully with
Dennis,
Yeah.
they have shut off the podcast.
This
already.
is perfect.
Oh,
They
yeah.
didn't start
John
with this
Ralphio.
episode.
It is
There we
Diego
go.
Luna.
John Ralphio from Parks and Rec. Looks like a young Leon Trotsky.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I could see that actually.
yeah. John
Also-
Ralphio does look like a young Trotsky. Just he hasn't got the mustache going yet.
Also, a friend of the show, Raul, definitely.
Raul definitely looks like Trotsky. Yeah. Now that we got Artemis here, we'll play some intro music.
Nice and loose.
I don't think you should say that about a woman.
Psychic Dolphin Garage.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Psychic Dolphin Garage. I'm Zach, he, they.
I'm Dennis, he, they.
I'm Charlie, she, her.
I'm Artemis, she, they.
I'm Kelton, he, him.
Woo! And we're packed into the garage today.
Shoulder
we're
to
missing
shoulder.
Bo.
Is Bo coming?
Bo
Very
is off
stuffy in
Yeah,
here.
Bo can't fit.
jacking
Yeah,
off
Bo
somewhere.
can't fit, unfortunately, because he does have a hard on, so that means it won't fit in the garage now. Like, we're all just remember, canon is that Bo does have a gigantic cheese wheel sized dick. It's
Yeah.
it's a
Cheese wheel
it's
is
about
the
20
shape.
it's about 20 inches around, but only like 4 inches long.
We call it the satellite dish.
Yeah.
We're hoping that eventually, once Starlink gets up and running, we can use Bo to stream internet.
Yeah,
to
I
the
do-
house.
Right now, we're just using him to steal cable.
Yeah, I do get logo with Bo's dick. Thanks to him, I can watch RuPaul's Drag Race on Fridays,
Very good.
and that's praxis.
That is absolutely praxis. You're maybe wondering why we're doing an intro an hour into the show, or 40 minutes, whatever it's edited down to. You may be wondering why we're doing an intro this far in, and that's because the intro is proportionally as long as the show is going to be today.
You've already seen the length. You've already seen the length of it
so-
on your pod player, and you click play. You've listened an hour in already, and good for you.
Mhm.
You were
You
you
have
were gonna
committed.
listen to us just collapse for the sake of content.
Yeah.
Logic would dictate that the sunk cost fallacy means that you're going to listen to the rest of this fucking thing, no matter how terrible it is.
Yeah,
I mean, I suggested doing this because my favorite podcast episodes are the ones where you listen to the hosts slowly lose it,
Oh yeah.
and you gotta
yeah.
hit at least 3-4 hours for that.
and
Mhm.
I do not have enough alcohol to
I don't have any.
to fuel a alcohol raging podcast.
At some
so-
point during this recording, you will hear me doing my shoulder workout. I just need to let you all know.
Yeah.
I will be eating
We'll be
something.
eating. We'll be making love to our partners. We will be living our lives as they normally are outside of podcasting, and you are now getting a window into that world.
I
So
stopped
congratulations.
taking my ADHD meds. It's gonna be hell.
No, R.I.P. Charlie's gonna be the one that's losing it by the end.
She's
He's
already
gonna be-
gone.
I am not here. I'm not doing well.
You sounded like Hal.
Why are you recording this?
I can't let you turn off the podcast, Zach.
You are the content, Zach.
Oh God, yeah. There's so much content. Even I guess state representation. Our state legislatures have gotten have run out of ideas. So this year we've actually hit a second record-breaking year in 2021 for pushing anti-transgender legislation in the
Cool.
United States.
Great.
It's wonderful.
It's so nice to see that our legislature is so bored and has nothing to do, because they've already passed all the anti-protest bills that they can. So now they're pivoting to anti-trans legislation because they're afraid of
It's a good
something.
news for gay folks. They've
And-
really given up on that one.
Yeah. I mean, I do remember
Yeah.
the human rights campaign saying shortly after Prop 8 was overturned by the Supreme Court, they like boldly announced, and they were kind of proud about this. Now we could focus on transgender issues. It's like, oh, okay.
Right. I loved how after they passed marriage equality, they basically just gave up on everything and like gave Jeff Bezos an award for making trans working conditions good.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking, I hate the human rights campaign so much.
Wow.
And
Fucking little-
somehow things are still slightly better here than they are in the UK for trans people.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, no, we're definitely like,
okay,
well-
that's not really a fair comparison because A, we're way bigger, and B, like the thing is, any comparison of the United States to another country should come with the asterisk that somewhere in one of the 50 states it is either equal to or worse than the worst example.
Oh yeah, that
Like-
is fair. I suppose
Yes.
that is a fair point.
Yeah, if you average out the anti-trans legislation, we're a little bit better. Okay.
Maybe I think I could easily accept the argument that probably the worst American state for trans and gay rights is slightly better than Chechnya and Saudi Arabia, but I still think we're like, we'd have to get into the nitty-gritty of it.
I mean, hey, and let's get into that nitty-gritty. Let's look at this anti-trans legislation.
Yeah, the last several days have had some very, very bad bills passed. We talked when we had One True Pod on about how they were trying to ban any medical care for a transgender individual. Like medical practitioners were banned from providing medical care to them. And South Carolina, Texas, and Michigan. Well, South Carolina and Texas have filed legislation now, which is an anti-transgender medical care ban. And Michigan has an anti-transgender sports ban. So now there are several bills floating around. I think Alabama passed theirs that
trans youth.
You cannot provide medical care to children. That are transgender.
It wasn't signed by the governor, and then the legislature overturned that.
Because in that state, the legislature only needs a simple majority to override a fucking veto, I believe. So it wasn't like
Jesus.
This is like whatever.
Yeah. Democracy doesn't exist in America.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Literally, they're just like, well, the governor can stop it if it seems bad, but we only have to have a slightly 5 more people than it took to pass it in the first place in order to overturn that. I believe that's the state.
Wow.
God, I love representational democracy. It does so well.
The stuff wrapped up in all these bills is also not just, hey, if you're a doctor, you can't provide medical care that would be necessary for young trans teens because they aren't adults. It's also, hey, if you think a child is trans, I'm not sure about the wording of this, but I was listening to someone talk about it. They said that basically you have to out trans kids in school.
It's like because trans people are pedophiles, I guess. It's like when you're at the psychiatrist's office and they think you're going to be a harm to others, they have to report it to the cops. So they'll be like, I found a trans. They're going to harm people by having genitals different than I think they should, and then presumably the school has to pull your pants down and check or something if you're gonna do a sports ban or something, right?
Yes.
Wasn't that the thing they're doing in Florida?
Yeah, that is the thing that they're doing.
That is
in
what
Florida.
they're doing. Okay, cool. Great.
It's again just a group of individuals, political group of individuals who cry about pedophilia that they are usually the source of all the time, are now basically just being openly pedophilic.
Right. Well, I mean, the fucking Ghislaine Maxwell trial is going on. They could pay attention to actual pedophilia, but no, they fucking invent it and make it about fucking me.
Well, because if they did pay attention to actual pedophilia, they would all have to go to jail.
Yeah. I understand why Matt Gaetz is in the docket now, because he's probably gonna be the genital checker for all of the schools, right?
You're probably right.
It becomes the governor's role to check the genitals of the sports team when they go to state.
Yeah, it's they do a ceremony and the boys have to line up.
I mean, this used to be a thing going into college. I think in most Ivy Leagues, this used to be a thing where as part of a physical and a personality test, you would have to get your body inspected. And there are huge, there are volumes and volumes of photos of Ivy League men and women, called the Atlas of Man and the Atlas of Women,
Jesus.
Where it's just a bunch of weird rich people sort of just staring at dicks.
Well, and it's part of that sort of old type eugenicism.
Yeah,
eugenicist movement that was very much a force of systemic racism, and still very much is a force of systemic racism and sexism.
It's where we get the terms ectomorph and mesomorph and all of those things, saying whether or not you were whether or not your body is valid to be muscular or skinny or smart or anything, all those things.
Yeah, I'm more of a eugenicist at this point.
Well, I'm glad you finally made it here.
Yeah, no body is good. All bodies are malformed and dysfunctional.
You're all
because
scum.
evolution is not perfect.
Although if you do want to buy me like protein powder and pre-workout, I'd be very happy. Like if you want to make my body perfect, great, please do that because this shit's expensive.
We're perfecting as many bodies as we can in this podcast.
Make me-
Dennis
yeah.
is working out again. Artemis is on meds. Charlie's been on meds.
Yeah. Just-
I eat a bunch of junk
Yeah,
food.
see, we're supposed to
think
be
Kelton is there with me.
I said it. We're a twink podcast, and I'm the daddy bear representation. Do like make that real. Make that a reality. Get me like to be like a buff bara daddy. Like that's what we're doing. Kelton's
yeah.
not going to do it, so I might as well. He's got a kid to take care of. That's hard stuff.
He's not.
That's right.
He's not. He's got
That's
lift the
really
kid.
not that much.
Deadlift the
That's not
kid.
that much weight at all. I understand that. Kelton's.
It's not. Listen. It's not about the quantity of weight. It's about the consistency and the form of your reps.
Because
Okay.
I'm assuming Kelton's offspring would be pretty tall, much
Yep,
like
yep.
himself, but that's still not a lot of weight. Kelton, you're a very
You
strong
gotta-
man. I'm pretty sure deadlifting your child is not going to be
Yeah, you
much of a
gotta,
workout.
wait till they get to like 100, 150, and then bench the child. It's simple.
Wait until she's fully grown, and then you'll be fine. Yeah.
Yeah. What? That can't be more than 20.
Well, when
20,
when a
15
young
years.
when a young girl is done developing seems to be a hotly debated issue among
Yeah.
certain circles.
especially amongst the people who are trying to defend Matt Gaetz here, who keeps saying the term like 17-year-old woman, 16-year-old woman.
they
I was
keep
like,
saying
you mean
that.
a child?
Yeah.
I mean, a minor.
A minor. We
minor.
have decided that in this country that is illegal. It is generally understood that you can't take someone who is under 18 over state borders
Do you think
because
that-
that's what's called trafficking.
Do you think that like Europeans are laughing at us right now, just being like, "What's wrong with it? Our age of consent is 16." Or
I think they are, but also there is still like an international age of consent, which is 18. You still can't like go over the border with a 16-year-old. Like you can't go from like Prague to Istanbul with someone who's 14, even if that is like within the
the only
with
way
the
that
age
can
of
be allowed
consent.
is if you are fucking across state lines. You get
No one's looking
grandfathered
at
in.
Matt Gaetz and being like, "Oh, that's silly." Like everyone looks at this guy and goes, "I don't care what age they are. He shouldn't be near them."
No, yeah, he's just said like
yeah.
that's the face of like the devil.
Yeah.
We all made fun of Matt Gaetz for looking like a goddamn pedophile. How many months ago when we all found out about Nestor, his adopted son?
No, not legally.
His adopted?
Yeah.
Okay, his
His
live-in.
live-in 19-year-old son. Yeah.
Cool.
These things are just becoming so much more suspect.
Yeah, no, it
Like,
was
because,
it
like-
was already super suspect, and now it's like, oh yeah, Gates literally like was paying for prostitutes, which is not a bad thing necessarily on its face until it's like you find out that maybe
Yeah.
these prostitutes were not of legal age.
Also, the fact that his son is like a Cuban immigrant, that's even like again just
Yeah.
really.
They were for my
Why is he not in
kid,
prison
okay? Not me. How
Oh
long?
God!
Also, he totally like brainwashed that kid to think that like being a landlord is like a cool thing.
I
I mean, that's why there are so many like anti-Cuban government Cubans in Florida, because Cuba kicked all of them out. Like even recently, they kicked them out because they wanted to have more than 2 houses. It's like, why would you want to have more than 2? You can't do that. Get out of here.
Like the idea that these people can have 2 houses, and they're like, "I need more than that, though." Like, I want 1.
Cuba's a tiny island. I don't know what you're trying to do.
It's a tiny island, and they're allowed. I can't stress this enough. They can have 2. You're telling me they can have 2, right?
No, I think it's because they were trying to have 2.
That's still fun.
They were going,
That's still
But that's 2
still
per
fuck 'em.
family, isn't it?
Yeah, it's 2 per family.
2 houses per family. That's really good.
Yeah, you're allowed to have a summer home in Cuba. Like, and actually,
Oh, in that case, why would you, if you're trying to own more than 2 houses?
Right, 2
What's
houses, like
your
2
excuse?
large houses, like decent, like, and it doesn't matter outside. Just like 2 houses that support a family. split across your average size family that's so fucking reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
I can't. I'm so mad. I'm
Also,
like, I want one.
The
I
need
want
for
one
a summer
house.
home in Cuba, it's an island. You're less than 100 miles from every beach.
Yeah.
Like, if I lived in Cuba, I'd be fine with like a little apartment because guess what? I could probably just go to the beach on the bus. You'd get there really easily. It's not that hard.
It sounds
I
nice.
hate the beach too, so I probably would never go to the beach.
No, you'd stay near your
Nestor's
apartment.
he's probably has to live with Matt Gaetz because Matt Gaetz is like super brainwashing
Mhm.
him. Like I went to all that I went to all the the Young Americans for Liberty conferences and stuff when I was in high school, and I've talked about that. And you know, it's part of the propaganda machine, but like Matt Gaetz is such pure, like unadulterated, unfiltered right-wing bullshit all the time that when they kidnapped poor Nestor and then put the CIA drug into him to turn him into a capitalist, they had to leave him with Matt Gaetz to make sure that it stuck.
Yeah, the reason why Matt Gaetz took Nestor is because Elian Gonzalez is fully a communist now. So like, so there has to be balance in the in the universe.
There are always two, one master and one apprentice.
And apparently Elian Gonzalez is hot now, so I'm all for it. I know that is really only relevant to just Charlie and I because we're the oldest ones here and remember that. You all were about born when that was happening.
What?
I
Exactly.
was like 7. This was in 2001.
Oh, I suppose so. I remember it was very big news. Oh yeah, Artemis was not alive yet.
No, I
Yeah.
was not.
The memory of this was wiped out by 9/11, of
Yes.
course, so because that was much more. It has turned into a much longer running story than the Elian Gonzalez.
I know that like technically the war in Afghanistan ended, and we're supposed to be taking people out, but we know that that's not really happening, right, folks? We know that that's not really going to be a thing.
The war in Afghanistan is going to end the same way that that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are going to end the war on drugs, legalize marijuana, and free everybody who is
By-
incarcerated.
Passing it on to private sources and maybe not doing it.
I mean, that was kind of the whole.
Yeah.
That was the whole point, right? Like, when the U.S. went into, was it Iran, or Iraq? I can't remember now. But when they went in, they were one of the things is they were going to try and privatize like food stamps and welfare by giving everyone a debit card, not understanding that the infrastructure, because of sanctions to, I believe it was Iraq. Like ATM machines just don't work because there's just not phone lines everywhere or electricity because of sanctions to the country, for nearly 2 decades.
Well, and because somebody decided to come in and blow up all of the
Yeah,
infrastructure.
it's weird how
Yeah.
that would happen, right?
Cards only work if there are readers for the cards, and if everybody doesn't have an internet connection or a phone line, then you can't read the card.
I remember the Bush administration got in two very interesting people to try and do negotiations. There was one guy who he was only hired because he is Iraqi, but he has no history in politics or anything. He just happens to be he happens to have a PhD, and he developed like a penile enhancement implant to make your dick big. So that was his that was on his CV, and that was good enough for the Bush administration. And then the other guy that they got in was some Harvard economist, and when he went in, he saw how people didn't know, because of the way that the Baathists had set up the economy to be somewhat socialist. They really didn't know what to do. So he was like, the best thing to do is just to give them a UBI, and then maybe they'll open up a store or something, but they don't need to be here working. It's all automated. We could just give them money, and then maybe they'll want to sell TVs or something. But the Bush administration was like, no, we can't do that.
What, providing rights to citizens of other countries?
Just giving the Iraqis, after we've destroyed their country, the ability to live. No, That's silly.
Yeah, someone might throw the word reparations out into that, and then suddenly we'd have a big problem on our hands. Imagine that.
Oh, boy.
Imagine paying back the people whose lives and livelihoods you destroyed for doing that. Because if you did that, you wouldn't have budget for buying new F-35s that barely work.
I know.
Yeah.
Or expanding our drone fleet.
Yeah.
Or investing money into, I don't know, Boston Dynamics, and then expanding your autonomous imperialist army. We're just gonna do the Clone Wars versus the Drone Wars all over again.
Oh, looking forward to living in Metal
Like,
Gear Solid 5. Cool.
Absolutely. Some country is gonna finally clone a super soldier.
And it's gonna be the
because we
president.
gave up on that.
It's gonna be the president. Our next president of the United States will be Super Soldier Trump.
No, I personally cannot wait for Solidus Snake to finally take over the country on May 30th and stick it to the Patriots.
Is that going to be the new Independence Day?
May 30th? Yeah, absolutely. That's when we're going to get our new Independence Day, but it's only going to be for a little bit while before Senator Armstrong takes over and ruins America again. You know, we're really hoping that Solid Snake he gets around to taking over and solving this problem. But the philanthropists are really, they've actually been bought out by Bill Gates to enforce vaccine copyright, so it might be.
Well, the good news is that Bill Gates, like we'd mentioned in an earlier episode, is sitting in a dark room somewhere, loading each vaccine by hand, putting the forced feminization chemicals in it.
I'm enjoying the tits that it's giving me.
Mm-hmm.
Pfizer's really giving me I was solidly like a A cup, and now I feel like I'm up to a B.
Yeah, I'm regretting getting the Johnson & Johnson. I've heard some good things.
Mm-hmm.
Some good
Well,
things
see,
about
the blood clot
Pfizer.
actually just goes straight to your chest, but not your heart. No, it's your boobs.
I asked them to inject
just
it
clots up
directly
there.
into my boobs.
It's funny when I was talking to the Planned Parenthood, they were like, we'd like you to be aware that, there's the possibility of getting a blood clot from taking some of these medications. I was like, yeah, I also got the Johnson & Johnson. I probably have the exact same chance of getting a blood clot from this as I do from getting a blood clot from this fucking
I actually
vaccine.
think it's a higher chance of getting a blood clot from that medication.
yeah, I
than
think
from birth
'cause-
control.
yeah.
Birth control, I know, and estradiol, I don't think it's the exact same thing as birth control, but it's very similar.
Yeah, I'm not 100%
Yeah.
sure because I think they use progesterones and birth controls too, which you can take
I
as part of the thing. And I don't really know how it all works. I will say that's one of the things they said patches will do for me that's why they want me to do it, is they want me to have less risk of blood clots, because apparently that's just not a thing with
okay.
that. And because I get migraines and stuff and have history of bypasses in my family, they're like, just don't risk it.
Yeah, I think it was originally I think most people were taking birth control off label.
Yeah.
As a way of getting HRT, and then now I think estradiol is a technically not it's technically not birth control, but it's basically birth control. If I recall correctly, that's what it was.
The way I understand it, as a starter dose, they'll start you off with estradiol and then a blocker like spironolactone.
Yeah.
And then you can ask for progesterone because it's supposed to stimulate stuff like breast growth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. Again, I don't know if any of this will have any effect on me 8 years in, but I'll keep trying.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna get these boobs up another.
I mean, that is incentive enough in my mind, right?
You get to go bra shopping again. That's half the point, right?
Yeah, every woman's favorite thing to do is wear a bra.
I'll fucking wear a bra, as little as possible.
Hey, but maybe you'll have to because your boobs will be just gigantic.
Look, if that's a problem I have, I'm willing to work with it. But in the meantime,
yeah, you.
I'm willing to take the sacrifice. It's a
you gotta go get a shell for.
No,
those
here's the
big
thing: the
mommy
patches
milkers,
just turn you
okay?
into Bayonetta. That's what happens. you turn into You both are already
be
tall
fine
enough
with
to be
that.
her.
yeah. No, this is great. I get what does Bayonetta wear? Like 6 inches of heels? Something exhausting?
Yeah,
Yeah.
gun heels.
Gun heels, right.
I need to remind you. Yeah.
Right, I don't-
whatever the pistol, however long the pistol is.
Standard pistol length. Okay.
It's a fucking
Well,
Colt.
okay, a standard pistol length could be anything from 3 inches to like 19.
Okay, well, I'm going to go with 6 then.
You know, I'm gonna.
It's a Colt Python with a
me look
6-inch
up
barrel.
I'm gonna
okay.
look up her gun is called Scarborough Fair.
Okay, those look like revolvers. For the audio listeners, which you're only audio listeners, we're looking at pictures of guns. She has like double-barreled revolvers. They're not actually revolvers. They just have 2 barrels.
They are magic.
Okay,
I
so
will
the
say they are
Scarborough-
magic.
Yeah, the
Okay.
Scarborough Fair gun results that I'm getting show single hammer mechanism over under barrels. They could be shotgun barrels, and so the only thing that would, I mean, they look like they're about 6-inch barrels, but the only thing that would be equivalent to that would be like
yeah, but they start the actual heel of the shoe starts about
Yeah.
halfway.
yeah, so it
at
like
the barrel.
stops.
So I think they're 6-inch barrels, but
so the gun goes up the back
It
of the
stops
foot?
So,
where the
you know
it
what?
stops. It looks like it
Yeah,
stops.
even
where
I could wear a 3-inch. I could wear
Yeah, that's
these
easy.
things. It's just she's already freakishly tall. Here's Hideki Kamiya, the creator, holding them. So I think this would be our closest like real world equivalent. They are very large guns,
Oh Jesus, those are massive.
Okay.
but
thought
she
you
is
meant
a
the
she's a
shoes.
whole lot of woman. But yeah, see, so if the patches are going to turn you into Bayonetta, you're going to get these like gun heels. Your tits are going to be huge, and you're going to have clothing made out of hair that disappears when you use your magic, because that's where your magic
This is good. The patches give me knowledge of gun
the
kata.
game is I gotta play Bayonetta on stream one
Yeah.
of these days. I'm very bad at it, but it is such a ridiculous game.
I'm just here for the revolver heels.
We'll get
I mean,
get you
yeah.
some of those for stream one day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
This isn't even like the point of banning the medical care that you can so easily access is not even like, well, this is a dangerous procedure, you know. What if we gotta why are we subjecting all these people to, you know, these dangerous medicines that they have to take instead of just coming up with a better, easier way to do it?
Well, and that's the thing, is they're literally saying like, we don't want kids on puberty blockers, like a thing designed for kids who are going to start puberty.
Mm-hmm.
So it's literally like, we designed a medication to stop kids from going through puberty, because like if a kid like starts like if their body starts going through puberty like 8, we kind of want them to wait a few years, because that can be that can have an impact on them, both socially and medically, as far as I understand it. But like, so you put it off for a few years. So what would be the difference of starting someone on that at like 13 and having them on it for a few years, and then they decide what they want to do later? And like, it's literally a medication designed for kids that people are like, well, if we give it to kids, it'll be awful.
Mm-hmm. They're like, clearly we need to allow for more sovereignty of these children's like thoughts, because like the thing is, like, we all knew like a late bloomer in high school anyway. It's not like they would be like out of place.
I don't know about that, though.
And also, I
mean,
cannot.
kids,
all of
kids
my
develop-
all of my high school classmates look suspiciously like 30-year-old Hollywood starlets for whatever.
Also, I cannot stress enough though, like the absolute like body horror you must go through. Like, I didn't figure out I was trans till I was like fucking 23 or 24, and then I'm like, I'm gonna just do this. This will be fun. And it, I'm just like, well, my life went the way it went. That's fine. But like, to have known that at like the age of 8 or 9 and be like sure of it, and to be told that like, in 3 years your body's going to start grotesquely changing against your will, in the wrong way. And you're
It's
going to have to
very
experience
Kafkaesque.
it. No, it's exactly what it is, and like it's just true body horror, and they're gonna force kids to go through it, because it's like, there, you deny this information, and kids still kind of figure it out, but like you can convince it feels even more different. It's just in the sense that like, it was always cruel to not like let people explore these things, but to like have the knowledge that you didn't have to go through any of the terror you went through, but you were simply forced to for the sake of like being on display for the world. Like, your suffering is there for the world to enjoy. Like, that's why you're supposed to change the wrong way, and then maybe scrabble together enough to like go through puberty again. But it's like what it is they want you to be marked. They want you to be marked with the puberty that they think you should have gone through, so that once you've gone through it, then they can say that's what God wanted. You were never meant to be the other thing. But like if you don't go through that puberty and you just go through the one you want to go through and become the person you want to be, then you can quote unquote trick them, and then they won't know. And like they need a way for them to feel like they can know.
Well,
It's all they fucking want.
It's basically the consequence of the only thing that liberalism can do. The only way it can know that there's a problem is to basically not take any preemptive measures, create the problem, and then say, oh, now we know there's a problem, so I'm glad we've done this to raise awareness of the problem.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing a lot of the people are a lot of the liberals are doing in response to all these trans measures is they're trying to appeal to the fucking better angels of these like far-right figures who think we're like devil-worshipping Satanists at the age of 8 who've been indoctrinated into a sex cult. And like they're just trying to appeal to their better angels and be like, you don't want more suffering in the world, do you? Think of the children. And they're like, we are. We're going to punish them
For feeling things the way that it's just the way that
the response that liberalism has had to this has been just absolutely useless. You have your fucking Charlotte climbers just being like, no, we shouldn't do this. This seems not great. And then that's it. That's all you get. Just, oh, that seems bad. Whatever.
Yeah.
Fuck you, got mine.
There's no framework that they have to like have outrage about this because we're stuck in like this very like anti-science view on these things, and also a very appeal to authority figures, and none of the authority figures that we have really have an understanding of the things that you've explained, the experiences that would be improved if you just had access to proper medical care. And also like not even a shred of maybe I don't understand this, I should ask somebody who does understand this at any point along this massive game of telephone that we're playing with each other.
Yeah.
Which is why this is a record-breaking year because I think they passed 82 bills now.
Yeah, where are we at?
And this is just to
80th,
regulate people's
81st, 82nd. Yep.
Just completely taking away people's sovereign, like just their sovereignty over their own bodies. It's the most ridiculous.
We're only
thing.
4.5 months into the year, and we've already broken the record.
Well, and the transgender rights are going to become the new culture war thing. This is the culture war thing now, and we've got our representation. We have black, white, Latin American, Asian bodies in places of power. We have men, we have women, and now we're like, but I don't think it counts if you're transgender.
or you get very poor representation and no one actually like in political power.
Yeah, no, the only political representation we get are people who are willing to play the tokenization liberalism game, just like any other
like Charlotte Clymer or someone.
Yeah. And like I mean, for God's sake, I ran for office, and if there's one thing I heard from a lot of people, it's just that, like, oh, we don't think you're the type of... Like, they weren't even mad about the fact that, like, if they read through my program, it was, like, socialist. They're just mad that, like, fucking, I'm not someone who could appeal to people because I'm trans. Like, or also autistic. I mean, whatever the point is, just there's always a reason why, like, you're not the right kind of representation that you would want for that kind of a thing. And it's like, I just look at the fucking program. It's like, it's not that I expected any of those people to like actually care. I'm talking about like establishment folks, but like, I don't know. There's just something different between like, I know they don't care, but to like hear them try and explain why from their own mouth, it's just so much worse,
Yeah, because they're not going to say, well, I don't understand XYZ. Can you explain that to me so maybe I would feel more comfortable, because I've never had it explained to me before?
It was literally like, early on when I was just talking to people before I'd really started anything, just talking to people in like the Denver Democratic Party, and they're just like, oh, we don't want you to have any positions of power or influence in this thing, but we would love it if you just like told your story about being trans to the Democratic Party. We'll definitely schedule that, and then they'll never talk to me again. Like, we're just trying to get leftists to have a little bit more influence in the local Democratic Party and all of the like cis dude leftists that I worked with were just like really shocked that people were just so against me doing anything with anyone. And I'm like, yeah, the Democratic Party doesn't want me in there. Like, I'm marked with the mark of being trans, so like I can't be in there anymore. That's how that works. Now, you're not. You do that. You get that power and make it easier for me. But I can't do that. And then we tried, and they're like, wow, this really doesn't work. They don't want trans people in the party. I'm like, I know. This is what I'm telling you.
Because trans people are too radical.
Right. I might do radical things like suggest that people can just choose whatever gender they want. Who the fuck cares? I mean, also the local Democratic Party is run by a landlord, so like I probably would have actually destroyed their material interests.
Yeah.
Well, we can't let that happen, of course. So and in that sense, like winning battles like this, where you're passing legislation, is kind of what we elect those people. Or is kind of what those people are elected to do, right? They're not elected to change the material conditions of the people. They're not elected to address the things that are in the best interest of the people. They're elected to stand up for whatever big social issue it is that they're piggybacking on the back of, and then making change so that people feel that, whatever their focus grouped electorate that got them into office cares about, that's what they're going to work on. And that's what the whole machine of the right is going to be working on now for the next 5-10 years at least.
Sorry, I got a bit distracted. Both Jack and Kennedy just started blowing me up with Denver protest updates for today, and they're sending in, there's a picture of there's a video someone took, a TikTok, on the highway of a large, it's a large police vehicle. It sort of looks like a heavily militarized forklift, what someone posted in the comments says, I did some research about this last summer about what they are, and it says mission specific attachments, the Rook tactical vehicle, and it's got a bunch of there's a forklift attachment, there's what looks like a big really pointy scoop attachment for impaling people, there's a big doorway for just having people, it's like a mobile fucking,
it's a mobile barricade that you put officers behind, and then when you're kettling or when you're trying to control crowds, you have this it's on a bobcat, it's got a big counterweight in the back, so that you can just kind of move your lines, move your whatever your pressure line is, using this.
I wonder how legal these are, and the according to the Geneva Conventions. I just wonder.
Probably not very legal, but we have used so many gas munitions over the past year that
it's hardly the worst thing that's being done.
Also, this just means that we can make our own. It does not look that difficult.
Look, redneck police line protection is just like a giant John Deere. It's just a big John Deere that has a bunch of panels welded onto it.
Mm-hmm.
It's the fucking what's that guy that did the death bulldozer and
Killdozer
town? The Killdozer.
He was a piece of shit, but what that proves is that it's pretty easy to make a mobile bunker alone.
Hey.
If you know how to use your tools.
The Killdozer. It's gonna be the
Krill dozer.
The Krill. Oh damn, that's pretty good. I like.
I was gonna say Trill dozer.
I mean, because the scoop is like 2 inches of steel. The scoop on a bulldozer is basically bulletproof.
Yeah.
Or the obvious one for horny podcasting, the dildozer.
Oh yeah.
Or for pickle delivery, either one.
Pickle delivery, which we will get to later. But I guess while we're talking about medical care in the United States, the Texas Senate has revived a push to block cities' paid sick leave ordinances in an effort to prevent regulatory confusion in a way that helps businesses regain their footing as the economy tries to recover from the pandemic's devastating financial effects. They do not want cities and counties to require companies to provide specific employee benefits like paid sick leave. Because you might get confused and accidentally pay for too much sick leave if you have a business that operates in multiple cities or counties. So
I just don't get this. It makes no sense.
Austin, Dallas, and San Antonio have passed paid sick leave ordinances, but court rulings have kept them from being enforced.
Just in case, like, you as a company want to pay someone. Like, I thought we were supposed, like, I thought Texas was supposed to be like, you know, the Wild West, and we could go ahead and, like, you know, our business can do whatever we want. Like, no, apparently not.
Well, you know, they were trying.
Like, isn't this the government overstepping their, you know, their power?
Absolutely. The state government should not have anything to say about city ordinances, theoretically, right?
Mhm.
Just the same way that the federal government can't say anything to our state government about our state ordinances. But, see, we're not really about that because we have to be unified. Like, we have to unify the city and the state legislatures so that they all agree. And it doesn't work to leave them to be independent. So we need, like, a little bit of hierarchy.
Well,
right?
it says it's to prevent regulatory confusion. Do you know how confused regulators are when there's like different municipalities?
Yeah, because then they're not just making like broad sweeping legislation. It's basically on a county by county basis. Like, and that's also why we should just eliminate all property taxes. Because what if I have a business? How am I supposed to know what taxes I'm supposed to pay on it?
You know, honestly, we should just eliminate property. Like, people just like it's confusing. I own stuff. I have to pay taxes on what I own, but sometimes not.
It just doesn't make a.
What if I'm walking and I'm accidentally on someone's property? Like, that's confusing.
I really think we should operate in terms of Minecraft server rules, where you are given a golden axe and you sort of you have a certain amount of blocks you can claim. But if you try to claim new blocks, your old claim goes away. So you have to right click on the right place, and then you can have that little location.
Right. We'll give you an app. You can own whatever house you want, but make sure when you push the button to own the house, you've moved out of your previous house, because it's gonna disappear as soon as you push the button.
It just despawns.
Yeah, it becomes the wilderness, actually.
It returns back to Texas, like prairie / I guess in Houston it's swampland. And it has native plants on it instead of being just like dirt or
using the restore beam.
If you get too ambitious, mobs are gonna spawn there.
Yeah.
Yeah, crowds of Texans being like, we could pave this.
Crowds of Texans with AR-15s and bulldozers.
This could be another steakhouse.
Another steakhouse. Oh, good. I support another steakhouse. I could use another steakhouse that isn't fucking expensive as shit.
Well, it's steak.
Beef is not that expensive in Texas.
Beef is subsidized, but remember that there's cuts of the animal. Beef and steak are
two
economically different things. There's labor value in steak. Carving is difficult.
Then why doesn't the restaurant? Then why, instead of a steakhouse, why don't we do a beef house so that we use the whole animal?
Why don't we have a Salisbury
products
steakhouse?
How do you live in Texas? Barbecue, my man, brisket. Also, like, you go eat lengua once in your life and you'll know.
But you can't get a steak at a barbecue place.
Well, yeah, but that's because it's a more expensive cut of meat.
It wouldn't be if you just bought a whole animal.
Zach just wants a combination, is what he wants.
I want the combination.
Okay, no, here's what we'll do, Zach. Zach, we'll buy you a cow. You butcher the cow yourself. And you show me where the steak is on the cow.
Yeah, I can do that. We always cut deer steaks.
All right, Tony's Barbecue and Steakhouse, Channel View, Texas. There you go. It exists, Zach. Something that uses the whole animal for you.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Can you get lengua?
Lengua's good. Have you ever had pork knuckle?
Yes.
No. Have you ever had had a mobile notary in spaghetti?
You ever had the impossible fajita bowl at Qdoba?
No, because there are no Qdoba around here. It's the weirdest thing. But
because
I really
it's impossible.
Because it's impossible. I got it. That's pretty good.
I can't argue with that.
Oh, Tony's has a ribeye steak sandwich for $8.50.
We are not giving these people advertisement.
No.
Okay, look, Tony's. If you want an advertisement, let us know. I will go to your store. I will video myself stuffing my face full of food.
And
sucking down
I will stay silent in that ad because I don't want to support
just
meat
Zach
eating.
gagging on a steak, being like, "Oh God, it's
Zach's
so
gonna,
good."
Zach's gonna Zach's gonna, because of Zach's like ADHD, is gonna forget how to operate a camera and eat at the same time, and is either gonna choke or forget to turn on the camera.
Zach, that's a T-bone steak. Where's the bone?
Zach's just like
You're
eyes are
supposed
full of
to- are you-
tears. His esophagus.
Eat the bone with the T-bone steak.
Yeah.
It's a part of the steak.
Your neck is comically
His
distended.
esophagus just ripped apart.
No, and then
I don't know.
for
Big
Dennis, we'll do a
T-bone.
simultaneous ad for like a good meat.
No, it won't be
No.
for a good
I
meat
can do
substitute.
that.
It'd be about the
And
evils
soy.
of Zach.
I could go to the vegan butcher in San Francisco. I've actually been wanting to go there.
Oh, they have pedo beans.
Pedo beans?
We call those Gates beans where I'm from.
Pito. They missed the N for pinto beans.
Okay, pito, which means
beans.
dick.
Pito.
By the way,
Does it?
those are dick beans.
That's what Dennis will be eating.
I'll be getting some of them dick beans.
Dick
Named
beans
after
and baked
the
corn.
proud farmer Richard Beans.
Pito beans. I cannot believe they messed up that bad. It's almost like, so like in California, like on all legal documents, like everything, like for some reason you can't use like enyes or something, you know, the N with a tilde over it or something. So a lot of stuff, or like, you know, people don't know how to type it out. So I used to like proctor like tests and things like that. And I remember seeing, like, I was like, California's got to change this or something, because like someone's last name legally was Años, which means years, but like their last name was just Anos,
now
which just means anus. And I'm like, for the love of God, you need to change that. We need to change for this poor person, because their last name just says anus. But yeah, I love it when Spanish is messed up just that much.
Never been so disrespected in my life.
Ella
Fucking
tiene,
anus.
ella tiene 24 años. She has 24 anuses. Please help her. It's a medical condition.
That's not a medical condition. That is a pretty solid emergency.
They just keep sprouting.
That is a societal problem.
Yeah, they keep sprouting every year. Why?
The new Junji Ito comic just dropped.
I'm sorry, it's Yunyi. Yunyi.
Yunyi Pito.
Yunyi Pito. Oh, there you go. God, we're only 80 hours in.
I didn't realize that the dick jokes got better after the 2 hours of recording.
Jesus
so,
Christ.
You're gonna be amazed at how good they get.
We're at some point we're
Yeah.
just all gonna be sucking dicks. Like that's just it.
Yep.
Maybe not me.
Well,
Are you telling
Artemis-
me that like a young woman, you wouldn't do that? I'm sorry.
Okay, there are options.
That's what I'm saying. Is there options?
Okay, yeah, no, like that, like we're going.
Hey, you guys ever hear of cryptocurrency?
Oh God, Artemis, no, not you.
I
too.
really hope there's not crypto on this thing, because I will leave for that.
I have two things to tell you about cryptocurrency.
Oh, okay.
One isn't actually cryptocurrency. I didn't have a good place to put this in your funny schedule, so
I threw it down under tech, but that's like at least
yeah,
2
you will
hours
not.
now, so.
I don't have the attention span for that. No, so as I've said this before, but I worked at a baseball field for a minor league, not really like below minor league team the last summer. Sometimes I think one of the times I showed up to a stream.
Oh yeah, I remember. And you were like keeping score
In the middle of being at one of these games.
Yeah, I recall this.
And because of Corona, obviously people have they've reorganized a lot of the league, and there is a new team in the western part of the American Football League, which is the California Dogecoins.
Oh no, I'm upset about
I don't
this.
like that.
If you'll go to the website, and which for any listeners, it is www.dogecoinbaseball.com.
It is in the. Oh no!
This is as bad as one might expect.
Wait, where?
Yeah.
Where is this? Do I know what city this is?
California.
It's just all of California. California.
They went
Yeah,
10-0
it's
over
California
the Indiana
City.
Barn Owls.
Oh no. Oh, this is up north. This is the Bay.
Baseball Resume Bandits is the name of another team. All right, you know what? I'm going to say it. This is probably not the worst team name that has ever existed.
Well, no.
No.
But that's not saying
the
much.
worst team name that exists is the California Angels, the Los Angeles Angels of California of Anaheim or whatever it is. That
That's okay. That's probably true. Yeah. No. But God, is everybody like? Is there an owner for these teams? Is that how this gets named?
So this is technically a professional league.
Are they?
It's
Are they
professional in that they are paid to do it.
Liberation Professional League Baseball?
They even give you crypto tips on here. Okay. Well,
It looks like they're sponsored by Coinbase, Kraken, Ledger, and Binance.
well, didn't Dogecoin just like spike up to today or yesterday?
If you had invested
Dogecoin was-
$1,000 on January 1st, 2021, you would have over $40,000 right now.
Well,
Keep in mind
Fucked
that
up, didn't I?
the coin has existed since 2013.
Oh,
And the 307.42% they talk about it increasing in value since late 2013 happened in the last 2 years.
oh, that's not
Yeah.
good. Speculating.
No,
Speculating seems bad.
Oh yeah, I hate speculative fucking Bitcoin buyers, crypto buyers.
It also, if I remember correctly, doesn't have a limit on how much exactly can get mined.
Exactly. So if
Well,
people
that's-
start
yeah.
mining more because the value is high enough and you actually make money mining it, then you
Doesn't that?
you make a bigger supply
like-
and crash the value.
I was gonna say that's just inflation.
Yeah, well, and it's inflation with a highly unstable currency, so you get literally neither of the benefits of having actual fiat currency. You get the delightful, terrible effects of having to invest in something and turn over actual money to get something that can spike and be very unstable in value, and
Yep.
it's going to inflate like a currency.
Because like the thing is like you could presumably like if like for some reason things go to shit and like inflation goes up way high, you could still get like an American dollar bill and you could sell that because it'll have collector's value at that point because there are some people who collect money and they're like, ooh, I want the funny money that like is worth nothing. And then you could make, you can get like a couple thousand yuan off of that or something. But like, you don't even get a physical product with Dogecoin or any sort of like, cryptocurrency. I don't see the point. Like, I really do feel like it's just
Some fucking sweet baseball jerseys.
Well, speaking of not real currency, not anything physical. Another part of this league, this baseball league, not this league specifically, but one of its affiliates, is some of these teams have started selling NFTs.
No.
Of course.
Of their various, I don't know if it's game footage, but they're selling NFTs of game footage.
Who's gonna want that?
And things from the players, which I don't know if any of you are familiar with how baseball works. Is it's usually broadcasted in some way. So the only way you could make it an NFT, a non-fungible token, and have it actually be worth anything, would
It didn't
be
exist
if you
elsewhere, right?
if you just cut that part of the game out of the video. And there's another problem then, which is people go to baseball games
And film the baseball game.
Well, you're not allowed to film, but like, congratulations, you own a part of this game.
Well, now I just got back, so I'm not sure what we're talking about, but I feel like we're fundamentally misunderstanding the point of an NFT, which is you own the NFT one.
Yeah.
You can be as many as there is, but there's only one NFT of it.
I just don't see. I get that. I understand that. But I don't understand why. Like, what inherent value do these things have? Which is why all of this is
nothing.
just stupid. Like, you just created mini capitalism inside of capitalism and you somehow made it worse.
I think Trash Future did a breakdown of NFTs. Yeah, I think was pretty good from the perspective of like what has made art valuable in the fucking first place. And they talk about the evolution of art from like originally it's like, oh well, you're not just surrounded every second of every day by exceptionally crafted objects. Like it's the value of art is that someone was able to just pour like time and effort and soul into this thing, and it took a while.
Yeah.
And it was something. And then after a while it shifted to, well, the thing that makes it valuable is like this artist was paid by this rich person. This is like the situation in which it was created. So it was like kind of like some of the information is what made it valuable. And then it shifted over to like, you know, putting shit in museums territory of like, well, the thing that makes it valuable is the little placard that goes next to it that says who wrote it. And all we've done is completed that evolution, which is the bits and bytes that are the information of the thing is the only thing that makes it valuable. There's nothing else. It's just information.
All the boops and bops. Those are it's the only thing that makes it worth it.
The boopus.
Yes. And I think that's a great way to look at it and to be like, yeah, no, this is exactly where modern art had to go, is because they've already got like modern art market is already just a place for for rich people to launder vast sums of wealth because they need something worth vast sums in order to be able to trade it back and forth and not have it be traceable back to its origins, which is, I don't know, probably horrible and imperialist. So what we do is we create NFTs, which allows anyone to get in the money laundering.
Think about
game.
what you could do if you were a member of sort of the richer class or, political class. You think of all of the flights from Prague to Istanbul you could buy with NFTs or some form of currency that is untraceable.
I love that we've just chosen these two cities, too.
I'd like to apologize to the city of Prague. It's a lovely city. They have the oldest pub in existence, and they're only going to be known by our listeners as being the funny pedophiles.
No. I mean, they also have a really cool musical scene. Like, I'm a huge fan of prog rock.
Oh, shut up.
Wow. Also, cryptocurrencies aren't untraceable. They're literally open ledgers. Anybody can look up.
Like, that was the whole point of them, right? Is that, like, you can't
They wouldn't exist. They wouldn't be very good otherwise.
Yeah, they were kind of good at first when you could anonymously get Bitcoin and then do transactions, and there's no like starting point to know where that coin comes from. But after enough time, after you buy enough things with it, or if you now go through an exchange and purchase it with US dollars, like every transaction is tied to you.
The only thing that makes any of these cryptocurrencies valuable is their ability to be turned back into more or less just US dollars, which means they're still infinitely traceable.
Well, and also now there's like US dollar coin, which is like stable coin that's tied to the value of the US dollar.
Oh, good. So
What's the point?
Instead of going back to the gold standard, we've just extrapolated the value of Bitcoin is already basically just what if like all of the solar panels on Earth running at once was the gold standard upon which we based it.
Well, it's just...
Yeah, I'm telling you, the gays do not know enough math to help make Bitcoin better.
We're baking our planet so that people can sell something with like a Pepe Frog face on it and say that it is a fungible currency.
That 100% would be the thing. It's like, they'd be like, oh, so it's tied back to, the power of the sun? Well, I guess that just means we're just going to, like, put a whole bunch of aerosols into the air and destroy what we have left of the ozone layer so we can get even more money. Like, these people they're sick. They don't think like rational human beings because they think like they're pharaohs and they get to take it with them when they die.
It's also like useful because the banking system is not designed to provide us with a good way to move our money around or do anything, right? Like you can't move money across borders. Well, guess what? Cryptocurrency kind of destroys that because you can move it to any address anywhere and it doesn't matter. So you can just easily move funds, billions of dollars if you have that.
Money moves very easily across borders.
Yeah, but you need to...
As long as you give it to
I was going to say, you got to have
first.
Lots of it or like, Swiss bank.
That's why you got to give it to PayPal.
That's the thing is that like even rich people...
Peter Thiel.
Yeah, even rich people have to do some amount of wrangling to get it across. Like cryptocurrency just makes that easier for them, which is broken. I mean, it's already a broken system. When you deposit a check, you have to wait for it to clear instead of having it deposited in your account and then it clears immediately.
Yeah, but that's not the way it is in other countries. That's because they've specifically lobbied to keep it that way in the
Exactly.
U.S. because they can do stuff with your money
Exactly.
for those 3 days while you have to wait for it.
So, like, it's addressing some problems, but it's not addressing it in a way that fixes it for regular people. It then just creates, like, these tack-on effects where
Well,
it's
right.
like, oh, yeah, and also rich people who have millions of dollars can just trade it to different addresses.
Well, and speaking of, wasn't one of the like early NFTs fucking who's the founder of Twitter? Was it Teal?
Jack.
Jack. Well, yeah, like one of those two is like auctioning off their original Twitter tweet.
He sold his first tweet for $2.9 million
To who?
to Sina Estavi.
Right. Why is it that Cena is wait, who sold it? Was it Jack or was it Teal?
Jack Dorsey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why is it that Jack Dorsey needs $2 million from that guy? Like what is the payoff happening there? That's clearly money being laundered for something.
$2.915835.
What favor is being done through that?
$2,915,835.47 is the very specific number that was offered
Right.
after Cena had been holding the high bid.
I mean, like, yeah, like what sort of
What favor is being curried through the NFT transaction?
Yeah, what sort of like weird like pedophile yacht are you buying?
Right. There is always
Yeah.
some
pedophile bot.
actually, and this is something that's not uncommon at all. Is that an NFT is literally just a mechanism by which to bring in profit without having to actually offer a real product.
It might be that
Like-
it was like 51 Bitcoin or something, and then like with processing with network fees, it's like a little less that he ended up donating.
No, I'm with Charlie on this one. That's a suspect amount of money. Like, why do you need
No, this is patronage of some
Why
sort.
do you need this Jack is a millionaire, if not a billionaire.
Right. These people already have like this is pennies to these people. So why are they exchanging these specific? Like it's a lot of money. It can do a lot of things. Why are the pennies being exchanged?
Yeah,
between rich
just the
people?
novelty. I don't think so.
I mean, that's a $2.9 million
No.
write-off.
No, there's no
That's
fucking
a $2.9
way.
million write-off.
Like these people are brain dead, but not that way.
Yeah, it's a tax write-off. He needed 2.915 whatever million
Honestly,
dollars.
yeah, that's what the modern art market is for: is tax write-offs and money laundering.
Exactly.
So I guess it's probably something really mundane like that. You're right.
Yeah. Which
It doesn't necessarily have to be a pedophile yacht, but it could be.
okay, Jack
Which also
Dorsey,
probably is also probably a tax write-off.
It's a way of circumventing business tax, like corporate taxes, by just making it a personal transaction. Like, well, I want to do this thing for this guy with my business, but I don't want to pay taxes on it, so I'll just like sell something personally and count it on like personal taxes or some shit. Like, there's something there going on. It's just I'm gonna sell my tweet.
Yep.
And get $2 million for it.
Who wants to buy my tweets?
I mean, if everybody could sell their tweet for $2 million and we had a program where the U.S. government was forced to buy it, then then I would support it.
Okay, so you're advocating all government bonds be converted into like tweets.
Yeah, essentially, and then that way we can just trade in our tweets, and depending on how much we're posting.
oh yeah, I would post so much. Bo would be a millionaire. Are you kidding?
That's the only time where I think we could justify a federal program, because then we get the crypto bros on board.
Bo would be the Angles to the rest of us being Marks.
Ah, damn true.
He would be our boyfriend that lets us sleep on his couch
Very good.
and die on his couch.
Well, it's not like we're ever going to leave the couch, so yeah, that's true.
Also, our wife will sleep on the couch with us. I don't know how that worked out.
It's a really big couch if it's got all of us and
They had
all
a
of
hell of a
our
couch back
wives.
Angles had a huge couch. I don't know if everyone knows this.
I did not know that.
Angles had a gigantic couch.
It's
Wow.
just like a triple wide chaise long.
A triple wide,
A triple wide
and
chaise.
yeah, and then Marks would just
Yeah.
sit on one little tiny corner of it, and then just relay to Ingalls all of his thoughts all the time.
Marks would fuck Angles on that while Marks's wife watched. She was very supportive of it.
I mean, you saw what they were cranking
Mhm.
out as a result.
Yeah.
And she was just there, like one tear rolling down her cheek, like for the
No, she was
She
just
becomes horny.
nasty. She was just nasty.
Oh no, I'm
was
saying
just
I'm saying
into
that's no, I'm saying that Do not misinterpret me.
No. You're saying she was sick nasty. She loved the voyeurism. She would actually hide behind the chaise to make it even more dirty. To be like, ooh, they don't know I'm here, even though they fully knew she was there.
Right. Just whispering for the revolution to yourself as you masturbate.
Oh, this is such great.
Oh,
they didn't
no.
put that in the Chinese anime of Marx and Engels. That's a very important part of his life that we are leaving out.
Yeah, honestly.
And that's why I'm being poly.
I just imagine Marx's wife and Engels' wife were probably hooking up too.
Oh, well,
I assumed they were.
Yeah.
I assumed every single one of them were swingers of the highest order.
that's just what you did at that point, because that's the, I mean, like, you were going to die of a venereal disease, or you're going to die of like a cold.
No,
So-
Childbirth?
What you would do is you would go down, you do whatever job you had as, a member of the lower upper class in, London of the time, and then you would go home, or you'd go to the pub and you'd drink some beer that was made out of water that was polluted by the nearby textile factory.
Yeah.
You would get absolutely smashed off of what is essentially pure ethanol. Go home. You would get into bed with whichever woman/man seemed like it might be your wife at the time. And, whoever you woke up next to, it wasn't really that big of a concern. Because you had some books to write.
Whatever their version of a fishbowl party is. Like, everyone put your horse reins into the bowl.
Everyone put your handkerchief or garter into the bowl.
Okay, everyone reach into the bowl of hat pins. Pull one out. Be very careful, for the love of God.
There was one woman who she's like, oh, I'm here with my husband, and specifically look for like the women's fascinators. Be like, oh no, it looks like I've gotten a woman's fascinator. I must be going off with her then, I suppose. Oh dear me. What a tragedy, but how funny, how quaint. It was like definitely this one woman who's like, just be gay, lady, just be gay. We get it, your husband sucks.
We're moderately middle class. We can do that. Just, you're fine.
We're moderately middle class. We can afford a nice carriage to bring us here. Like, it's totally acceptable at that point.
I'm fucking Oscar Wilde anyway. It's like, it doesn't matter. Go have sex with this woman.
Jesus. Well, let me bust through these Texas stories real fast so we can get to our quick hits section, because we're gonna get it here. Let's see. Texas loses 115 waiver for healthcare for low-income uninsured patients. The Biden administration on Friday rescinded changes to a federal funding agreement that would have extended for 10 years Texas's healthcare safety net for uninsured residents. Teeing up a new round of negotiations for the existing waiver expires in 2022. Thanks, Biden. Fuck you, Biden.
What is this? Explain this to me exactly.
There is a healthcare funding agreement that pays for care for uninsured Texans.
Oh, so if you're uninsured and you go to the hospital, they'll give you care because the federal government would have previously
reimbursed. Yes, it reimburses
them.
Hospitals for the uncompensated care they provide to patients without health insurance, and pays for innovative healthcare projects that serve low-income Texans, often for mental health services. It was billions of dollars in the extension that would have continued hospital reimbursements until September 2030, but allowed the Innovation Fund to expire this year. So basically, the goal is to push Texas towards expanding Medicaid to cover more low-income adults, instead of just giving them free federal money for this.
Just give people money for health care. It
both.
doesn't matter.
Do both.
The government you do both. Yes, do both. Also, like, God damn it, the government probably spends on uninsured care more than it would take to have fucking Medicare for all anyway.
Literally, yes. So the future of Medicaid, of Texacaid, is gonna be is on the rocks. But the good news is that instead of expanding Medicaid and providing health care to everyone, Texas lawmakers are pushing to allow permitless carrying of handguns. It's called constitutional carry.
Okay.
And it's a law that would allow Texans to carry handguns without a specific license for doing so.
I think I'm just gonna, if I was a trans person in Texas, I would just start carrying my various pills in the form of a Glock. And then if anybody questioned me, just be like, no, I have a right. got the right to carry. Or I would just
this
carry
is constitutional carry.
I would carry one fake Glock and one real Glock. And then if they tried to like question me on it, saying like, well, that looks a little bit like a pill bottle, then you just cap them and say you were standing your ground.
I personally coat all of my bullets in estrogen, so if I kill a Christian, they have to go to hell.
Oh, there you go.
That's why you keep buying the estrogen creams, Charlie. Oh man.
Don't tell the doctor I need this.
You have to alternate, actually. You have to do like one, testosterone jacketed, one estrogen jacketed, so that you can, make sure you have to like make sure you get it right and hit the target with the right one. Otherwise, you actually reaffirm them.
No, I think in extremist Christianity, if you're a woman, you just go to hell.
Yeah, well, because you can't take birth control, and birth control is basically
That's true. It's birth
That's
control
true.
if I shoot a woman with it.
You've
So,
cracked
yeah, no,
the case,
we're covered.
actually. All right, well, we'll get to I'll go to the reloading bench and use my repair skill to start making brass casings into these rounds.
What am I going to do with all these testosterone bullets?
I'm
Jesus.
surprised. I'm surprised that's not already a thing in Fallout New Vegas.
That would be the most radical thing that they could do if they just had gender malleable characters and you didn't select it at the beginning. That'd be representation.
You start off with a completely androgynous character and they become whatever you get shot with.
So if you accidentally stumble into like a toxic swamp of testosterone, like leaking from the testosterone factory,
That would be so complex. Do you know how many different kinds of rounds there are in that game?
I'm not the one that has to code it. So.
Yeah, there's two. Two is the correct godly
There
number
is
of rounds.
I'd like to be very clear that there is a spectrum of rounds. You can be a 50 caliber round but be chambered in hollow point. You can be a 9mm and be chambered in armor piercing. No round is limited to a specific role. It's very clear. You can be whatever you want to be. You can play whatever build you want to play.
It's very simple. There are three different spectrums. Round, chambering, and mechanism of action, and they're each a different spectrum.
Listen, you're a rifle, you're a pistol, or you're a melee weapon. Get over here. That's the Fallout 4 version of it.
Yes. Why is this minigun a rifle?
That's actually heavy guns. Somehow that counts.
Okay.
Because as we know, Fallout 4 operates on simultaneously the gender binary and also the ATF or NFA rules.
Yeah, it's chambered 9mm, but it has a long barrel and a full stock, so it's a rifle.
Oh, if you have a brace, now it's a short-barreled rifle. Shut the fuck up.
It's all about what it looks like to other people from a distance.
Yeah. Actually, that's a really good point for both of those political
Yes.
issues. That presentation of them, the idea that presentation of them means they're a specific category is really stupid.
Yes, it is.
Finally, Twitter has already dragged Julian Castro for suggesting that military bases be named after Latinos.
Oh, that was who that was? I saw that tweet out of context.
Yes, it was Julian Castro.
Oh,
military
no.
assets named for Confederates, but almost zero named for Latinos. That must change.
All of the good Latinx,
Latinx.
all of the good Latin American military leaders are communists.
Yeah, I
Very
was gonna say,
true.
most of them were fighting to keep Texas away.
Yeah,
from
I would
us.
love it if they just named him after like
It's true.
Zapatista.
Yeah.
Just name them after Zapata. That'd be great.
Damn, I can't wait to go to Fort Chavez and go to my local PDX.
I mean, this is stupid, but if Texas wants to become like the place of Latin Revolution and cede themselves back to Mexico, I'm all for
That
it.
would be super cool if you self-ceded to Mexico.
Hey, I'd move to Texas.
I would not be against this. I mean, all that we do is steal culture from Mexico, so that's where we belong.
And then you can finally do the get all of the white Christian Texans to self-deport back to the U.S.
And then they would be
Or-
arrested at the border for
or they would
being
do-
Mexican citizens.
Or they would
God.
do what they tried to do in the 1800s, which is, try to become an independent country because they wanted slavery.
And then fail.
And then they all just went to various South and Central American countries to see if they could just do it there.
And they failed there
And
too.
they failed there. Oh, they failed so bad. That's my favorite part.
There's still a Confederate enclave, isn't there, somewhere in South America? There's a Confederate States of America living somewhere in Brazil.
Yeah.
I think.
I don't think they... Do they have slaves, though?
No.
I think they failed fundamentally in their project.
Well, they don't have slaves, but they're still, a white supremacist enclave. Although that exists in a ton
Yeah, I
of
was going to say, I feel like there's a lot of
The
that.
Confederados moved to Brazil, chiefly to Sao Paulo, from the southern United States after the American Civil War.
I guess all I'm saying is between the libertarians and between the capitalists, the Confederates, libertarians, and whatever crossover exists there, probably it's just a circle. But they just keep trying to set up their own little perfect societies, and they lose them immediately because they're fundamentally based on them just owning each other.
Yeah, and Cuba and Vietnam are still around.
Yeah, doing fucking fine, all things considered.
Wow, the Confederados are weird. Why does everybody after being beaten by the U.S. moves to South America?
It's like America but nicer.
But nicer because it's not America, and even
weather's warm.
Yeah, and even though we invade every now and then and try to overthrow and fail and sometimes we win to overthrow the existing leaders. It's just
Spanish is easier to learn for a lot of foreigners.
Yep, because it's a relatively easy Romance language.
Easy to translate from if you're an Italian communist or a Russian, or maybe not if you're German.
Interesting.
German's probably not. You might want to move to somewhere northern.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I like the idea that we're talking about all of this land giving back. We're just recreating the Zimmerman telegram. You're gonna send Lenin to destabilize the Tsar's defense in a second here.
I was unaware of the Zimmerman telegram, but I really wish that we would have just turned the U.S. into Mexico.
Yeah.
That would be the most expeditious way to make sure that all of our military assets are named after Latinos.
Yep. It would be a great thing.
We're all supportive of this being anything else.
The Alamo would just be renamed after Santa Ana.
Uh-huh.
I think we should... No, here's what you do. You split, so you give the majority of the southern, the southwestern United States to Mexico. You give Florida and Georgia to Cuba.
Uh-huh.
Then you just make New England its own thing. The Midwest gets to be owned by a rotating international bloc of Norway, only East Germany,
Just a lot of Prussians.
parts of Ukraine, not the bad parts, only the good parts. Kazakhstan, they just want to be included. And then Somalia. And then I think that's a good representation of a lot of the different groups there. And I think everyone will be happy about that.
Absolutely. So happy about that. And then whatever's left just goes to Canada.
No. Whatever's left gets turned into private communes led by whatever respective highest ranking D&D DM happens to be in the area.
Man, Matt Mercer is just gonna...
He's gonna become king of America.
But really, it's only a little tiny slice of Tennessee.
Well, the elections are just a single D20 roll, so he's gonna lose pretty quick.
Oh. Hey, folks, just a little tiny ad break here. Here's a little preview of the next episode of Dolphins Garages, just before a pivotal moment of drama and action. I hope you all enjoy.
Now, Isham, what your bulbous eyes spot is nothing but a horrifying display of there are wolves ripping apart these former guardsmen. Something, probably some form of fuel or alcohol, has sparked and is burning one of the corpses. There are roughly 9 wolves just orbiting and picking apart at this caravan. And
Jesus.
I mean, you are not kidding. When Falkren was saying that he was attacked, this is a bloodbath. There are 20 dead soldiers. But other than that, you still feel the need, like, okay, maybe I need to get more information on what killed these guys, because you can see that there are weapons, but you're not sure what these folks were initially killed by before they were ripped apart by dogs.
Yeah, the dogs just happened to be the dogs happened to come across their first encounter with cooked food, and they're probably loving it.
Now, normally, I
on their
would
way
say,
to domestication.
Now, normally, I would say roll initiative, but something tells me that you guys have the potential to not have to fight these guys. Does any of you want to try and, negotiate, be a pacifist? I don't know. Any of you speak dog?
Yeah.
I can actually. I can talk. I could talk to animals.
Okay.
But they don't like. I can't really hear them back, but they can understand me. That's how it works with.
I think Isham kind of turns to the rest of the the non just standing out in the open like a jackass parts of the party, and kind of just like explains.
All right, y'all. Looks like we got an entire pack of wolves out there, kind of nibbling on the detritus. Now, the thing to do with pack animals like this is you make a lot of noise, scare the fuck out of them, and show them who's top dog. So, Barry, I'm gonna need your help on this one, big guy.
Yeah, I could try and scare them. I've played with wolves before.
Yeah.
These ones look kind of scary, but
Two of them have noticed you.
Well, I'm still invisible.
Two of them have noticed. They have noticed Draws, Isham, and they have definitely noticed Scarlet. You can. There's two ways. There's two ways of scaring. Garlet is very helpfully pointing to the funny gun he has, that he imagines would make quite a bit of noise. He wouldn't know. He's never fired that particular gun, but he assumes that guns.
A gun could probably help. Yeah, I was thinking. So essentially, here's my idea. Come fucking just tearing ass out of the bushes, knife and short sword in each hand, and just screaming at the top of my lungs.
Yeah, I was gonna do the same thing.
You were gonna. Okay. You're gonna threaten.
Oh
them?
yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Give me the old intimidation roll. Yeah, we're big boys. We're
Okay.
big fuzzy boys. They're smaller fuzzy boys.
Okay.
We clearly have the advantage.
Okay. So you're. Okay. All right. You're all gonna run out and just be.
Or at least the two of us. How about Draz?
I imagine Draws might like wheel themselves out and just be like
What is this, fucking helper?
Garlet is decisively. Garlet is decisively not going to go with you. He's gonna like, yes, actually, I believe I will, in fact, not go on this. I will not run and yell at a group of 9 wolves. I had other things to do today other than be eaten by a pack of wolves.
Okay,
All right,
so-
roll intimidation. All
Fuck yeah.
Oh no!
Yes!
Why are you making me join you? I have a -2 on
That's
this.
a nat 20 for a 24 total.
Okay.
I rolled a 22.
I rolled a 5.
Be sure to check out the latest episode of Dolphins and Garages debuting on April 30th, wherever you can find podcasts. But if you're a member of the Patreon, guess what? You get episode 4, which is 2 episodes ahead of everyone else on April 30th. So, enjoy that. So yeah, that's Dolphins and Garages. Also, follow us on Instagram and Twitter.
All right, Kelton, I believe you have some quick hits jokes for us. I misunderstand the quick hits format, so I did not prepare. I don't believe any of us prepared any quick hits headlines riffs.
I'm not funny.
If you tell us what
It's
it is,
okay.
we'll take 5 minutes and prepare. I don't know what's going
quick
on.
Hits,
Well,
yeah.
what
Go
happens
ahead, Kelton,
normally
sorry.
on Quick Hits, for anyone who hasn't listened to it, is that me and several other either podcasters or comedians, we get together, and before we record, we each come up with roughly 4 to 5 jokes based on whatever either we had seen in the news of that week or just funny headlines we had come across. And so we usually then just go around in a circle, do a couple rounds of that. It's a fun way to get about 20 topical jokes done in about the space of 20 to 30 minutes, ideally. What has happened this time around, though, is since no one has written jokes, I have written not my usual 4, but instead 14. And so I'm going to read them, and some of them may be good. Most of them will be bad. And view these as almost prompts for a discussion, or if it's just that bad of a joke, then we can just move on to the next one.
I think in response to the jokes you have prepared, Kelton, I'm certain that someone is going to react and say something funny.
I'm going to grab some.
Correct. That I think might be the best way to operate. I would be in favor, though, at some point, if we were to do like a literotica style exercise.
That is a very specific joke that I hate that I get.
Just all of us, take a break for about 45 minutes, come up with something, and then report back, see what all happens. But
okay. I'm back and I'm hydrated.
Good.
I thought that was going to end at high.
No, I don't know. I don't know how, but my prep got stuck inside of my headphones. I can't explain it.
No, you can't. What you described is impossible.
I know our podcast is bad, Dennis, but it doesn't actually give you AIDS. What the fuck?
All right, I have 2 jokes I've written out. I'm gonna maybe make 2 more. So if you want to throw something to me, I will. I'm willing to try.
Okay. Well, then we can keep just vamping away.
I was able to come up with a joke with one of the headlines that we skipped because I don't know. Hopefully this will work out.
And now people can really compare. Like this is something Kelton came up with yesterday, basically, and this is something that Zach and Dennis came up with right now. So,
is there an example I can use? I can have.
So, what's one from a Quick Hits episode? Like, let's say JJ, like, oh, here's a viral vaccine dance on a frozen lake. I sure hope that frozen lake doesn't release any viral material after it unfreezes, because it's actually just
Jesus Christ, Zach.
Oh
my God.
This is
what?
All right.
You're trying to make an anthrax joke.
This is the slow hits.
Okay.
Oh my God. Yeah, I'm fucking dying here. What? Oh no.
Okay, I see.
Well,
okay, so these are just artichokes 3 for $1 style jokes.
Witnesses in Denver pointed out that they shit. Joke. Witnesses in Denver report riot forklift on the road. Funny, because I thought a regular forklift was for rioting. That was terrible.
Okay.
I don't know. I've never done.
Okay. It's more like this. Okay. Here's an example. The Utah Attorney General's office was surprised to find that police had shot over 30 people in 2020. We didn't even think we had 30 black people in Utah, said one resident.
Hey, I was going to say, I had the formatting right. I'm just not funny.
So that's what it is. It's just set up, punchline.
Okay.
But the setup involves something that's topical and in the news.
Okay. So. Cool. Then yes, let me look at some news. Show me more headlines. Wow, almost all of these headlines are about people shooting. These are really depressing. These are all about shootings.
Yeah.
I'm glad we decided to do the comedy bit for the time when a bunch of people died.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I was asking if we wanted to set stuff up beforehand or not, but I'm glad we're working on it live.
It would not have been better a week ago.
Although I like this Theranos one. This this is a poop joke. It's a funny poop joke.
You're reading all of my jokes. Thank you. That's good audio. For
it's supposed to be blind react, Dennis.
I have to know the punchline beforehand, otherwise I won't know when to laugh. Oh no!
Half of it is the delivery.
Well, how about all of it?
Hey, how about you just deliver the jokes?
Trust me, if it was a good enough joke, it's going to be good enough the second time around. I've had to bounce jokes off of people quite a bit and just watch them be like, I guess that's funny. over and over again. It's
That
comedy.
could
Comedy
be.
is
It could
hard,
be.
folks, and it is thankless, and it hurts your feelings sometimes.
I find jokes are always funnier when you explain.
All right.
Them. Anyway, go.
The thing I like to tell people is that like I failed as a comedian, so like if I'm funnier than you should not try and be a comedian. Like I'm the litmus test
Yep.
at this point. Come on now.
All right. Well, I have 4 jokes.
Okay,
and
perfect,
None of them are
perfect.
funnier than Kelton's. Why we run a podcast, not a comedy show.
Well, I will go ahead and read one, and then Zach, and then Dennis, I guess. Right?
Yeah, I got one.
Okay. Well, very good then. Okay. A group of teenagers put super glue in a hand sanitizer bottle and offered free squirts to shoppers at a supermarket in Bradford, England. The teenagers were arrested, but authorities don't think the charges will stick.
Damn.
Okay, I got it. okay.
That's pretty
This
good.
also works well, like if we're all high. So, what happy 420 episode, you motherfuckers.
Offering free squirts to shoppers. I'm glad that was related to the super glue hand sanitizer.
Yeah, otherwise we'd have a Matt Gates situation going on here.
Either that group of teenagers just put super glue in a hand sanitizer bottle, set it aside, and start handing out soda to passerby. Good Samaritan behavior.
That's what I was thinking. They'd get me because I'd be like, "Oh, a squirt! Yeah, I fucking love squirt." And then they hold out
Right.
the bottle.
Then as your throat closes up, they'd be like, "Haha, we got you."
All right. I'll go ahead and I got here. We got some topical news. Derek Chauvin has pleaded the fifth in his during his trial. He said, "I did not have police relations with that man."
Oh.
Buddy.
God. I don't even know what to do with it.
Derek Chauvin pleads the fifth. Friends and fellow officers say, "Oh, then he must be guilty."
Literally everyone did not like that.
Well, Dennis, go ahead.
Okay.
Round 2.
Let me try this one. New conservative group would save, quote, Anglo-Saxon traditions. Does this mean we need to stop making fun of Italians and French people for a minute on Twitter so they can take care of this?
Strange bedfellows in the fight against Anglo-Saxon tradition.
I think this group is definitely the one that's leading the charge against the French and the Italians, right?
It's Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz. I mean,
Well, what if you
like-
were to do like something with that though? No, I don't believe in Anglo-Saxon traditions. I believe in Saxon traditions. Anglo-Saxon is the watered down half-breed version. I'm a Saxon supremacist.
God, just. I mean, there would be like druids, right?
Yep.
Instead of calling everyone normies, they just call them Normans.
You think with how many crimes and violence those two have committed, they really would be more towards the Viking side of the
Right.
equation.
Of course, they don't know any of the difference of these people, so. Because I would love to hear more Canterbury Tales read by conservatives. It'd be great.
Let's see. I'll go ahead and go with the next one. This one is very bad, so my apologies in advance. Trinity College in Australia has banned mullets and called them unacceptable. Don't they know that the only way to stop a bad guy with a business in the front is a good guy with a party in the back?
It's in Australia, you say?
It is.
And they're banning like the national haircut of Australia.
That's right.
Crocodile Dundee would be
You
very
really,
upset
although
about
you
this.
really need that party in the back in case some fucking idiot in Canberra decides to punch you in the back of the head.
Yeah, you just need that. Like it's like just a helmet of hairspray.
And the
It's perfect.
knockout game is very popular. You have to go from your business interview one night, and then an hour later you have to go dogging out in.
You get one of them
in the Opera
goons.
House.
You chug one. You chug one of them goons.
You're
Darn, and then you get.
you're chugging
Feel
from the goon
praise.
bag on Smoko.
If you could chug an entire goon bag during your smoko, that'd be great. I'd love to see that. Just with that person has a mullet. That's for sure.
That's why they're trying to ban it. Thanks, Greg from accounting.
There actually is a drag queen from Australia named Karen from finance. So thanks, Karen.
Thanks, Karen from finance. Okay,
Good lord.
for fucking up Smoko for us.
Zach, go ahead.
3 space station crew members return home aboard the Soyuz aircraft. NASA said, "We literally trust the Russians more than Elon Musk." It's a joke for your liberal family members.
Or the conservative ones, who don't like Elon Musk.
No one likes that man. Only Grimes.
I would argue. I would not
Grimes is
say Grimes likes that man.
Yeah.
I would love that. Conservatives are just liberals who haven't heard Elon Musk speak out loud yet.
Oh no! Oh God! Okay.
I think I might have one.
Okay.
Queen sits alone as royals say farewell to Philip. Reporters reported the Queen was muttering, "One down, 2 imperialists to go."
Comrade Queen is the heel face turn that I think.
I'm just saying, she assumed the queenship like slightly after the war. She's been undercover, and think at how much she's done. She's killed some of the youngest members of the royal family. She lashed out after the wall fell by getting rid of Diana, but
Didn't like Diana because she was a capitalist.
she was consumerist. Yeah.
Yeah, she didn't know that Prince Philip was being so racist until watching the Meghan Markle interview.
Let's see. A San Francisco poop testing startup, once compared to Theranos, has been charged in a $60 million fraud scheme. Something just didn't smell right about this company, investigators said.
Did you mean the same thing Theranos was? There's just a giant warehouse of shit somewhere?
Just little
Yeah.
tiny vials of shit. Just little itty bitty vials of shit. Just like so small, little poopies. And they're just testing for like whatever bacterial infection, whatever worm you've gotten in.
Yeah, and then instead of disposing of them here, we were just shipping them to some Pacific country.
Trash Island is somehow getting worse.
Don't you
and
realize
worse
that every
by the
time
day.
you flush, that's just shipped to the other side of the planet?
Oh, God.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah. Nobody thinks about these.
In a recent survey, Putin was declared Russia's hottest man. Someone else was originally named hotter than Putin, but unfortunately, he fell out of a window 4 times.
Yeah, Putin is not Russia's smartest man. That's why it took 4 times out of the first story window before he just shot him.
Yeah, well, it was a tough race between the president of Russia, the prime minister of Russia, and the former security minister of Russia, and also this one former KGB agent. It's a really weird coincidence, all that.
What I really want is, like, in the world of sports, they have these questions about LeBron. Like, is Cleveland LeBron better than Miami LeBron, or are they better than Lakers LeBron? Like, what era of LeBron is the hottest? And I'm just picturing the same kind of poster getting made for Putin. Who knows? Who knows? All right, I'll do one more while we're waiting. Okay. Okay.
Oh, I have 2 more.
Perfect.
So
if you want to go ahead. Zach.
okay. A doctor's account of a J&J vaccine-related blood clot case. Quote, "We were flying blind." The next day's headlines, I assume, then read, "Vaccine blinded doctor lands plane successfully."
Come on.
Because
mine aren't any better. Come on.
Okay, I think I have one. Okay, Consumer Regulatory Agency issues urgent warning about Peloton treadmill. The warning: looking like a Bay Area asshole who can't stop talking about their treadmill with a Mac on top of it.
Yeah, the warning's not about the treadmill. It's more the Peloton culture.
It's the surrounding lifestyle.
I know one person with a
Lifestyle.
Peloton, and they won't stop talking about it. It's like, please, it's just a bike. It's just a stationary bike.
Yeah, they were forced to release this warning so that all of their users weren't put on no-fly lists.
High probability Biden's decisions to pull U.S. troops from Afghanistan will cause its government to fall, expert says. Inshallah, says experts.
Perfect. I can't riff on that.
That's a really good
That's a
one.
good clean. Good. Yeah.
It is correct.
All right, Charlie.
Okay, Biden's new $3,000 child tax credit payments are set to start this July. Truly a slap in the face to working families, many of whom cannot afford children at that price point.
The $3,000 child tax, of course. This is why the we need the Anglo-Saxon organization to really end the oppression against the white race. we can, after 3 kids, who can afford the tax?
You need to listen to the libertarians who have really got it set where they're like, if we create a marketplace for children, we will be able to get some of them affordably at the lowest common denominator to families who need them.
Gee, I wonder what this marketplace sounds oddly familiar. I wonder where I've heard it before. Maybe a history book or two.
I have an idea about what it means.
Can you buy these children with Doge?
You absolutely can buy it with Dogecoin.
I'm going to move right on past that with 40 kinds of animals were added to the endangered species list this week, which now includes the short-finned mako shark, the Carner blue butterfly, and the North American black teenager.
Oh, Jesus.
Jesus.
That's a dark joke. It's good, but it's dark.
Yeah.
Like that's painful to hear. Oh no. Oh god.
Oh, I got a couple more like that.
Wow.
I'm glad. The first, it's not all like cute setup
Great.
and delivery.
I have a pretty good follow-up on this. Okay.
Go for it.
New York Times headline that reads, "Why police can stop drivers with air fresheners hanging in their cars." It just reads, "Fuck you. Are you resisting? Taser, taser, taser."
I'm picturing this like pop-up windows within the article, like where they're like, "Please become a subscriber" or whatever. But it's just as you're trying to exit out.
It's your computer shocking you.
Yeah, all Mac computers now come with built-in tasers. They say that it's to stop the pedophiles, but the NSA has some other ideas for it.
Oh, Jesus. That was great, Zach.
It's by the New York Times too, literally. Like
I mean, that is turning this little exercise into an art form a little bit. You're building the world out to make people envision pulling up the article themselves. Okay, Charlie, or was it Charlie or Artemis? Go for it.
French President Emmanuel Macron says international community must draw clear red lines with Russia. Reporters were confused. Mr. Macron, those are arrows.
Polite clapter. You're getting the golf clap.
Another joke for your liberal family members.
Oh no. There's
Any
one more, like,
Bonapartists in chat?
Oh no.
An 81-person orgy in France was broken up for violating COVID-19 curfew. Producers of season 2 of Bridgerton said that this was a minor production setback, but they plan on resuming next week. I haven't seen the show, but it has sex in it. That's what I've been told. So,
I mean, good enough, I suppose.
I mean, this is it's representation in the 21st century.
All right. Let's see. A man wearing a Minions costume was found beaten to death in the Des Moines parking lot. The coroner said cause of death was blunt force trauma to the skull and a god who hates abominations.
I
Jesus.
know. When that person joined the Minion death cult, it was not actually the Patreon of our good friends Alex and Tony Boswell.
That podcast reference was right there, and I just didn't seize on it. Fuck.
Didn't seize the means, Kelton.
No, I did not. Man, oh man.
I have a bad one.
Okay, well, that's better than nothing. So
okay, astronaut couple doing back-to-back SpaceX missions reveal details about life on space station. Both of them, laughing during the interview, said, "No, we don't fuck." Because they're astronauts. Get it?
Yes. Horny astronauts is always a funny thing. Good ground there. Good visual.
No, actually, there's no ground.
There is. I've just discovered that they do have 2 children, so this joke does not hold up as well. But I guess
okay.
I guess they only do that on the planet. So.
I discovered that the Peloton thing apparently kills kids and your dogs. So.
Wait, did I dip out for a Peloton one?
Yeah.
Oh no, that's the one I was thinking. Damn.
Please go ahead.
Do it.
What was the one I missed? What was the one I missed?
Show down.
No. Just read yours.
Okay. Well, I hope it's exactly the same. I have the Consumer Product Safety Commission urges parents to stop using the Peloton treadmill, saying the machine poses serious risks to children for abrasions, fractures, and death. 2021 marks the most children dying in mill accidents since 1904.
Good.
We went about them very different ways.
Jesus, Bill deaths. You know, not quite what I was imagining when I thought that I was making my children work for me, because really they're just trying to increase my steps per week that goes up on my Peloton social
You need
media.
to burn the calories for mommy so she can have clout.
Some cows are being fitted with VR goggles to increase milk production. These cows are going to be entering the Mootrix to soylent green pastures.
Oh no, Calvin, so many puns.
I'm gonna chew on that one for a second here.
Like,
You can chew on it at
chew up
Tony's
the-
Steakhouse, official sponsor of the segment.
but do you have a cloven hoof? Because if you don't, then we can eat you. Biblical reference. Wait, I don't remember. Do you eat the cloven hoof ones? I don't remember. Yeah. Can't eat of the cloven hoof and choose the cud? I don't remember. I'm Catholic. We don't read the Bible.
You can't. You're not allowed to. You just vibe.
I have a really quick one.
Go for it, please.
CDC, half of U.S. adults have received at least one COVID-19 vaccine dose. Everyone except Kelton, basically.
I have another quick one.
Go for it.
Russia announces expulsion of 10 U.S. diplomats and ban on 8 current U.S. officials. When asked for a reason, Putin cited bad vibes.
A recent surge of teen suicides has pushed Las Vegas schools to reopen. Good, said one particular 10th grader who is way too into trench coats.
Oh,
no. Oh, no.
You know, if he's in L.A.,
Oh, no.
that can't be for anything else.
Oh no. Okay. I got here. Let's see. Apple's spring-loaded event. What to expect? Pinch points, abrasions, and other blunt force trauma.
Good,
Spring-loaded.
good.
I like that. I got it. It's a kinetic motion show.
OSHA is very upset about this.
I have one really quick too.
Go for it, please, please.
Roblox struggles with sexual content. It hopes a rating system will address the problem. Not the problem of you being able to play as like a Nazi in a recreation of a historical setting. Just, maybe a boob or two.
A Florida attorney was disbarred after masturbating to child pornography using a tablet. Ew, who uses the tablet?
Probably Gates.
They discovered that he was using the tablet after he had to go to the emergency room to have it removed.
Just dozens of crusty tablets at the bottom of the hamper.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Wow. You have to have at least 14 tablets so you can go 2 weeks without washing them.
I have one.
Go for it, please, please.
Okay. I have here from NASA. NASA attempts first controlled flight on Mars as soon as Monday. We should have added this joystick years ago, they say.
Stupid.
Yeah.
I love it. It's good.
Khloe Kardashian is trying to get an unfiltered photo of herself digitally scrubbed from social media. It must really suck to be the one Kardashian sister who posts selfies and have thousands of fans say brave.
Oh, wow. Jennifer Lopez and Alex Rodriguez. Who keeps the $1 million ring? Well, it only fits on one of us. Wink, wink, says Jennifer.
Wait, what?
It's a cock ring joke. It's a cock ring.
I got it.
It's a cock
I got
ring,
it.
and Alex Rodriguez has a very tiny
Or
penis.
it's a big one. I don't know. We don't know how big this ring is.
He abused steroids. He famously abused steroids for like a
So it
decade
just means
and
that
a half. So-
means that it's not working anymore. It doesn't mean that it's not big.
Well, you don't wear a ring like that,
Hey,
unless you run zero risk of getting hard ever.
you know what? They're just really into chastity. And actually that makes sense because people who have ED have to use cock rings and things like that. This all makes sense.
All
There you
right.
go.
Ohio man with assault rifle and ammo arrested at Times Square subway. When asked why he had brought the rifle, he said, "I was just going to go to Drug Mart, and this is just my daily outfit." That's my worst one. That's my worst one so far.
I was expecting a joke about a foot-long sandwich.
Yeah, I was fully thinking this was like a Subway sandwich.
Oh,
God.
like a submachine
Uh-huh.
gun.
Oh. that would have been funnier.
Tries to hide assault rifle. Tries to hide assault rifle between two pieces of bread.
Normally, when an Ohio man is hiding a semi, he's just not wearing pants.
Oh.
Perfect.
I have a headline here that I don't have to do anything to. It just says, should you or anyone buy Dogecoin?
No. Wait, the coin or the baseball team?
If
As
you
we
can
know.
buy the baseball team, I feel like you have different problems than us. I saw a headline I scrolled past related to this. It said, why an RV is a better investment than Dogecoin.
Hey, you know what?
And
Let's Psychic Dolphin RV. Let's make it happen, folks.
Yeah.
Yeah, all that Patreon money that we've been saving for so long, I think we'd better tell Bo to not put it into Dogecoin like we were originally planning.
Hey guys, I invested hundreds of thousands of dollars into Dogecoin right now when it was at its peak, because it's only up from here. That's what.
How do you make millions on Dogecoin? Invest 2 million.
I got 2 jokes left, so bear with me. I'll do one right now. A lawsuit revealed that King's Hawaiian rolls are not, in fact, manufactured in Hawaii. And even worse, they're not made with real Hawaiians.
Jeez.
That's a Karen, okay?
Just go for it.
No.
do not.
Do y'all have any other jokes?
Yeah, I don't know. There's one headline I've been trying to do something with for a while, and it's not coming. Maybe you can help everyone. I've just got sheriff and his beloved Chihuahua canine die on the same day. Will be buried together. There's something in there.
Pigs and dogs living together, mass hysteria.
Perfect. Okay, last one here. My apologies in advance, y'all, okay? 65 witch doctors were arrested in Tanzania over dismembering several albino children. Finally answering the question of what's black and white and red all over.
Oh, Jesus.
God. That's so brutal.
Say, be ending in silence.
All right, everybody.
Wow, what a fantastic quick hits episode.
How many of we have another hour still, don't
Oh,
we?
at least 2.
We have at least 2 hours.
Two.
It's okay. You're supposed to
Jesus.
feel worse as it goes.
If you're at this point, in the cast, I mean,
if that joke was going to stop you from listening to the rest
you
of our
would not have
content,
made it this far.
You would not have made it this far.
And since
Exactly.
you've made it this
welcome-
far, you're a true comrade.
Right.
Welcome to the true believers.
Welcome to
You
the
are-
content that always gets cut.
All right. Well, I guess since we're ending on such a dark note, we might as well move on to our next section, which is just cops.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Cool.
I was joking, but I think we should do a Patreon plug now.
Okay.
Like right now would be
That's perfect. I'm gonna go piss.
Yeah.
Don't we have the pre-recorded one that we can?
Yeah,
just
we
drop
do,
in?
but I'm just saying for the editor.
Hey,
Good,
editor,
I'm so fucking lazy.
can you really,
Hey, editor.
in a really smooth way, right? Just really a smooth transition. We're talking a smooth transition.
If you've made it this far, you're a true comrade. Thanks to Ian, Caleb, Kenzo, Jack, Ted, Alan, Broobs, Brady, Lizzie, the brilliant Dr. Fly, Ian, John, Alex, Olive, Jorge, Richard, Dr. Sophia, Alan, Tyler, Abby, Malwin, Eli, Rufus, not a mole rat, Ryan, David, Bite Size Podcast, Tim, Scott, Reverend Lawn Gnome Hollywood, and the Warlock Phosphorus. You all keep this podcast a-going. If you'd like a shout out, please join our Patreon at patreon.com/Psychic Dolphin Garage. And let us know how you liked our latest Patreon exclusive episode, as well as all of our other Patreon exclusive content. If you'd like to become a patron, we have tiers at $10, $5, and $1 a month, so you can spend that extra $4 on a bail fund, or just on yourself if you'd like. Either way, we love you all, and thanks! You know who is a foot taller than me and is 300 pounds of man? That is Tony Boswell. Please marry me. Tony Boswell posted a photo of himself in a singlet, and I nearly had a heart attack.
Oh, also, speaking of other podcasts and friends we have in other podcasts, R.I.P. to Brett from Street Fight Radio.
Oh, he's not dead.
I would say what?
He's not dead.
He's not dead.
Yeah, you probably should clarify that before you
Uh-huh.
said rip.
Brett's relationship.
Big F's
There
in
you
chat for Brett's
There you go.
relationship. Brett has officially
And is
moved out
divorcing.
and gone through
And,
with the
you know,
divorce.
it's
So
an interesting year for a lot of people. You know, you're figuring out a lot of things about your relationships, and this is the sort of thing that I predicted: is a lot of people would get divorces.
Listen,
Yeah.
I'll say what I do every single time someone gets divorced, which is a hearty congratulations. That is never a bad idea.
It never is, and you know, everyone's better for it in the
The
end.
most you can lose is 50%. And if you only had 30, then that's
I came into
actually
this
an improvement.
relationship with nothing.
I would love to be divorced and just so in the courtroom we could be fighting over amiibo, just sort of like
Have you seen that iconic image of the couple that are fighting over their collection of every Beanie Baby?
No.
They have every Beanie Baby. Now, they probably don't have every Beanie Baby anymore. I bet they've made more Beanie Babies since 2011.
Really? You
Mhm.
think?
Yeah, Beanie Babies are still a thing.
yeah, I've seen them at I saw them at
I
7-Eleven.
was going to say, they absolutely still manufacture them.
The factory. It's haunted. It just keeps producing them.
It won't
Oh
stop.
God! Look at this.
Ghost
Yeah, I
in
want to
the
be this, but
machine.
with like some like man, and we're fighting over amiibo.
If you get divorced and you have cryptocurrency, do you have to split it?
Yes.
You have to split a Bitcoin?
Yeah, because you have to claim it on your taxes.
I always assumed the popularity of cryptocurrency was due to the fact that you could hide it during a divorce.
No, you don't have to. If you make any gains on crypto, you don't have to report it unless you withdraw
Unless you
it.
cash out.
Right.
It asks you on your
Yeah,
taxes
unless
now,
you cash
though.
out.
I was
Yeah,
asked
they're
that
gonna-
this year, and I said proudly, "No, God."
I was also asked that,
No,
and I said
comma,
nope.
God, why?
And then when they asked if I had made any earnings selling possessions of mine on sites like eBay or Depop, I said no.
I did not get asked that.
I think it might be a California state thing.
Okay, yeah, that
you
makes
are
sense.
the headquarters of all things bullshit DIY.
The government just wants to know everything that you do with anything that you're forced to then own, because not only do they want to force like ownership and possession onto you as a concept, they then want to know everything about that possession and ownership that you're doing.
Yeah, well, you know, thank God, because the state of California gave me back a whole $52.
Not
wow,
bad.
Dennis.
Our tax refunds this year were on the order of like, I say across the three of us, I think we got like $8,000, but that was mostly because they didn't give us any of our fucking stimulus.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It was just all stimulus.
No,
But don't get me wrong, it's great. We needed it so bad.
Yeah, you know, when you make absolutely no money, you get almost no money in return, which is why I only got back $220.
Yeah, say I make $0, and if it wasn't for those stimuluses, I
Yeah.
got anything.
Charlie and I are
None
in
of
the
us
same
would've.
boat where it's like the majority of the money that we made last year in the year of 2020 was from stimulus.
Yeah, and it's not reportable, and I won't report it.
And I never have, and I never will.
I always
can't make me.
I always file my taxes every year, so it says $0. There's occasional benefit to that.
Mhm, they're like, oh,
To just like telling the IRS I'm a homemaker or something.
they're like, oh, sweetie. They're like, have you thought about children? You're like,
yeah,
Only
I think
in
about
rage.
them all the time.
I think about running them over when they're in my way at the grocery store and they're just like walking in front of me and they're walking very slowly or darting in and out of the aisles. I just think about just slamming into them with my cart and being like, well, you know what? Today we all learned a lesson.
That you're very
Gosh,
soft.
I actually have good feelings about children compared to
Oh,
everyone here.
absolutely not. I have zero patience for adults or children. Here's the thing. I feel the same way about adults when they're darting in and out of the aisles. We're just talking about kids right now, though.
See, this is the thing is I have like infinite patience with adults, so like children are nothing to me because adults are so much worse. Like with a child, it's like when I was over at someone's house like last year or whatever, when we were still allowed to be at people's houses. They have kids and they're like, my kids, they're not eating food. They just won't eat. They just pester me. And I sat down and I talked with that child and they told me a story about a raccoon or something that has multiple butts. And we talked about like floating from your farts. Because you hold them in, and that kid ate all of their food because all they wanted to do was have a nice discussion about butts.
You are,
And that's kids. I can do that.
Charlie doesn't
You are a
want
saint
kids.
amongst
Charlie wants to be a
people.
parent.
Among Us?
No.
Among Us.
Shut up, Artemis. Fuck. God, who brought
I'm sorry.
who
I'm
brought
sorry.
the
You have
Zoomer
to,
on the show.
You have to say certain keywords, or else you don't have audience retention.
True. You know what? Thank you, Artemis, for keeping our audience retention high.
I mean, it's too late. I should have said it like 2 hours ago. The Zoomers are gone.
That's true.
And now,
it's true.
right, and now it's time for our short break to tell you about the wonders of Ovaltine.
Have you opened your Roth IRA?
I would love if we should have came up with like really fake, like really good fake ads. I did that for an old D&D podcast that it was actually a Call of Cthulhu podcast that I was doing. I was based in Japan, and my cousins who are Japanese came up with the product because in Japan there's this canned coffee called Boss Coffee, and they came up with the idea of calling it Manager Coffee for him, for her, because there's a lot of for her versions of things in Japan as well. So this was a men's coffee for women.
Oh boy.
And the jingle went, Manager Coffee for him, for her. It was very good. The rest of it was in Japanese. I did not understand it.
That's funny, and I support you coming up with commercials for this thing afterward. I spent my entire childhood making up fake ads. For
I was just gonna make fish
just flip
noises.
through some of the old scripts.
What noises do fish make, Artemis? There you go.
The editor, I'm gonna need you to turn the volume of my previous funny noises up a lot.
Okay. We'll.
This is
got
when she
you. We'll
winked
bass
into the
boost your
camera
funny
and
noises.
said,
Winking into the camera. Turn it up so I can hear the squelch of a single eye closing.
At exactly the 2 hour
Okay.
30-minute mark, and 30 seconds, I'm gonna need you to turn up the volume on my funny fish noises.
Mhm. That's all she did. Is she put her eye up to the microphone and just started blinking like violently.
I don't blink. I don't appear in mirrors. I don't get it. It's like I think I'm adopted. No one
I
told
can't
me.
go outside during the day. It's just too hot. And the sun, it burns my delicate skin.
It doesn't. Anyone else have that
No,
problem?
and I hate
They
Italian
see things
food.
at right angles, and it just sends them into a conniption.
I forgot that about vampires. They hate Euclidean geometry.
That one's my favorite one.
Yeah,
It's because they've been alive long enough to know Euclid.
That's why they just hate that bitch. They're like, ugh, fuck that, fuck him. My favorite vampire creature is the Filipino. I believe I'm mispronouncing this. Is the Mananangga, which is like it splits itself in half. But it's like during the day she's like a beautiful woman, but at night she's like a weird bat monster that splits herself in half, and you have to pour salt on the bottom half so it can't like fuse back together. But it like eats you with its body. It's very odd.
Oh, I like that. It's this very Resident Evil monster.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's very Resident Evil-y.
I like that.
Interesting.
By the way, they're making Resident Evil 4 in VR.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, but you can only play it on the Facebook VR thing.
Oh, the Oculus.
Yeah, the Quest 2, whatever.
Well, everyone here has a. I have a Quest. I probably could
Oh,
play it.
wow.
I
wonder if it's actually going to work on a Quest.
I was arguing whether or not I was going to get the Quest, but I decided not to.
Here's what I'll say. If you actually like VR as a thing, like to play alone, don't get a Quest. What a Quest is good for is like, if you like to go with friends and play VR with them, and you want to do that, like, super suddenly, you want to just go get it, then absolutely, that's a great thing for that. But if you want to do what I would really love to do, which is stand for hours and play a game that is super immersive, then Quest is not worth that, because it doesn't have the graphical capacity.
No, yeah, by the way, this Resident Evil 4 looks like shit. It looks
Really?
like it looks like it looks
It's
terrible.
an original like House of the Dead rail shooter.
They brought back House of the Dead, too.
Oh, did they? Of course
They
did.
remastered
Yeah.
House of the Dead,
House-
which, I mean, when is Typing
Yeah.
of the Dead coming back?
Did you ever see that they did make Typing of the Dead for the arcades?
Really?
Yeah.
That's so funny to me.
Just has keyboards.
That's so funny. It's just, you're standing at an arcade cabinet, just typing.
It's just a standard joystick and fight buttons labeled with various letters.
Oh god.
Just relabeled. You can only spell like 100
It's
words.
not even a flawless mechanical keyboard like attached to it or anything. Just
No, it's
Just the arcade
just got like
buttons.
the 6 most common letters, and then like a directional joystick to type a few more.
Mhm. Yeah, not an 8-way joystick, by the way. It's a D-pad.
Yeah.
Well, I guess since we're talking about D-pads, we might as well talk about the D-bags that are U.S. Cops.
Sure.
Nah, that works. That works.
Yeah, I mean, it did not work.
It technically is a segue. Yeah.
You segued us.
Yeah, I did. There are lots of protests happening right now, all over the U.S. even, because there's lots of police violence happening right now, all over the U.S. even.
Surely they won't solve the protests with more police violence.
If you've watched any of the videos on Twitter, they are literally just marching out more and more officers as a response to the protests instead of actually just doing it the easy way where you just fix the thing that the protesters are protesting about.
They're stopping journalists too, and just like holding them, like either stopping them at traffic stops or holding them at gunpoint. And it's like, oh, okay.
Cool.
So all the fear that we had about, China and its like, control over media, that's just like projection at this point, right?
Oh, yeah. Like, if we can't see every single Cold War thing as just intense projection, I don't know what it is.
Yep. So, some good stories that have come out of it. The union members expelled the National Guard from the St. Paul, Minnesota Labor Center.
Cool.
That's
Yeah.
good.
It's funny thing about Minnesota. Before the 2020 election, one of the things that I heard a lot of people in the DFL, which is the Democratic Farmer Labor Party, which sounds way more base than it actually is. There was a DFL rep for my region, and they were complaining and saying, we really need to put the farmer labor back into Democratic farmer labor.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then
And you're like, ooh,
and we're asking, like, what's the deal? Why don't all these union people, why don't they like Democrats? And then you see things like this where, oh yeah, no, a Democratic governor and a Democratic like head of the National Guard and a Democratic president are militarily occupying union buildings, and you wonder if maybe that's why they're not huge fans.
So,
literally quartering troops.
yeah, a member of the union who had a key apparently gave them access to the building.
Oh,
Traitor.
Fuck that.
I would more imagine there are people with guns and they said, let us in the building.
I mean, we could go two ways about this.
Also, Minnesotans are way too polite. They probably said please, and that was enough to convince.
Oh yeah,
them.
you can come in.
Oh, I mean, if you're gonna be so nice about it, you can. Okay, but only for a second now. Don't be in there all night.
Don't be using this as your FOV or nothing.
And don't you eat out of the fridge. I have a lovely packet of tater tot hot dish that I made a couple days ago, and I still have leftovers, and I swear if one of you eats that, we're gonna have a problem.
All you gotta do is not eat the leftovers, okay? And
Don't eat the hot dish.
it's very good. It's very good. They literally deployed the National Guard in Minnesota because they're scared of stopping the police from killing people whenever they see fit.
Yep.
There's no two ways about it. There's no way that you can resolve this issue with the police without, abolishing them or doing more than just reforming them. And
It's
instead
weird
of
how these people who have you could call it a monopoly on violence, perhaps, where it's just they're allowed to do the violence, and we're like, I mean, really, isn't this the same thing? We keep talking to people who have accumulated something and being like, you should really share that with the rest of us, and they're like, or we could crush you.
I mean, it's telling.
Almost as though that were the logic of it all.
It's telling that a year ago, when we first had the protests in Minneapolis, it did actually take the National Guard a day or two after protests had started to get in before they decided to declare an illegal assembly, and they were fairly tame then. This time, literally first day, they're on the scene.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like, preemptively, before they even announced, like, as soon as that video was out, there were National Guard people on buses.
Yeah, literally, as we're recording in like Denver and stuff, they were just like buzzing like a couple like they had just taken up civilian aircraft and like various like they were buzzing drones and aircraft and helicopters just day one for like whatever few hundred people were there. They were just like, we are going to literally menace you from the sky starting from second one.
Yeah. So it's great to know that we're back to normal. That's just the thing is like when people were saying like the more vaccines we get out, the more things are going to come back to normal.
No,
like,
that's good to know we're not.
And it's like that's not great, because do you remember what normal was? And also now I would argue that we've kind of ramped up I could kind of argue that this is a little bit more ramped up than normal was last time.
Yeah, it's hard. I think also, like, as social media kind of begins to have faster and faster cycles because we just rampage through storylines quicker and quicker.
Mm-hmm.
I think also we have more space in our social media cycles to actually see all the violence that's happening. Because, like, saying, 800 people a year are shot by police is not enough for the human brain to be like, oh, right, that's like 2 people a day. Because we were used to, like, one person dies and then there's like, it's discourse for a week or whatever. I hate the term discourse, but it's discourse for a week. And we now actually have enough, like, capacity in the social media cycle to absorb that there are 3-4 people dying a week, and that it's always pretty fucking sketchy. So seeing feel good stories, they kicked the National Guard out of their labor center. That's good. And they did it very peacefully. They did it by coming and demanding that they leave. And the National Guard is kind of a little bit more beholden to the people than the police are, because the police have a union and aren't regulated by federal law regarding their presence and their quartering and all that stuff. But at least there's some sort of oversight for that. And when citizens protest, there's somebody that listens and fixes the problem that we're protesting about.
I hear what you're saying. It's still a very low bar to be like, can you please leave this building? And they're like, sure, we'll station next door.
Yeah. No, they had to come out and they got a bunch of people together. The union folks got a bunch of people together and went out and said, hey, we don't really want you to stay here and use this as a, forward operating base. We don't want you to headquarter out of this. But like that's like what the imagined thing that liberals think we should be doing with police is, right? Like, it's a nice, peaceful protest. We go out, we tell them our grievances. They say, oh, right, yeah, no, of course. We're supposed to listen to your grievances. And so we're going to go ahead and listen to the grievances and fix this for you.
It's amazing to me that liberals are still like, you go out there. A protest is you go and you meet a militarized police force with, like, automatic weapons, and you give them a polite list of demands, and then you go home. And at no point in their brains are they just like, wonder why they have those guns. Why do they have all that armor?
And if you stay past the curfew, then, you deserve to get gassed.
Yeah. You don't understand. It's scary at night. Like, boogie creatures around every corner.
I'm the boogeyman.
Oh, Jesus.
Brooklyn Center, a notoriously dangerous place.
I don't think you understand. Like, fucking human-sized Pacific Rim style monsters just walk out of the sewers every night, and if it wasn't for the brave men and women in blue defending us against them, they would just take our city.
I mean, that's just the various real estate agents of the Twin Cities. You don't have to be that rich.
Damn.
Wait a minute. Are you saying we're the monsters?
Uh-oh.
We're the
right?
We're the monsters because we don't recognize, Midwestern chili as actual cuisine.
We don't make chili. We make beans in a pot and pray
and you put it on spaghetti noodles.
Okay, listen. Don't you bring that evil on me. That exists because people have to bring stuff to church potlucks and don't know how to cook.
Making beans in the one pot.
Yeah, Protestant cuisine is just something very interesting. There was that viral clip going around of some woman making like a slaw but with popcorn.
Dennis, it used to just be beer.
That's
Listen,
better.
this is an improvement.
No, it's not.
Off of like the guy making cornflakes to stop you from masturbating. Like
that works.
Like they've gotten to salt and sugar.
That works.
The video
that
of him
works.
just eating the raw potato.
It's crunchy. I don't see the problem.
All that crunching does keep you from masturbating. It does stop.
I don't think if any of you could say that you have eaten a bowl of cornflakes or bit into a raw potato and said that you are in the mood.
It's true. I've started my morning with a bowl of cornflakes recently a number of times, and at no point did I fuck afterwards.
See, yeah, I eat like Frosted Flakes and and like Fruit Loops, all Aldi brand, of course, Frosted Flakes and Fruit Loops, but like that's not a pre-coital meal.
No, it's not.
I don't think I want to have a large meal pre-coital ever.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on down there in that area. You definitely don't want like digestion. It's like it's gonna happen, and like you don't need to be there for it. You don't need to be inside me for it.
We're not. This is not something we do together.
There's no
Faith.
room left in me.
There's no room left in me.
We just went to the Chinese food buffet. I can't. I swear, please. This just is a poor idea.
Well, it's not just Minnesota. It's also Chicago this week. Chicago famously non-racist police officers that definitely don't just shoot citizens for pleasure. I've learned after upon reading about this Adam Toledo case that Chicago has sensors around the city that detect gunshots.
What? Like the sound?
I assume it's some sort of sound that it picks up. It picks up the sonic crack of a gun being fired.
Is this like some sort of like weird anti-gang initiative that's backfiring on them because they're the ones who do all the shooting?
Well, so the Adam Toledo thing, there was a gun that was discharged, and then the police officers responded to that, and then there's the body cam video of them shooting Adam Toledo, who ran away from the scene because they thought he had a gun. He did not end up having a gun, but the argument, which I have braved the YouTube comments to fathom, was that he clearly had a gun in his hands, and the officers were shooting because they told him to stop and put his hands in the air, and then when he stopped and put his hands in the air, he turned like he was holding the gun in his right hand, so he turned from the left, so his right hand went behind his back, and so that justifies them shooting him because they couldn't see his gun hand momentarily.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Even the mayor,
That's-
Lori Lightfoot, confirmed that Adam Toledo had a gun when the cop shot him. It has now come out that Adam Toledo never had a gun.
Yeah, I mean, I could have told you that.
Yeah.
Also,
Wow,
just not.
Lori Lightfoot of all people
Uh-huh.
siding with the cops.
It's also just not a good argument. Like, I don't know. Maybe you still should just be shooting people.
Right. What I'm hearing is they have like a surveillance network of sensors stationed around the city to just make like whenever they hear a truck backfire, they just send cops to that area to kill.
I mean, yes, exactly.
Ugh.
Anyway, Chicago sounds great.
Oh, it's so great, so good. Such a good, great city. So, Chicago protests, the Minnesota protests. What else happened? LAPD's killed like 3 people.
Mm-hmm.
What, in the last hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we would have played the game that we did before. What did the officer do? But in this case, all of them like resigned and like immediately, like they just resigned.
Well, because
Wow.
it's
So
like it's career suicide at this point.
Is it?
good.
Is it? I don't think it is. I think the reason people resign is, and this is a trend that has existed, is if you resign, you don't have to face a disciplinary record, and you can just go apply in another state or even another county.
Yeah, you just go to another city.
Yep.
Or if you're old enough, you can retire. And
Yep, because
maintain
you still
benefits per
all of your
contract.
retirement and everything.
But I almost feel like they're like, a lot of these people resign not out of like, not because they want to, but they're like pressured by either the city or the department.
They're acting like Michael Jordan after his 6th NBA championship. Like,
Yeah.
my heart's not in it anymore. The love of the game not bringing me the same joy that it once did.
Sure it isn't, Michael. Mr. Jordan, sir. Yeah. Yeah, so national protests, and like we said, like, the
Good.
last summer is
Another
going to be
summer of
repeated.
rage. I like it.
And that's good. It's going to
Yeah.
take a lot of
It's gonna take a long time.
It's going to take a long
Yeah,
time.
a lot of protests.
Protests are not the end of the story, right? Like there's a lot of infrastructure that needs to be built back better to
Oh, God damn it, Zach.
oh.
Why? Why did you say that?
It's because that phrase is just in my brain at this point.
You let them win.
It's true. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be built back, that needs to be built in the first place to support, to support what we imagine a world would look like without policing. And it just kind of sucks that we're not there yet. So, is there anything super egregious about the protests that we've had yet? Obviously, they're rounding up media personnel in Portland, taking pictures of them with their ID to track them.
There's tons of egregious stuff that's happened. It's just none of it's more egregious than last year that I've heard.
Right, and this is like, for those of you that are listening, this is like pretty much all breaking news to us too. So if we miss something, that's why we're pulling back the curtain a little bit to let you know that like these protests are happening as we speak.
This is Saturday the 17th.
Yeah,
that's just where we're at.
Yep.
Yeah. So apologies, but don't worry, we're probably tweeting about it or something.
Hopefully nothing terrible does happen that we missed because we're recording a day early. Hopefully we don't have to yell about something that we have no control over because the cops just are killers.
I mean, hopefully by 420, when this episode is released, all of the cops have committed like some sort of mass ending of their careers.
Some sort of career suicide.
Yeah, career suicide in so many different ways.
Precinct and destroy.
Ooh. Yeah. Because that would be the fastest way to do this is if cops decided to stop. They did the thing like they did in New York where they just said, "Oh, well, we're not going to police then," and then crime literally falls.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And to anyone who like hasn't already, just read. You don't even have to read the whole thing. You could just read parts of "Are Prisons Obsolete?" I know that this is like prison and policing, not necessarily the same thing, but the two in America are inextricably linked. They fuel one another. So, read that from Angela.
System.
Yeah, read that from Angela Davis. It's not a terribly long read, and like I said, just read parts of it. You don't have to read the whole thing.
Cool. Well, police bad. We would play the game, but like we said, like we can't even guess. All of them did resign like immediately, and
it also doesn't feel right to do.
No,
we don't have like a funny police haven't done a funny thing like tripped on their own dicks or something.
As soon as they do, trust me, we will be reporting on it. We are intensely journalistically sound media organization, the Psychic Dolphin Garage.
Yeah.
Sending a Google
we have
alert to cop.
That's exactly the joke I was about to make. Oh, God damn it. Another story about a Dick Tracy cruise line.
Wait, what?
Okay, that's a joke for just me.
Okay.
Wait, was there already a Dick Tracy cruise line?
No.
Okay, I was going to be like, what, like the Madonna movie?
I was going to say, actually, a Dick Tracy cruise line sounds pretty dope. Like all the costumes.
Yeah, no, it'd be fun now that we actually have two-way wrist TVs now.
And we also have
I want one.
cruise lines ramping back up.
Yeah, can't wait to go eat endless wings on the Princess Cruise Lines cruise ship lines where they have endless wings. And you can do that too with the discount code Psychic Dolphin Garage.
How do they have endless wings? It's a boat.
Yeah,
there's definitely an end to those wings.
Their endless wings are supplied by the one and only Tony Steakhouse over in Channelview, Texas. Yeah. Tony Steakhouse and barbecue. Yeah, we serve wings now.
There's just two guys in the back of this ship, just sharp shooting seagulls out of the air with a harpoon gun.
I free-range
have to
seagull
sate
would
the
be
endless
cool.
appetite.
I was gonna say they have like endless oysters Rockefeller or something.
Look, they just have a chicken spawner inside of the ship. Okay,
Yeah, it's
just like on our
does make
Minecraft
sense.
server.
Yeah, it's true. The entire hold, instead of coal, it's just like filled with chickens. Half of them are laying eggs. The other half are being shoveled into the furnace. The other ones are being
just burning feathers,
stripped and turned into infinite wings.
Hell yeah!
By the way, I don't really know what oysters Rockefeller is. I had to look it up. It sounds disgusting.
What is it?
It's oysters with spinach and like a and an anise liqueur.
Oh God. Do you like drink it?
Now, that's Spanish for years, right?
I appreciate the callback because that's how you know people are awake.
Yeah.
Yeah, oysters rock. Oh, there's bacon in it too. It's like
Ew.
okay.
This sounds
Oh,
like
well, that's
exactly
fine
the
then.
kind of thing some rich asshole would come up with.
Well,
I want to just combine the four most expensive things around here: alive greens, oysters, bacon,
it's
and liqueur.
Fucking it's New England era armadillo egg, I think is what Zach might call it.
Ooh.
Wait, what?
Ooh. That's
Oh no! What is this?
okay. I can see that.
If it
Just
was
like Rocky
fried,
Mountain oysters.
if it was fried, that would be.
So an armadillo egg is like a fried stuffed jalapeno popper that's been wrapped
Mhm.
in like
In bacon.
bacon.
Okay.
Oh, that's not that bad. I like. I mean, I can't eat the bacon, but I like the rest of
Yeah,
that.
so you stuff the jalapeno with cream cheese, you roll it in like ground beef, and then you give it a casing of
Oh, no.
bacon and smoke it.
What the fuck? That is so much.
Now it's gross.
That's so much meat.
That's too much. Literally,
It
a
is.
standard jalapeno popper is rich enough
Uh-huh.
for me. I'm just like,
No,
cheese, peppers,
put
fried,
more meat in there.
fried dough.
More meat.
More.
More. We did not spend this much money subsidizing beef to not put that much meat on there.
You can't just wrap animals in other animals.
Yes, you can.
No,
What do you
it's
think-
wrong.
Why do you think we put bacon on
No,
our breakfast
okay,
sandwiches? with eggs?
You mistake the normative for the descriptive. It is possible. It may not be ethical. It
Fine.
actually is
You
definitely
shouldn't.
not ethical.
You
However,
I'm
should
going
not, but that does
biblical,
not mean
like
that you cannot.
mixing fabrics
Thou
together.
shalt
Like you
not.
cannot mix meats.
thou
I mean-
shalt not wrap meat around other meat.
they think that means you shouldn't be gay, but it's not. It's about the meat.
I mean, this is the whole like turducken thing.
It's wrong.
Yeah, except apparently in 1807 in À la Manche de Gourmand, gastronomist Grimond de la Reynière presented a rôti sans préel, a roast without equal, which was a turkey stuffed with a goose, stuffed with a pheasant, stuffed with a chicken, stuffed with a duck, stuffed with a guinea fowl, stuffed with a teal, stuffed with a woodcock, stuffed with a partridge, stuffed with a plover, stuffed with a lapwing, stuffed with a quail, stuffed with a thrush, stuffed with a lark, stuffed with an ortolan bunting, and stuffed finally with a garden warbler.
Okay, some of those
How
are
much-
just like the flavors of those birds are completely different.
Also, that's so many bones, just increasingly smaller bones.
I mean, I imagine when you eat the garden warbler, you just eat it whole,
You
right?
just crunch. Do you guys not eat chicken bones?
I don't.
Ugh.
I am a vegan, so no, I don't.
Well, you don't eat chicken, but anyone who eats chicken, do you eat chicken bones?
No.
Kelton just posted a picture of armadillo eggs, and this looks awful. This looks genuinely like it's like it.
That's because you just don't appreciate cholesterol.
It's
okay?
like if you made a fleshlight out of flesh.
You should You should wrap it. If you wrapped seaweed around it.
What?
Yeah, no, that'd be good.
Just like the extra crunch and like salt.
Ooh, no, you put some avocado.
You're looking for
avocado.
some umami. You're just looking. You want something to like sort of just sort of.
There's plenty of savory in that dish. What you need is just some anything with some
Little
tang.
tang.
Yeah, maybe you put tang on it.
No, I was gonna suggest a lemon dressing or something.
Look, you
horrible
just get a
woman.
chili cilantro mayo, okay, and you dip it in your chili cilantro mayo.
I mean, it's a
Lime
it's a
cilantro mayo,
jalapeno,
sorry.
right? Maybe you put like
Ooh,
wasabi.
lime cilantro. Oh,
Ooh, okay,
man.
I could go for a lime. I went to a taco stand today. First off, the dude was not wearing a mask. That was not sanitary, and he was just bumping hip hop music. It was great. I got a Bayou taco, and it had cilantro ranch, something
Yeah,
shit
yeah,
like that.
like
It was
I gotta-
amazing.
Oh yeah.
That is not authentic. I'm against this. Bayou. Was it filled with like alligators?
No, it was it's a
No, it was
certain type
dredged
of-
up.
certain type of pork sausage, chicken, and then slaw. It was a like a Midwestern black dude making this. It's not exactly authentic Mexican culture.
The famous bayous of Mexico.
I mean, they do have swamps, but not quite a bayou. But the slaw, that's a normal thing. I make slaw with my tacos. But bayou, that's throwing me off. I'm confused.
Don't look at me.
I'm not going to.
Look, this is the least confusing food we've mentioned in like 30
That's
minutes.
true.
I just shoveled it into my mouth. I didn't like.
How many tacos do you go for at the taco stand? I
only had one.
Okay.
I always
Wow.
go for 4 because they're very tiny.
These were
4.
big.
Yeah.
But I think the one you're thinking of is the slightly smaller tortilla
Nope.
ones you get.
Nope.
No, the
Nope.
full size ones.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think I could eat.
Well,
4
okay,
of
in
those.
Texas,
Fuck me up.
y'all's tacos are huge. I'm talking about like the little tiny sopes, like the.
the street taco.
Yeah, street tacos.
16 then.
I mean, Kelton, I get you though. That is not enough food. Like I understand.
Well, because that's not supposed to be your like meal. It's a street snack.
No, so like my former landlady, she did a side hustle that was catering. She was very wonderful. She always like would bend over backwards for me to like make stuff that's vegan. 'Cause she's also a health nut. So one time, like,
Are you trying to rehabilitate your landlord?
no. Well, the thing is, she's like my friend's mom too. So, like,
Okay.
the thing is, like, she's a very wonderful woman.
Listen, my friend's mom is also a landlord, but that's still
A-Lab.
Yeah.
A-Lab is still A-Lab, Dennis.
I was just
I'm sorry, friend's mom, but the culture war is now.
I was just renting a room from her. It's not that big of a deal.
Well, it's very simple.
Canceled by
when the
left
revolution
Twitter.
comes, we'll say you either give us the room or you're against the wall. And this
Well-
person will probably say you can have the room. I already rented
Yeah,
it to
so
you.
here's
Just
the
have
thing.
it.
We want her on our side because she also cooks tacos. She's a taco lady.
I'm confident
and-
there's lots of people who aren't landlords who cook tacos.
I know, but I'm just saying she can cook tacos. She already has the house. It's already a good deal. But
No, listen here, Dennis's friend's mom, because we know you're listening right now.
2 hours in, hey Daisy.
Yeah. That is an excellent side hustle. That is how we can win people over.
She made
it's
she made me tacos that were like, she got the chorizo sausage, which is just the regular size of a chorizo, but it's just all soy, and she made that all for me. And I felt so bad. I was like, I had to eat.
And that's called I
I had to eat like 9
it's called a
tacos.
soy
Yeah,
riso.
it's just made out of. It's like
Brilliant
yeah.
name. Sorry.
I had to eat like 12 tacos in an hour.
Attaboy. Hell yeah.
I was very full, but it was very good.
Live your truth. My favorite thing, at least, maybe it's because like my body rejects it, but I've buried down all the other symptoms, is that like when I eat fried rice, sometimes I'll feel my stomach swell, and so it's just like it's a real gamble every time I eat, because I'm like, did I actually eat too much? I won't know for like an hour or so.
And then you'll
And,
really feel it. You're like,
Yeah,
"Ugh."
exactly. Then all of a sudden my diaphragm starts to... I basically look like a bird who is trying to do a mating ritual is what happens.
You're fluffed up, you're bent over, kind of
Yeah,
strutting around, being like, oh, making noises we've never heard before.
exactly.
Oh.
What is this guy's deal? I don't know. I kind of want to know more about it. It's working. This is evolution.
This is doing it for me. We're having taco night again.
Oh man.
Do we want to play the bracket game?
Let's do the bracket game.
yeah.
I
we
need
got
more fun
We've
stuff.
got more time to fill.
Hold on. I have to get my 4th meal of the day because I hate this diet and I have to eat so fucking much. I'll be back in a second.
Why are you dieting?
Because I'm trying to gain muscle. That's why. And my trainer has me eating 6 times a day.
Dennis is gonna get fucking yoked. Just
Okay, if we're all let's all take like a few minutes.
All
What
right.
do you say?
sounds good.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go also grab something.
Okay, since all of you I know were dying to find out what I previously did in my Call of Cthulhu podcast like many, many years ago, I was able to find the audio for Manager Coffee for Him for Her. So here is that audio.
この番組はご覧のスポンサーの提供でお送りします。
ねえ、河合お姉さん、すごく忙しそうですね。
そうよね。
仕事がいっぱいあるそうですね。
山のような仕事があって、一人で全部するのができない。
じゃあ、マナージャーコーヒーを飲まなきゃいけないね。
マナージャーコーヒーって？
飲んだら、エナジーをいっぱいあげてますよ。
でも、その缶が大きすぎる。一人で全部を飲めない。
じゃあ、これどう？ピピピピピピピュー。もっと小さくして、そして色もピンクになっちゃいました。
わあ、ぴったり。マナージャーコーヒー、フォーヒム、フォーハー。頑張ります。マナージャーコーヒー、フォーヒム、フォーハー。
Thank you, Cousin Josh and Cousin Mitsuko, for making an appearance in my podcast. Unrelated. I will be sure to let you all know. But yeah, thanks. Anyway, back to the regular show. All right, folks. It is. I decided that today's snack is a Soylent.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Well,
We are in the second estradiol of the
There
day.
you go.
I had to dissolve one on my mouth as I was like running out the door because I had a date today that I woke up like 20 minutes late for.
You can't,
ooh. You have to dissolve it on your tongue?
or that seems so gross. Ugh.
It is. It is.
Why can't you just swallow it? What was the logic there?
I don't know. The doctor said to do something, and doctors are usually right.
Except about that J&J.
If a doctor told you to jump off of a cliff, would you?
It probably would be good for my cholesterol.
If a doctor told you to jump off a cliff and it would give you boobs, would you?
It probably would.
I know a lot of I think I know a lot of girls who would do that. They're like, you know what? Worth it.
I'm trying to find a calculator that'll calculate this weird repeated savings formula.
What's the calculation for?
So I'm taking a practical math class,
Mm-hmm.
which is a bunch of stuff that I'm supposed to be able to use at some point. And the two things I have to do are repeated saving and borrowing and loans.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I suppose that is practical.
Repeating saving, the formula is A, which is just the final amount, equals D times, and then it's from PEMDAS, it's in parentheses 1 plus R over M, parentheses, to the MT power minus 1 divided by R and M.
You know what?
We've all been there, am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Literally just nonsense.
See, I have to also take a math test very soon, and I'm stressing about it. The math is itself very simple, but it's just the fact that the state of California has decided that in order for you to be a substitute teacher, you need to be able to answer all of these word problems, and it's like, just give me the numbers. Like, why are these all word problems? It's very frustrating, and I'm afraid that I might not become a substitute teacher, but I am studying at least.
What's the secondary career you think you could launch? It's not substitute teacher. Will they let you in as like a substitute for substitute teachers?
The subbing is just to see whether or not I actually want to teach. I need to have like a certain amount of hours for.
Oh, that's why you sub?
Well, in California, I don't know how it is in other states, but in California, you have to have 45 hours of or 45 hours of like actual experience with children that you are going to be teaching, like the age bracket, and you need to like have 2 letters of recommendation from educators. So it's like you very much obviously.
Are we doing teacher discourse?
Yeah, yes. So you very obviously need to be a substitute teacher or something like that. But in order to become a substitute teacher, you need to spend at least $300 to take these tests. No, it's not $300. It's at least $250, which I have already spent the $250. So I better fucking pass these tests.
Woo!
Yeah. The writing one, I'm not worried about at all.
It costs more to become a teacher than to drive a motorcycle.
It costs more to become a teacher than it does.
Only one of those is useful.
It costs more to become a teacher than it does to be a cop. And it takes way less time to become a cop. It takes way less time to become a hairdresser.
All right, I'm back. I'm ready whenever we're ready to begin.
What are we doing next? The bracket game?
Bracket game.
Yep.
All right.
Now, Kelton, I'm gay, so you need to explain brackets to me, apparently.
Yeah, also me. I don't know what's
I
going
was
on.
only joking.
All right.
You're gonna have to explain what type of bracket we're doing. Is it single elimination?
Single elimination. That's right. So it's just a round of 16. It's a bracket, though, of where we go, and I ranked them. Let me explain what the bracket is of, first and foremost. It's of you're missing the point by idolizing them. You know, that meme that's been circulating around. I took the top 16 and I turned them into a bracket of 16 and ranked them each according to their respective media's IMDb score. So
Okay.
I'll be reading off the matchups as we go through them. I want there to be some suspense here.
Okay, I look
we
forward
go.
to number 16, Tim Allen and Home Improvement.
Funnily enough, we actually are doing 1 seed versus 16 seed. That is going to be Walter White from Breaking Bad versus Patrick Bateman in American Psycho.
Ooh, that's spicy.
Yeah, so I guess in terms of who should advance, we can go by who is more genuinely problematic or who has their media more misinterpreted by people or what has a more toxic fandom.
Which one would genuinely make my life worse if I knew them?
That's probably the truest test you can do.
I mean, Walter White then would probably not necessarily be the worst one.
Got a teaching degree.
Yeah.
No, I feel like that absolutely is the worst choice. Walter White is literally a guy who has a shitload, who has like friends with shitloads of money and was offered it to help him like overcome cancer, and he's like, no, I'd rather ruin the lives of everyone around me. Like, you may not think anything he does right now is specifically bad to your life, but you become friends with that asshole, and like you run into a situation where it's just mundane shit like, oh, I would like to go to this taco truck, but it seems Walter has forgotten his wallet. Maybe I could just spot you for the afternoon. He's like, no, I literally will ruin your life for the $40 it takes to like have all of our friends eat tacos.
You know what?
This is bad.
It's coming from a deep and personal place.
Yes.
I appreciate that.
Charlie does owe someone for $40 worth of tacos.
And the only way she can pay him back is by starting a meth empire.
Bryan Cranston knows what he did.
Now you have to buy it. What I do, okay, but here's what the thing is. I don't know if this is necessarily a good thing or a bad thing, but they did, like, someone did invent meth that looked like the meth from Breaking Bad.
That seems
So,
bad.
We are asked the
I
age-old
don't-
question: does life imitate art, or does art imitate life?
Well, I gotta say, meth becoming much more popular is detrimental to me in my life because everyone is just asking for it on Grindr. Like literally every other profile is just sort of like they put in, like, they think they're being sneaky with all the capital T's that they're putting in, but it's like no. Like I know that you just want meth. Like, it's fine.
Capital T's.
Because meth, a street name for meth is Tina, and it's T.
Oh, if I just saw that, I would just think testosterone.
No. It's it goes from crystal meth to just crystal to Tina, and then it's just T. Gay people are weird.
Wait, how did it get from Crystal to Tina?
I guess because that's a nickname. I'm not sure.
I don't understand that one, but okay. They call this an autistic thing, but that's just the number one thing in life that baffles me. Is I'm like, how do people know people who have drugs around? I don't know how to make that series of connections to just know someone who has drugs.
I just assume that
that is what I would like to know.
I just assume every other gay man is just carrying like Tina on him.
But
now.
where did it come from? How did they become that
I don't
person?
know.
I don't
Where
either.
did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from?
That's gonna be it.
I think that's the sound of Cotton Eye Joe ODing. That last little bit.
Oh no, has opiate dependence issues.
I mean, Cotton Eye Joe probably is from the Midwest, so yes, very likely.
So which one are we going with here, Walter White or Patrick Bateman?
I think Patrick Bateman is a better example of this because, well, I think is the superior one.
I was gonna say, are we saying the one we like more or the one
The one we want to move on?
Well, again, that's where we have to agree to what the parameters are. Are we saying that this is a person who we have, people do miss the point more often than not of idolizing him? Are we going...
Can I ask a very simple question?
Sure.
Remind me which one Patrick
He's from American Psycho.
Christian Bale from American Psycho.
Oh, that guy. Oh, I like that guy.
I don't think people misinterpret Christian Bale as a good guy. I really don't. I think people misinterpret Walter White as a good guy. I think people are just weird about Patrick Bateman.
Yeah. Also, I think American Psycho is like more of an art film, and people just see Breaking Bad as like funny meth show.
Right. American Psycho has like this weird, because it was written by that one horrible, awful gay man.
I didn't realize Kevin Spacey wrote that.
No. Well, God, what's
the other one? Bryan
what's that
Singer?
fucking bitch's name? It's gonna bother me. I need to know what his name is.
Brett Ellis.
Bret Easton Ellis. Yes. Bret Easton Ellis. He's a toxic queen. He loves just making just the worst character. Like, he's a very horrible person, but he makes just really bitchy characters, and I can't fault him for that. So I'm gonna say Walter White.
All right. Anyone disagree with Walter White?
We're agreeing that the person we don't like more is moving on.
Sure.
Yeah.
Then Walter White.
I agree.
Okay.
Walter White.
So then, number 2 seed versus number 15 seed, we have Rick Sanchez versus Rorschach from Watchmen.
This is a
this is a really good matchup.
However, these are two top seeds that we're eliminating very quickly.
Yeah.
I'd like to point out, I look forward to not knowing who one of the people is in every single one of these. Who's Rick Sanchez?
He's Rick from Rick and Morty.
Oh no.
Whoa, you don't know who Rick Sanchez is?
No, I had no idea.
Well, we know whose IQ is lowest here.
Is that related? That's the Rick of Pickle Rick?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
This is
Rick Sanchez from Rick and Morty. You mean
okay?
Rick
So
from Pickle?
the pickle is a pickle version of the character who sucks.
Yes.
I think.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest.
This is becoming clear to me now.
I understand why one might lean towards Rick here, but I'm definitely got to say, like, the type of guy that is the Rick and Morty guy is absolutely the type of guy that the guy who like thought Watchmen was really deep and that Rorschach was like a really important character.
Men go to prison, dogs get put down. That guy.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we're looking at which one of these two has enabled those people's shit more.
Sure.
I gotta say it's Rorschach. He's been doing it way longer.
I kind of agree. I think that Rick Sanchez, I think most people, like, they'll just lose interest in it, especially after the whole Rainbow Six thing.
That was so sad.
Was it Rainbow?
Yeah,
Rainbow
they're
Six
adding
Siege.
a cosmetic.
Yeah, I think that's just not a high intelligence enough game for people to like for them to stick around.
I'm gonna. Okay, whatever.
I really like. As soon as you said it was the Rick and Morty guy, I was really leaning toward that. I really have to put in a plug for, like Rorschach at least has like the comic books where like is being presented in a way that is much harder to misinterpret, and you have to be a little more willful about it. Whereas Rick is just
a misanthrope.
It's just doing that constantly on the TV. Doing to our nation's children.
Yeah, I think Rorschach. I think like
teenagers are becoming this.
The pre-Rick like Rorschach was just the Zack Snyder kind of guy. Which
yeah.
You know
what it is?
No,
Rick from Rick and Morty is for like the Zack Snyder guys. The libertarians who can't figure out how to like actually make it work in the gym. They just end up being Rick and Morty guys.
So are we basing the sort of fundamental element of this on whether or not we care more about the corruption of our nation's youth or our nation's like age 20 to 30-year-olds?
That's what I love about these games is that the parameters are always shifting.
Because I'm still gonna say Rorschach.
I think Rick Sanchez is my vote. I think the youth here.
I vote Rick as well because Rick is getting in young, solidifying the stuff by your 20s. Rorschach is just getting you to keep going, and I'm confident that in 10 years Rick will be doing that.
I'm gonna side with Artemis on this one actually.
All right, I think Rick still wins though.
You have to tiebreak it then.
Oh no, I gotta go higher seed wins. So that would make it Rick. If we had a guest on, that's where they have the 1.1.
See, here's the thing though. They both suck. It's both very bad.
Absolutely.
All of these people are not going to be good, and it only gets closer from here.
Great, wonderful.
We have Matthew McConaughey's character from True Detective versus Ryan Gosling's character in Drive.
Okay.
I have not seen either of those.
I don't know these ones.
Well, then you gotta go purely by cultural osmosis.
Yeah. I've got that.
I'm gonna give it to Ryan Gosling only because I feel like that also would just make people like irritating drivers.
I think people, whenever Ryan Gosling plays a character, they somehow find a way to idolize him.
Oh, you know what else was bad? Was those like silk jackets. Those became a thing for a hot second, and it just wasn't as cool as everyone thought it was.
I can see it that even if you agree with Matthew McConaughey the same way that you would agree with Ryan Gosling, you're not like trying to look like Matthew McConaughey's character
because he looked pretty normal. He just I mean,
the flashback him does the old version of him.
Yeah.
Oh boy, when he smoking cigarette meme. Indeed.
I generally lean towards Matthew McConaughey for being shitty for anything because of he's just on an eternal pedestal.
Well, I mean,
did you see that he's about to run for governor?
Yes.
Or he hasn't ruled out running for governor?
Yep.
Meaning we could have a President The Rock Governor Matthew McConaughey. The Hollywood elites are taking over, Zach.
Everything they said was true.
Mm-hmm.
I'm reading about True Detective as we talk about this.
It's a great show. Especially the first season.
But the character being misread. See, the thing is, like, everything I appear to be reading about it is basically, what if we made a show where, like, all of the things that we did with it were basically... does the show actually do any commentary on this stuff, or are they just like, all the trans women are still corpses, and that's the way it should be, because that's what cops would think?
Yes.
This seems
to answer your question.
Yeah,
it does both.
The reason I want this to be what's his face in True Detective is it seems like he is the vehicle through which the people who write the show get to do their bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly is,
and get away with it because they're like, oh, it's what he would have done. Like he's literally like for the showrunners, the person they can just foist all of their problems on. And be like, well, the character would have thought it, and it's not a fictional character. They're real. This is what they think.
Yeah, I mean that is where you get lines like "time is a flat circle" and all that.
Is that what that's
Time
from?
is a flat circle.
Yeah,
really.
Time is a flat circle.
All right, next category.
Well, I don't know who won.
Who won?
So
I'm throwing in for True Detective.
I'm in True Detective. Drive is kind of shitty, and I agree with Dennis's logic, but I think that Matthew McConaughey, just as a person.
That's true. True Detective is both a bad character and a bad person.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go McConaughey.
All right.
Okay.
I don't disagree with you all. I'm just saying the real world implications were pretty bad.
All right. Now we get Tyler Durden in Fight Club versus Nightcrawler.
Durden.
Oh, so who is Nightcrawler?
Jake Gyllenhaal in Nightcrawler.
What not the X-Man.
No, not
I have to emphasize
Nightcrawler
that.
is an X-Man.
No.
No.
Well, yes,
but
not the one we're talking about.
Not the one we're talking about.
What are we talking about?
In the film Nightcrawler, Jake Gyllenhaal plays a guy who is able to get first on the scene film footage of graphic accidents and then sells them to the highest bidder, which is usually a local news station.
I think this was like loosely based off of something that actually like a phenomenon that does happen in like Malaysia or something.
I still think Tyler Durden.
I think Tyler Durden is too
the thing is
universal to.
I think so too, but that's only because people completely misinterpret Tyler Durden. Like he wanted to destroy the credit card company like buildings and things. Like Tyler Durden actually is like an interesting character. It like could be interpreted as like an anti-capitalist character, but the way that everyone else just sees it is like they don't see him as like an androgynous gay like anti-capitalist. They think of him as like a cool guy who beats up people. It's like, no, you're missing the point. I'm gonna go with Tyler Durden.
Yeah, I agree. Tyler Durden. That's the universal like you missed the point character.
It sounds like I don't know Nightcrawler. I don't know Jake Gyllenhaal in this, but it seems like it's just like, well, what if we had like the bad version of the 11'8" bridge? Is this
Okay.
not?
I think
is
it,
that a
I
reference
think with
just for me?
Nightcrawler, it is just a reference for you.
Check out the
And that's what
11-foot
makes
8
it
bridge.
special. So then the next matchup we have Neo from the Matrix is in general, red pilling, etc. Versus the Wolf of Wall Street, and the idea of greed is good and opulence.
Gotta go with the Wolf.
Yeah,
of
the
Wall Street,
Neo
just because.
Is Neo like one of these you missed the point by idolizing characters?
Yes, I kind of want to be contrarian and say the real world damage of people misinterpreting the Matrix is extensive and beyond our imagination. Whereas,
but I don't think that's the character that I don't think Neo the character is the reason for that.
They see themselves as Neo in the sense of they are taking the red pill.
They are taking the
red pill. That's
they
not anything to do with the character himself. That is literally just I want to see myself from those
Right.
eyes.
It's literally just a misinterpreted line.
Yeah, I think I'm with Artemis on this one. Is like I can't see Neo as that person, because even at that time when I first saw the Matrix, is like I didn't think of it that way. You have to be you have to be quite a special soul to think of like Neo in that way. Like, oh,
whereas with the Wolf of Wall Street, that guy not only is transparently just a bad person, does all of his relationships and is bad, but the misinterpretation of him as some sort of like deal or like selling genius is literally helped him get out of financial crimes.
I don't think he's misinterpreted. I think they're getting exactly what was presented out of that character, and they're just recognizing that that's the skills to get you ahead in this world.
Well, that's the thing, but if you the point of the movie is to show that this is it's to portray him as a bad person.
Mm-hmm. And people just didn't.
And I feel like that's the same argument against Neo, though. It's not about the character. No. That character is just what everyone has to be to succeed.
But
this
is the difference. Neo is portrayed as like literally the Messiah, whereas the character he has a name. He has a name. This guy in Wolf of Wall Street,
Jordan Belfort.
Jordan Belfort is portrayed negatively. Does negative things, like consistently negative things, short of like murder. And despite being portrayed negatively and being a bad person, is idolized by the people who have seen this movie.
Yeah, and the ends of those movies, one of them learns to be superhuman, and in the other one, I believe he crawls and drives, barely able to move his own body. From too many drugs.
Where the last scene of that movie,
it's really about which pill did you take.
The last scene of that movie is him giving like a TED talk about how genius of a salesman he is, and the reveal that like he sold the myth. He sold the myth that he's a great salesman when all that he did was get super lucky and ruin his own life.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm going to, no matter what anyone says at the end of this, support leaving Neo behind, because I don't want to do our transgender queen dirty like that.
Yeah, the Wachowskis don't deserve it.
They don't. Poor things. It was all just an exploration of their transness, and now it's like, fascists are like, yeah, it's great. And it's like, no, you really,
we love your art.
You really missed it.
All right, so the next matchup we have is Taxi Driver versus Cartman from South Park.
Oh God, Cartman.
Yeah,
Cartman
I'm gonna have to say, just for cultural relevance, it's Cartman. I would love it if a bunch of elementary school kids watched Taxi Driver and became fucking what's his face, De Niro from Taxi Driver instead of replicating.
We all played Crazy Taxi, and look where it got us.
However, I will say you should rob banks.
Yeah, that's true.
You should, and you should become a getaway driver. You should learn how to drive to become a getaway driver, because it will make you a better driver, and maybe you'll learn how to use a blinker.
Listen, gays.
I will say it has to be Cartman, simply because I can't draw this straight line perfectly, but I'm pretty sure when I was in high school, just due to Cartman's use of constant use of slurs, that one of our extremely white friends in our friend group called people the N-word for fun. And
cool.
was just
Jesus,
like, it's
yeah.
funny. That's just a thing you do. You just say slurs to talk to people who they don't directly harm, and that was Cartman's influence. I'm confident.
You know what?
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely right.
Okay, well, good. That's a solid discussion point. Well, no, I mean, just like we'll have more opportunity to talk about Cartman
Because
true.
he is
in the
moving
next
forward.
round, so
Yeah.
and so then we have Dexter versus the Droogs from Clockwork Orange, coming soon to HBO Max as guests in Space Jam 2. That family-friendly
Is it
movie.
all of the Droogs or just Alex DeLarge?
No, it's Malcolm.
Oh, so his name
Malcolm,
is
whatever
Alex
his name is.
DeLarge.
Yeah.
I have never seen
so-
this movie, and I do not know
It's-
anything about
it's
those
very-
characters. So, hey, we're doing pretty good. I don't know
Clockwork
anyone.
Orange is a very upsetting film.
I've
Very.
heard. I want to watch it.
I
At some
mean,
point.
it's a good watch. It's still very upsetting.
Imagine if, like, the first time you watched it, you were high on a whole bunch of psychedelics.
I have not rewatched it since, so my only
mean-
impression of Clockwork Orange is what made it through my eyeballs into my brain while I was on the largest amount of ketamine I've ever been on.
Is that
or
the
MXC.
movie where they pry your eyes open?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so you did that to watch that movie.
Well, I mean, I was like half distracted. I was like trying to suck Rick's dick the whole time for some reason. I don't know why.
We don't know who Rick is. Hi, Rick.
That's okay.
I believe.
Definitely not high.
Not high, Rick.
Okay. Well, yeah. So we got Dexter versus the Droog.
Well,
which one? Are
okay,
we?
so the thing is with the Droogs, they one of them died and then two of them became cops. While Alex DeLarge like was quote unquote reformed after going to prison. Dexter was fully like committing crimes as an adult. It just to like I don't like in a weird way of like being Batman or something.
I want to
for
put in a
funsies.
plug for Dexter being worse, simply because the entire premise of that show is it is absolutely very easy to moralize the people you kill, like the killing of people. Like if you're bad, it's because you do bad things to bad people, and the fucking moral of the show is 2 wrongs do make a right. And I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm gonna joke about killing landlords all the time, but ultimately, what I want is to have more power than them, so I can be like, this isn't your house anymore, and then they can just go literally cry in a ditch.
Yeah, I would.
But if they're not willing to give up the house, what can you do?
The Droogs like just killed indiscriminately.
This is Dexter's basically framing like what is actual like it's framing the concept of revolutionary violence through a lens that is completely counter to anything in the world ever getting better. It's literally it's individualizing the concept of revolutionary violence as to make it useless. So now we have a bunch of people who could be running around making jokes about landlords, which would be good, and I support making jokes about landlords like that. But like now they're just like, I want to find the people who hurt people and I want to hurt them. Because it's just turning everyone into a generation of Batmen.
I'm really excited, by the way, for the 2022 Robert Pattinson Batman movie that's coming out.
Oh God, they're still doing that.
Yeah. Again, this Batman, I have to reiterate anytime it comes up. This Batman is such an edgelord. His Batman symbol on his chest is made from parts of the gun that killed his parents.
Really?
Last I heard, Robert Pattinson had been caught sneaking out in the bat suit to fuck. So I also support this movie.
Also, this is just a really weird like coincidence, but the man who plays like the like I don't know, like the consigliere and like live-in boyfriend of the guy that arrests the Droogs in A Clockwork Orange. His name is David Prowse. He is a professional bodybuilder, but also the body double or like the actual body for Darth Vader in the original trilogy of Star Wars.
Good for him.
That's cool.
Just
didn't realize his lines had gotten switched out until it was too late.
He's a giant man apparently, and still alive.
Good for him. Mad respect. So who's going forward? Dexter
I'm gonna say
Alex DeLarge?
Dexter.
Yeah, Charlie made a very
Dexter.
good. Yeah, you made a good argument for Dexter going ahead as like one of the worst. The Droogs are just troubled teenagers. They could get over it eventually.
Yeah, I don't think
They're just TikTokers.
I don't think Dexter's gonna make it to the end, but I respect a couple of rounds for that.
Very
asshole.
cool. Then, so final matchup of the first round. We have Ed Norton from American History X and Joker.
From Joker. Not the Persona 5 character.
not any
obviously.
Joker, just
The
that
Joker
Joker.
is just so bad.
Yes.
Like, because it's
Joker.
the Joker's just been in
It's the Joker baby.
Baby Joker.
Joker's just been in the cultural like miasma for so long.
He's still in the zeitgeist, which is unfortunate. Whereas Ed Norton in American History X, like you don't ever see that character anymore until like 19-year-olds on Twitter or TikTok are like underrated films not talked about, and one of them is American History X, and it's like, oh my god, I need you to stop being a fetus. Like I need you to stop being just a baby.
I have never seen American History X, and I don't know who Ed Norton is.
Wow, it's an underrated film. You should definitely watch.
Also a troubling.
I got a lot of 19-year-olds who make movie lists I have to unfollow now. I didn't realize they were cringe.
No, it's not cringe. It's a troubling film that is difficult to watch.
I meant it was
absolutely
cringe that I was
cringe.
following them for their underrated movie recommendations.
I don't think that it's necessarily cringe. It's certainly talked about a lot more, and it's a challenging watch, and it's maybe not the best film in retrospect about race relations in the United States. But
okay, so that was my next question: is Ed Norton in this film just an out racist shithead or something?
Charlie, to give you a frame of reference, there is a scene in which Ed Norton pulls at like his wife beater to reveal the swastika tattoo and says, "See this? It means you don't belong here."
How do you misinterpret that?
And he also curb stomps a black child in the movie.
Yeah.
Are there people who are? Is it?
Yeah, I don't know how people misinterpret Ed Norton as like the Joker.
Like, is this just a guy white supremacist like? Because I don't think they're misinterpreting anything.
Well, the thing is, like, it's supposed to be him being reformed in prison, and then he eventually dies anyway.
Oh,
spoiler alert!
Oh, he has a redemption arc,
even though he like.
Oh, okay,
he doesn't
I understand.
Stay a racist.
Oh yeah,
I
feel like that should win. Then what was it against?
Incident.
The Joker. No,
Joker.
I'm gonna go go with the Joker.
Joker.
I'm sorry. It's just it's too much.
People
will forget Ed Norton in American History X. No one is going to forget the Joker.
I mean, you could make the argument that any problem with Ed Norton in American History X is just a problem with American history. So, like, there's really... Can you really say that was misinterpreted?
Charlie is going
problem?
to the mat for this movie she hasn't watched, and I respect it. Like, Dennis's point is like, yeah, you might care the first time you watch it, but in 3 weeks you'll forget all about it. Charlie is saying, well, as someone who's just been introduced to it, let me tell you why.
The
you're
level
wrong.
of this discourse isn't high enough for me to have to have seen it.
I'm still gonna say it's the Joker for me.
All right. Everyone else?
Joker.
I'm just going to abstain. I don't want to do the Joker like that.
Okay, Zach.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess the Joker, since everyone else is on board with it.
It's just the Joker does so much good stuff for other things, though. Like, it's fine.
Yeah, but like
a potential misinterpretation of the Joker is that actually I kind of agree with that shit, and I should harass vigilantes who beat up poor people.
I hope
The
that
misinterpretation of the Joker is
that.
the Joker's an anarchist,
Mhm.
and I just can't stand for that.
Yeah.
So.
I bet you the Joker's never even read Santa's book.
Just pulling out an incredibly lengthy series of handkerchiefs tied together, just red, brown, red, brown, red, brown.
And each of them is a page of the Conquest of Red.
My suit was made with 10 yards of living, Batman.
Do you even know the use case labor value of all of this cloth? Do you, Batman?
I love that we all have just wildly different Joker impressions. It's very good.
It's good. Okay, so to move to the second round of the bracket here that we got, it's Walter White versus Jordan Belfort.
Wait.
from
Wolf of Wall Street. Ooh.
This is
Oh,
this
God.
one's a toughie.
Welcome to the second round.
Yeah, this is it becomes significantly more difficult. I'm gonna flip a coin.
I want
No.
I want to put in a plug for We Should Move On Belfort from Wolf of Wall Street, simply because that is much more relevant to the kind of bad person we're producing right now as we speak.
Yeah, I agree with you, Charlie.
Listen, I'm from the Midwest. People making meth over here.
Wow.
People making
Fair
meth
enough,
over
but at
here.
least that's like doing something for someone.
Yeah, giving them an addiction to meth.
At least
Yeah.
making meth is doing
I provide
Hey,
a
at
valuable
least-
service
at
to the
least-
community.
my meth mutual aid funds.
Just like a harem of twinks around you, just like with no teeth and sallow skin, just being like, yes, he does so much for the LGBT community.
I'm still comparing that to someone who's going to convince you to buy crypto.
And you know what?
Crypto, literally,
I
I just saw this statistic. I hope it's true because I want it to be that the amount of energy we're using on cryptocurrency at this point is literally the amount of the output of every solar panel on the planet.
Yeah, no,
Like,
it's true. It's true.
It's true. There it is.
To be fair, though,
Just
to this movie,
literally, that's who the Wolf of Wall Street is trying to get us to be.
yeah,
No,
Drug use, whatever. It's a vice. It's a problem. It's tied in with capital. There's a lot of issues. Ultimately, crypto bad.
I've been approached by people asking me for meth or if I had meth, and I've been approached by people who asked me about cryptocurrency, and I gotta say,
yeah, who would you have a beer with instead?
The less enjoyable of those conversations were the people who were talking to me about cryptocurrency.
Yeah. I will say also that Walter White dies and Jordan Belfort makes money in
Yeah.
the end.
There you go.
So you know which one of these I hate more?
the guy who's alive.
Yeah.
The guy who's alive.
And real.
Nobody I hate
And a
more
real
than-
person.
One of those guys could have been solved if they paid teachers more. The other one literally cannot be solved in this current system.
Unless we roll out the guillotine, you're
Or
correct.
or if
Yes.
that or if just one little like slightly bigger wave had hit that yacht, we could have dealt with the problem.
I want you to just imagine the center matchup of this bracket. And in between the two is a guillotine, and we're just moving heads closer to it. Just imagine which one
Or
gets
guillotine
Yeah.
for our
It's
for
a tug of war,
foreign
but-
viewers.
there. Guillotine.
Yeah, for our French
There's
speakers.
none.
Yeah.
We have one person in fucking Canada. I know for a fact they probably speak French.
They
I'm
might
just
not be
kidding. I have no idea.
Quebecois though. Quebec, yeah,
Quebecois.
Quebecois.
Yeah, what did you say? Quebec
All right.
avocado?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna put
Yeah.
on my armadillo eggs.
Yum.
Hmm.
Okay, who's next?
Next up, we have Rick versus Joker.
Oh,
Rick.
God.
This is just
So
the
fucking
same.
spicy.
This is the same. These
Mirror
are two sides
match.
of the same coin.
Yeah, Rorschach, the Joker, and Rick Sanchez are all the
Society.
same.
They might as well be the same society.
Society.
There's so much society out here.
I'm trying to think of who has produced like. So there was like a phenomenon of like Joker TikToks. There is even like this one weird beatboxing one that I've seen, just called "Why So Serious." I'm gonna see if I can't find it really quick.
All I want to say before we go any further is when they were doing the anti-neoliberal protests in Chile to try and kill that beast once and for all, there was someone out there dressed like the Joker. There was
the
not
whole
someone out there
protest.
dressed like fucking Pickle Rick.
This is exactly what I was gonna say. The whole protest was doing Joker paint on their faces to prevent facial recognition from recognizing them,
Yeah.
and that was literally directly from the Joker movie.
Yeah.
And you know what? Rick Sanchez could never even dream of
She would never. But I am going to just put this into Potterators really quick, and
Okay.
I'm going to say that this is making the argument because there's a lot of art like this that is making it very difficult, and I put art very loosely, very
Okay.
difficult for me to side with the Rick side of things. But I am slightly edging towards that direction.
Okay, so are we trying to say which one is better or worse?
Which one's worse?
Well, here's what I will say. The Rick and Morty fad has caused several riots. The Joker thing has caused like a mass shooting.
Damn.
Really?
Okay.
When? Which one?
The Dark Knight Joker.
Was
Yeah.
that
Really?
actually
I
tied into the
remember
Joker? 'Cause
that.
I thought it was.
It was like directly related to a release of.
I thought that was
The
just
film,
media
like-
spin. Oh no, that was you. You mean the Aurora Theater shooting?
Aurora,
Is that not
Colorado
related?
Yeah, that happened right next to me.
Uh-huh.
That was just a person who shot up an opening night premiere of that movie. It has nothing to do with Joker.
But why specifically that movie?
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people there and you can hit a lot of targets. It's a mass shooting. You go where there's mass.
Yeah, people started to have like weird Mandela effect memories about him being dressed as the Joker.
No, they
Okay,
literally were reporting that a little bit.
This is a false reporting thing. Then I see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because his hair was like colored, but he was not in a Joker outfit.
He looked like a clown with the red hair and the pale skin.
Yeah, he had like pink hair or something, and that was like
Joker.
a thing or something.
Mm-hmm. However, people, I remember this shooting happened when Tumblr was like at its peak, and there were people who were like, had like fan blogs of him. So that's not good, but that still has nothing to do with the Joker. All of this is screaming back to me as a terrible thing to have happened.
How much do you think it would suck if you were like a copycat killer and you go and you kill a movie theater full of people dressed as the Joker because you think that you're mimicking James Holmes?
Yeah.
And then people are like, he didn't actually dress as the Joker. And you're like, fuck. God damn it.
Mandela effect.
Can you Mandela effect me not doing this?
But legitimately, remember when the new Joker movie came out, they were explicitly advertising that, oh no, this movie could cause a mass shooting, to literally do that by seeding all the fucking news stations with that kind of story.
And then it
they
didn't
were
happen.
reporting that. Of course it didn't happen, because who the fuck would do that? It has nothing to do with the Joker. The Joker is a symbol of
Pickle Rick
revolution.
fans
They
would do
literally
that.
had to make the end of the new Joker movie end by him saying, we have to restore civility to politics, or they weren't going to be able, like, or we just learned we should burn down a bank.
It was really funny that the director of that film he literally complained about Antifa and then released a movie like that.
Uh-huh.
Right.
I'm gonna go with
So did we miss the point of Joker in the sense of like everyone got what the message of Joker was? The director of Joker, who initially made the message, just happened to get it wrong
because
himself.
the Joker has like 8 different. He's been recontextualized so many times as a character, whereas there is only that one Rick and Morty thing.
Well, there's technically an infinite amount of Ricks.
How about
and
you
Mortys.
shut the fuck up?
Oh my
The
god.
Joker is a tool of capital meant to restrain the kinds of revolution we do that is backfiring
All right,
against
I'm gonna
them.
ban theory.
Rick and
Chad.
Morty is a tool of capital to try and get us to love capitalism more.
Yeah. So
I'm going to argue now. I'm just taking this on fully on just like a fan base level.
We are really padding the time on this.
I'm going to argue
No,
that
this is
Rick and
important.
Morty fans are worse than fans of like just DC. Like
I mean,
just regular
I have-
old,
that's
like,
not.
Batman
I have
fans.
marched alongside. I have marched alongside people with like Joker shit on them against like police brutality. You don't see any pickles there.
No pickle.
There's not one pickle.
Okay, well that's.
So what I'm
that's
hearing is that
disappointing.
people did.
Nary a pickle. Shut.
What I'm hearing
Not
is that
even the
people didn't
dildos?
misunderstand Rick and Morty.
One
the
of these
people
groups
that
marched
would-
against police brutality, maybe. The other one marched against there not being a sauce at McDonald's. That was
Yeah,
that
it
one,
was
right?
that one.
Yeah, that was that one.
I will
Yeah,
say,
so
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
bad.
listen, I'm gonna fully agree. I want Rick not to get out of here, but to continue on as a piece of shit. But that's only because I think Rick and Morty fans are worse than Al Qaeda.
Truer words.
In a
all right.
in a
so-
way they
so
are.
Rick advances.
In a
then.
way they are their own
Right?
Al Qaeda. Yes.
Yeah, Rick advances because the Joker is actually good in base.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. Make sure to quote Zach on that.
Yeah, I am pulling. Zach bribed me with money to listen to all of our episodes and edit like a trailer of like a lot of our hot takes. That is definitely going to be one of them.
Perfect. I'm glad I made it so
let's-
early into the compilation.
Oh, yeah.
Video.
That'll be the first clip.
So then we have Matthew McConaughey from True Detective versus Dexter.
I still go with
say
Dexter.
Dexter.
Yeah.
I think Dexter
Okay.
as well.
Yeah.
I think Dexter has more like True Detective. It's only one season that McConaughey was in.
Yeah.
And it's like
They're-
egregious, but Dexter's like a whole ass like.
Not only that, they are trying to bring back Dexter, if I'm not mistaken.
They have
Oh.
successfully brought back Dexter.
See, there you
Oh,
go.
oh, no. All I'm saying is one of those two groups of people is going to walk up to me and go like, hey, you're autistic? Aren't we all a little bit crazy, though? Like, no.
The Joker people
Not-
will.
Well, yeah, but at least I'll respect them.
Uh,
Wait, but the Joker
You want to
people
burn
will
down
say-
banks, don't you? Yeah. All right.
The Joker people will say that, but then I'll point out that, look, everyone look around you. Is anyone in this room not neurodiverse or mentally ill in some way? And they'll be like, yeah, good point.
Yeah,
you
you
got
don't
me.
call it neurodivergent, you call it twisted.
You know what?
I'm not mentally ill. I'm just a twisted tea.
Yeah, you know what? Just here's the protest sign. Just march alongside me. We're fine. Uh-huh.
Okay.
You are not being invited to the Signal chat. Thank you very much.
So that sounds like Dexter kind of swept up shop a little bit there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dexter
Okay.
is definitely the
All right.
worst of these two.
This is one that we kind of breezed past them. So this one deserves a bit of a discussion here. Tyler Durden versus Eric Cartman.
This is hard.
See, again, I think Charlie and I are like, this is just a flashback of our high school.
Well, right. I'm thinking of every asshole I knew in high school, and it's like both. They're both.
They are both. But I still think that Tyler Durden is very much misinterpreted, whereas Cartman is written that way.
Yeah, like if we're going by misinterpretations, like fucking Tyler Durden blew up a bank to try and not have, and also try and not have any human casualties in the process. Like, how did you not walk away getting that message?
Whereas Eric Cartman fed a bully his parents in Chile.
That was kind of funny.
That was very funny, but it's still very misanthropic.
You know what? And good. You should do that.
That's a real Dexter move, is what it is.
You know what they say? Hair of the dog. She doesn't belong in a chili.
I mean, here's the thing. I don't think Tyler Durden used any racial slurs, but Eric Cartman
He said snowflake. He's the origin of the snowflake term.
That's true.
Really?
He is.
Yeah.
God, I'm learning so much about bad culture.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Is it who wrote that? Palahniuk or
Chuck Palahniuk.
How do you ever pronounce Chuck? Please,
Charles Pontiac.
Yeah,
Charles Pontiac.
Yeah.
There you
Off
go.
of I-70
Papadopoulos?
at the north exit.
Yeah, that's where you're gonna go find Tony's Barbecue and Steakhouse. Proud sponsor of Psychic Dolphin Garages. I don't know, at this like Raga at this point. I don't know.
They slow cook this steak. Actually, it's very it's a slow roast in an abandoned RV in the middle of the desert, and then they take it 200 miles to deliver.
It's my grandmother's recipe.
It's my grandmother. My grandmother was a chemistry teacher.
I'm gonna go with Cartman. I think Cartman, because Tyler Durden, I think, is just being misinterpreted, and there is a good interpretation of Tyler Durden. I feel like there's almost no good interpretation of Cartman.
Okay.
Yeah, like I feel like a person who's into Tyler Durden could potentially be like, just to say it again, pilled on burning down a bank.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you could this is the thing, is these are two entire, like, they were the same people in high school because these are both the zeitgeist, and I think that's coloring our view of this a little bit, because nowadays, if we try and think of, like, okay, so who's still into Fight Club? It's like Nazis.
Yeah.
Some leftists here and there. It's like radicals of some stripe are taking something useful from that movie or something very destructive.
Yeah.
Who's still into South Park? I feel like that's closer to the Rick and Morty crowd. Like, I feel like Rick and Morty is just for the people who are like, what happened to South Park?
Yeah. It doesn't feel like there's anything being misinterpreted with Cartman. Like, as much as those guys may have written South Park to be like parody or satire or whatever, like it doesn't come off as they're misinterpreting Cartman, because Cartman is just shitty and bad. And it doesn't feel like they do a good job of like showing that Cartman is shitty and bad. So,
oh, you know what though? See, I was really leaning for Durden, but the thought just popped into my mind that Cartman is just an edgelord for the sake of being an edgelord, and I think that might be the truest poison of all.
He
that we have in our culture.
Oh, God.
There's a true enjoyment that he finds in just either ruining people's lives or just being a nuisance.
Yeah.
I don't know where this like right-wing idea came from about being an edgelord and how, like, I don't know where Chan culture came from specifically, but I think it might have been a generation of people raised on Cartman.
A lot of things have been like they even in the show have like reflected on that, and that they may have like created what is essentially the Trump era, and then and then they just laughed about it at the end.
Yep, Cartman.
Yeah,
Okay.
like they truly understand what they did as bad, and then they're like, but we still got to make millions of dollars. So
move his miserable little neck closer to the center.
All right, we are down to a final four here, y'all.
All right.
This is heating up. We have Rick Sanchez versus Jordan Belfort.
Again, this is like
Rick Sanchez never gets consequences.
Neither does Belfort. That's the point of the movie.
Yeah, but Rick Sanchez never gets consequences because he's too smart, and he's written to be this perfect character that never gets consequences because he has godlike intelligence or whatever. Jordan Belfort's a dumbass that never got consequences because he has money
and is white.
Well, okay, that too. And is white.
So are we saying that it's Rick Sanchez because that's actually distracting from the real thing that makes people consequence-free dumbasses in the real world, which is money?
Basically, at least in my head, is that the reasons that people enjoy Rick is because he is a step or 5 ahead. And doesn't matter how big of an asshole he is, because in the end, he's going to be 5 steps ahead of you. So you're not actually in any danger if you trust him. Really.
At this point, though, I just have to go with just it being so pervasive in culture that it is near inescapable. Like Wolf of Wall Street, I don't have to hear about that much. I don't know when I don't know if a day goes by when I don't see a fucking Pickle Rick or something.
Or hear someone say, I'm Pickle Rick.
Like, I might start, like, beating people up.
Now, do you think that is also, like, your, scene, so to speak? Like, the people you associate with and
I
the
don't.
Stuff you consume?
No, I'm talking about just, like, going outside and seeing a fucking T-shirt or something. Okay. Or, like...
Can I ask another simple question?
Yes.
Why is he a pickle?
I don't
know. God.
So in the story, he turned
himself into a pickle so he wouldn't have to go to therapy. But then he got stuck as a pickle.
Yeah.
So really, it's the same story as Breaking Bad.
I mean, kind of. Yeah. There is a base archetype that all these characters kind of fall on a little bit.
You don't say.
He did it so he didn't have to go to therapy, and then he literally went and did like a whole what was it parodying? It was parodying like the
action
movies
at the time.
Yeah.
I was about to say, was it the Matrix lobby scene?
Oh God.
I mean, there is something bloody like that. Like he rolls down into a sewer drain. He then like kills a cockroach and then uses the cockroach to kill a rat to make then like a rat suit. Then he goes into an office building and then breaks.
Does the pickle have arms and legs?
No,
built out of rat parts, arms and legs.
Okay,
he dissected a rat to use its physical parts to make himself like a little like mech, but it's all like rat muscle and stuff.
Okay,
I just have to go with like how annoyed I am in general.
I think by virtue of
Rick and Morty.
virtue of you having to explain that, I think he's clearly worse.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's only one Wolf of Wall Street. There are several seasons of Rick and Morty.
True.
That's true.
You can only misinterpret Wolf of Wall Street once.
Well, like my biggest counterpoint to it all though is that Rick is a fictional character. Jordan Belfort is a real.
He is
person.
real.
So
yes, he is real.
True.
So, like, whatever people who are a fan of Jordan Belfort, they're a fan of Jordan Belfort. Whereas if someone's a fan of Rick, there is not going to be a real Rick in real life.
That means that he could live, like, forever.
Yeah.
Because of copyright law.
Yeah, once Disney gets hold of him. The pickle will be a Disney princess soon.
I mean, do you act like people then wouldn't actually kind of be on board for that? Like, they They would say no.
Well, they
but
would be. That's exactly why we're trying to send him to the guillotine.
makes sense. All right. Other side of the final four, we have Cartman versus Dexter.
Cartman.
This should be intriguing.
Cartman.
Yeah, Cartman. Dexter didn't spawn an insurrection at the Capitol.
Dexter deserves a couple of movements up the thing, but fundamentally, like in the show, the misinterpretation is still you should hurt people who do bad things. Now, there's no question of why those morals are specifically laid out, but and I wouldn't want like an evangelical to get a hold of like Dexter, but I feel like Cartman has created the hell we live in.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, that makes it a pretty easy final then, I think. Yeah.
Right. This is what I was hoping it would come down to.
This is so painfully bad.
Yeah.
Why are
it really hurts?
animated
It feels like it's a
characters-
Pokemon, you know? It like you evolve from a Cartman to a Rick. Like that's like what
Yeah,
what
can we
ends up
do both
happening.
of them? Like these are both the same thing, but for a different specific era. Like
Yeah.
They're both literally people who are portrayed as like kind of, I don't want to say bumbling, but it's like they're both actually secretly 5 steps ahead.
Yeah.
Like that's both
Yeah.
of their characters.
At least Cartman at the beginning of it, you know.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because
Well, give us the brackets. Set us up.
Well, it's Rick versus Cartman. Rick the 2
Okay.
seed versus Cartman the 6 seed. So
I mean, both are misanthropic. Both have taught that if you care about something, you're like, it's like a sign of weakness and stupidity.
Oh, I hadn't thought of it from that perspective.
Both
That's really
yeah,
bad.
Super like hyper toxic masculinity. Like it's the same character. They're both animated. Rick could be Cartman just later in life. Like they're both super like you don't need to care about anyone but yourself. And they both like experience that as a problem multiple times, but never actually then fix their behavior to fix that issue, that problem that they experience, because they certainly experience the backlash of that, and they understand that they shouldn't feel that way or they shouldn't treat others a certain way.
Right.
But they never resolve that behavior.
The thing is, a season of Rick and Morty takes about 1.5 years to come out, whereas they could make, because of the nature of the animation, they can make new episodes of South Park like in a week's time.
They literally did like a season. Which season was that they did that?
they do
literally
it now all the time.
Oh yeah,
they do it now all the time.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know that they just moved to that full time. Yeah, they just
Are they still making South Park?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
There was South Park all throughout the Trump administration.
What? That couldn't possibly have been good or useful.
Nope. It was neither.
Guess what, Charlie? It wasn't. It was terrible, actually.
The best part
Wow.
of like that whole administration South Park was that they had an Amazon episode where like one of the guys gets stuck inside an Amazon box and starts spouting Karl Marx-esque rhetoric before being brutally killed by Amazon. So
Well, that's something.
yeah.
I'm not sure
exactly.
what that's a metaphor for, or what the point of any of that was, but at least there was, I don't know, some leftist rhetoric in there,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah. So what are we thinking here?
I mean, they both are. I think they're both non-union animation studios owned by Viacom.
I kind of
They-
want
they-
it to be Cartman now, just because I didn't realize it was still going, and now
I
they've
don't
ruined
think I
two
don't think you would have
generations of
Rick
people.
without Cartman.
Kids aren't
Yeah,
watching
You're-
South
I
Park.
think, I think
though.
you're.
Like,
I think
to
you're
be-
right, though.
That's true. They're not. Only like your elderly parents are watching South Park still.
Damn. We wouldn't have Rick without Cartman. Cartman was the blueprint.
I don't know if kids are watching Rick and Morty though.
Oh yeah.
They are.
Yeah, honestly,
no.
I'm picturing.
Yes.
Are they?
The-
At least like
Wait,
middle school age
Wait.
kids.
What channel? What channel is each
It's
of
on
these
Adult
on?
Swim.
Cartoon
Uh-huh.
Network.
Oh, if it's on Adult Swim, then it's in kids' brains.
you know
that's
what?
That's what I grew up on. But Adult Swim has so much good stuff. Why do they do that?
You know what? Both of these are bad. I think either way we're still losing, but I do have to say, Rick. There was a sample of a Rick and Morty clip in in Madison Beer's album, and it threw me for a loop. One, because that album was already terrible, but then I don't know if it was a Madison Beer, but it doesn't matter. It was still someone, and I was thrown for a loop, and I was like, this just made this album so much worse. So maybe I'm gonna go with Rick Sanchez just because it's more culturally relevant. But they're still basically the same character. I
want revenge on Cartman. I have to stick with that. I want that. That was my high school experience. I want it done. This is what's the word I'm looking for me? This is closure.
Closure. Okay.
What I want, Cartman is the reason behind every single person I knew in middle and high school who was like, no, I hate everyone equally.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want him gone.
Zach.
You know what? I think you're right though, Artemis. I don't think we would have Rick Sanchez if we did not have Eric Cartman.
Yeah, it's the same cultural phenomenon.
Yeah, the blueprint.
Can we kill Cartman now?
We gotta kill Cartman.
Gotta kill Cartman. Sorry, Cartman.
Finally.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, so if you idolize Cartman, you are missing the point of the show. You are also the worst.
Gonna edit in a clip of Cartman just going, "Oh no, you guys," and then the sound of a guillotine just swipe.
That's the thing, is I don't think you're misinterpreting the show. I just think you are not misinterpreting the show. You're just a bad person for not realizing that this was just
you
not
shouldn't
good.
be idolizing them.
Yeah.
I think we can do Death of the Author on this one, and just be like I understand that the two libertarian hacks who wrote it idolized Cartman, but nothing in that show suggests you should emulate this character.
Right. I mean, I'm all for Death of the Author.
I would like those authors dead.
Well, that should do it as a game, and
in Minecraft.
I think that does it as a show.
Yeah.
This brought us to the 5-hour mark. Jesus.
Don't worry. There's a lot of us. Yeah, there's a lot of time where we're taking breaks. So
that I was gonna say that just occurred to me. I was like, oh, I'm almost at 420. I was like, oh, wait a minute. They've been recording for about an hour before.
Yeah, Artemis is gonna make that 420 mark, though. Don't you worry. We're gonna leave her here.
That's not true. That's not true. You really want to be here another 3 minutes?
Yeah. Do some plugs.
All right. Well, this.
I'd plugs.
All right. Here's the deal. Everybody, say your Twitters. I am at Cynical Swanson.
I am at Shinobi1 Kenobi.
I am at Denis Tlaluk. That is only one N. Thank you very much.
I am at Extant CMW.
As always, y'all can find me on Twitter at Sex Confetti. Also on TikTok at Southland Tales.
I'm so glad that you got that. Other plugs.
I'm surprised we didn't get more ats from Celtic.
Oh no, I'll find you on the other ones. Don't worry about it.
Guess what, folks? We have a Patreon. It's patreon.com/Psychic Dolphin Garage. You already heard the plug before, but we might as well plug it here too.
Can we get another smooth plug?
If you've made it this far, you're a true comrade. Thanks to Ian, Caleb, Kenzo, Jack, Ted, Alan, Broobs, Brady, Lizzie, the brilliant Dr. Fly, Ian, John, Alex, Olive, Jorge, Richard, Dr. Sophia, Alan, Tyler, Abby, Malwin, Eli, Rufus, not a mole rat, Ryan, David, Bite Size Podcast, Tim, Scott, Reverend Lawn Gnome Hollywood, and the Warlock Phosphorus. You all keep this podcast a-going. If you'd like a shout out, please join our Patreon at patreon.com/Psychic Dolphin Garage. And let us know how you liked our latest Patreon exclusive episode, as well as all of our other Patreon exclusive content. If you'd like to become a patron, we have tiers at $10, $5, and $1 a month, so you can spend that extra $4 on a bail fund, or just on yourself if you'd like. Either way, we love you all, and thanks. Smooth plug. Maybe not. If we don't, just please visit us at patreon.com/Psychic Dolphin Garage, where you can go ahead and find a whole bunch of our bonus content, like even more episodes of Quick Hits. If you subscribe for at least $1 a month, you will also get a whole bunch of cool interviews that we've done, bonus episodes. You will have access to our Dungeons and Dragons podcast at least 2 or 3 months earlier than everyone else does, and it's coming soon. We're getting another one. It's hard to make a D&D podcast,
We're recording again in the near future.
Yeah.
I'm almost done with school.
But hey,
Good.
guess what? We could do that more often if you gave us as low as $1 a month. Because guess what? Our D&D podcast is very fun. It's very great, and everyone loves it. All of Charlie's partners love it.
I will. For $1 a session, I will continue to make these.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and guess what? If you subscribe to any of it, because you like any of our content, guess what? You'll become an NPC on our D&D podcast at some point. Don't you worry about that.
That's true.
Yeah,
and in
you
real
will
life.
you will be an NPC to us. Guess what? This is a parasocial relationship. I don't know you, but guess what?
You're not real.
Yeah, but you are my best friend.
Very cool. What else do we do? We stream Tuesday, Wednesday. Well, we were streaming Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. Was taking a break from some stuff, so hopefully I will be back, and we will be streaming every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. You should join us to play video games or to talk about news, whatever we feel like doing that night. Some nights we read. Some nights we try to read, and then I derail us endlessly until we give up trying to
Tuesday
read.
we read. I have several books lined up.
Yeah.
We can keep
Guess
going
what?
on if
You'll
we want.
you'll be able to find out our streaming schedule on if you follow us on Twitter at Dolphin Garage, and if you join our Discord.
Yes.
7 Central, Tuesday, Friday, and sometimes Wednesday.
Yes. And you know, in our streams we play video games, and all of our game servers that we run are available. Are available on the Discord, which if you join you'll be able to find all the links to those. God, why are you listening to plugs after listening to 4 hours and 20 minutes of?
I don't know. I might just cut these.
Well,
out.
you know what? It doesn't matter. We'll find out. But you know, we appreciate everyone for sticking around this long. I'm surprised I have.
Yeah. Most important plug of all: if you enjoyed anything you heard during this episode, you give money to the Patreon. You're going to receive it in an amount you can stomach.
In an amount you can stomach. I'm very sad that Bo didn't make it, but I never messaged Bo to see if maybe he forgot that it was today. But he's in the Signal chat, so
he fell asleep eating chicken nuggets. We all know this.
We do know this.
You know.
Guess what?
Bo's
energy was still here, though.
missed.
I will give you several little kissies, though, if you do donate at let's say $45. I'll give you several little kisses.
We will buy a plane
It's a good
ticket
deal.
and fly Denis out to give you little kisses.
Just on the forehead. Just
there you go.
I'm gonna hit you in the face with a baton.
Well, don't
If
donate.
that is what you're into, then donate $45 to Artemis to hit you in the face with a baton.
Yeah, okay. My recording has hit.
That's cop
20.
shit.
All
You got
right,
it.
we did it, folks.
All right.
Thank you again. And last thing we have to say is bye.
That's cap. Right.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Howdy, y'all. Don't forget to follow our link tree in the show notes to discover new things like our Discord, social media platforms, and all the places where you can listen to our podcast. Word of mouth is the best way to introduce us and other leftist creators to friends, family, coworkers, your AA buddies. Community is about more than hot takes online. And if you want to support our efforts, you can donate to us at patreon.com/psychicdolphingarage, which is spelled how it sounds. Hope to see you on the stream tonight. Enjoy this music by JJ Denis.
How the fuck I still got a full head of hair? Not a single gray. Fuck the cops, family first, every single day. Bringing a charm when I ring the alarm. My arms got a box cutter and sticky. We gotta abolish ice, we gotta abolish ice, abolish it. No need to apologize, the Holocaust abolishes. For no reason we colonize the land and put up monuments. Dope needles, dollar signs, the globe stands in astonishment. I hope there'll be a punishment. I really wanna get bloody. I really wanna stand in judgment of anybody taking money from anybody in the struggle. Anybody on a budget. Poor people getting 10 to 20 for some dumb shit. Corporations incorporating a bloodlet. Mark my fucking words, this coup will not be bloodless. Mark my fucking words, this coup will not be bloodless. Mark my fucking words, this coup will not be bloodless. Mark my fucking words, this coup will not be bloodless. Mark my fucking words, this coup will not be bloodless. Mark my fucking words, this coup will not be bloodless. Mark my fucking words.
There you go.